Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Or not. So I found this video. I believe this interviewer is Sway interviewing the Somali supermodel Iman, and it must have been back in the 80s or the 90s. And she is actually speaking on something that we talk about a lot, and that is how white people try to pit black people against each other. We know that they want enemies for us. They want enemies for us for a number of reasons, and they want the world to believe that we are the worst of the worst. And they don't ever miss an opportunity to say it to anybody that will listen. But it's very rare that somebody has had a firsthand experience with this and then speaks on it for what it is. So Iman refused to let them turn her into an enemy of Black Americans. And I think that's very smart.
One. But also what they did with me is that they would say to me in a whole white room, they will say to me, but you're more beautiful than them. Who's them? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they try to instill that in you, that you are better, because they need to have one person, right? So, and I always took that to an offense. And I've always said to them, and they would say, they've said like, the Black community will say, she looks like a white woman dipped in chocolate. I took an offense to that because I am a Somali. I have not a drop of blood of white in me.
Not one drop.
Not a drop. I'm pure Somali.
There you go.
Yeah,
Come
so
on.
I didn't want anybody to actually put me into that language, or any white person to take any credit of how I look, because I have white in me. I don't have any white.
You better talk your shit. You better talk your shit.
I like that. She said, I didn't want any white person to take credit for how I look. I don't have a drop of white blood in me. But notice, though, what she says they were trying to do. They were trying to make her and Beverly Johnson competitors. They don't do that to white models. White models don't all look the same either. So one white model might be blonde, one might be a redhead, one might be a brunette, and they're all supermodels making good money. But when you're a black model, they just want one black model, and she's got to be at the top, and then nobody else can touch her. And at the time, Beverly Johnson was the top model, and Beverly Johnson is outspoken too. But they wanted to pit the African model against the American model. And of course, you know, with the Africans, they feel like they're not going to cause any trouble. They're not going to say anything about the makeup not being right. They're not going to say anything. But now in Iman, they had somebody that was outspoken. The Somalis are a little different. I've had some experience with them, and they are a little different than the other African immigrants. They wanted to instill in her the idea that she was better than Black Americans, because at the end of the day, white people really want Black people back like it was in the 1950s. They never wanted us to have any freedom. They never wanted us to evolve. They never wanted to have to go to work for themselves. They always wanted us to work and they take the money, free labor. That is what they have always wanted from us, and they are never going to get over that. So that is why this continual hatred and animosity towards Black people. They want the American dream back. The American dream was really back in the 1800s during slavery, when they could come here broke, a bum from Europe, and get their hands on a slave or two, work them to death, and end up being rich. That's really what they want. And they
A
will be
slave or
perpetually
two?
angry at us because they couldn't keep us in bondage forever. Pitting Black against Black is what they do. That's what they like to do. They're having some problems up in Minnesota with the Somalis because they're not as easily controlled as they would like for them to be. And I was working on a video about that when I came across this one. But anyway, shout out to Iman for standing on business and for not allowing them to use her to do their dirty work. Contrast that with Cynthia Erivo, a Nigerian immigrant who came over here and right away pissed everybody off. Now, many Black Americans can't stand her and don't want her to have anything to do with Black American culture. Black American models opened the door for Black women in fashion. They still wanted somebody to pit against the Black models. And Iman was at least smart enough not to let them do that with her. So shout out to Iman. Okay, but y'all let me know what you think about this. She gonna come and tell the real story about how they try to operate, trying to turn Black people against Black people. They don't do that to anybody else. They don't try to turn anybody else against anybody. It's just us. It's just an obsession. They are never going to get over it. They will never get over it. So we just have to do.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the world. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also, please subscribe to my channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I was just actually thinking, and I'll get to this video here in just a minute. I was just thinking that a lot of people who tune into the John Galt chat, John Galt channel to see my show don't realize that it actually streams or simulcasts or whatever the term would be that StreamYard uses over to my channel. So if you come in and you think that, oh, hey, Stanley, well, why are you being this way on John Galt's channel? It's also streaming to my channel as well. So I am being this way on my channel. So I don't know why that just popped into my head. I get that a lot. Well, Stanley, you know, why are you talking shit about John Galt on his own channel? Well, technically I'm doing it on my channel too. So get that straight, you anti-Black blacks. So anyway, back to this video. That's an interesting comment, DiCapriono, and I actually have a thought on that. DiCapriono says Iman's testimony is a bit different from the current Somali folks' testimony on social media. Somalis are an interesting crowd. I know some Somalis, besides Vanta, by the way, who live in, because he's just a weirdo on his own. I know Somalis in the UK through YouTube, of course, who identify as Black British. I know some that don't. I know a guy, again, through a Discord channel who lives over in Atlanta. He lives in the hood, and he's Somali, and he identifies as Black. Most Somalis that I know of in America don't, but then I don't know a whole lot of Somalis, period. I don't know how Ilhan Omar identifies. I think she identifies, to be honest, as Somali, but I don't know that for sure. So that is that. It's an interesting video. I don't know why anybody would, compare Iman to Beverly Johnson. And to me, and it's been a while since I've seen Beverly Johnson, but in a way, they kind of look similar. I think Beverly Johnson might pass for Somali. But interesting. And then the other thing I want to note, I think Lady Boulay sometimes can be a little too focused. I think that quote white people have pitted Hispanics against each other by ethnicity. I've seen a whole lot of that. So I'm not so sure she is totally right about they only do it to black folks. I think they do it to Somalis as well. And actually, if you go to California, they have pitted Asians, South Asians against each other, with this caste legislation. There was a whole lawsuit about basically, and I don't remember the details because it's been a few years, but caste has been something that has been used to turn South Asians against each other. Though I kind of think they do it to themselves. I don't know that, Americans don't really understand caste, and that would include me, but I do know that caste is nothing like race. It's similar, kind of. Caste is like checkers versus, like, race in America is checkers. Caste is like 5-dimensional chess. It is just like astoundingly complicated. So we will move on from there and get into news. Give me one sec here. So, of course, the news is going to begin with Trump. Why wouldn't it? Damn it. Did I just do that? I don't believe I did that. Well, sorry about that. Sorry about that, folks. You know what? I just X'd out of the story I was going to do. Hold on one sec. One sec here. Where is my story? The news is basically about Trump and NATO. And I was gonna do a story from the Washington Times about Spain. He made a comment about Spain yesterday, and basically because Spain doesn't want to pay that 5% that the other NATO countries have stepped up and volunteered to pay. He's talking about trade sanctions. So because Spain doesn't want to pay NATO 5% of GDP, oh, here it is. He is threatening a trade war, which is like NATO is not a United States entity. Why is he threatening a trade war? Trump apparently thinks that NATO is his, and he is free to do as he pleases in order to make countries pony up for the common defense, which I guess he can do, but just kind of to me it's like he is colonizing NATO. So let me bring up this story. I'm having technical difficulties here. There it is. All right. Yeah, we're having old man technology issues here. So I want to stop this here. It says here Spain could face tariffs or other trade retaliation over its refusal to join other NATO partners in raising defense spending. President Donald Trump has verbally attacked the country multiple times in recent days, and he now says he could start a trade war with Spain if it does not comply with his wishes. I think Spain's terrible. What they've done, they are the only country that won't pay 5%. Trump said during a NATO summit press conference in the Netherlands. Spain is the only country out of all the countries that refuses to pay, Trump continued. They want a little bit of a free ride, but they'll have to pay it back to us on trade because I'm not going to let that happen. It's unfair. It's unfair to NATO. So all of a sudden, Trump. Now, the U.S. has always been pretty much the de facto head of NATO, whose headquarters, at least many years ago, was in Norfolk, Virginia, right on the Naval Operations Base. So I guess kind of they are, kind of like we're, kind of like UN headquarters is on U.S. soil. So I guess, but I don't know. I watched the conference, the full speech at the conference, which we're about to show here. And I don't know, Trump just comes off as a mafia boss, with with how he's making Spain an offer it can't refuse. At least that's just my opinion. And you all know I'm not inclined to be a Trump fan. So, maybe it's my implicit bias or something. But let's go ahead and watch this speech. Channel 4 News. That's who we are watching here.
Well, thank you very much. This has been an honor. It was a fairly long trip, but worth it. Tremendous things have been accomplished, as you probably noticed. Listened to a lot of wonderful speeches from the heads of a lot of wonderful countries. But I want to thank you for joining us at the conclusion of a highly productive NATO summit in the Netherlands. I want to thank them for the royal treatment they've given us. Couldn't have been nicer. And it's a beautiful country, really a beautiful country. Coming in, I saw the most beautiful trees. In fact, I want to bring some back with me. I want to also thank, I had breakfast this morning with the King and Queen, and they're incredible people. I said, you're central casting, beautiful people, great people, big, beautiful hearts.
Jesus Christ, this motherfucker's a racist.
I enjoyed that. And also NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's been terrific. He's been a friend of mine, used to be right here running this.
By the way, I'm not going to get into how NATO licked his dick. They just, everybody knows if you want Trump, to like be favorable, you just butter him up a little bit with flattery, and then he's your friend. And that NATO chief did just that. And the King and Queen of where is he? I guess the Netherlands. I didn't even know the Netherlands had a king and queen, but apparently they do. And having breakfast with the king and queen makes them beautiful people.
Wonderful country. Now, as the NATO Secretary General is doing a fantastic job, and the Prime Minister, we appreciate everything you've done. And as you know, last weekend, the United States successfully carried out a massive precision strike on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, and it was very, very successful. It was called obliteration. No other military on earth could have done it, and now this incredible exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with a historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like the right name. It was a 12-day war. And we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so. Not only have we dealt decisively with the critical threat of Iran's nuclear program, which was what I wanted, I said, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've said that for 15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. The people at NATO said there's never been anything. You know, I rebuilt the entire military during my first term. And we have a great military. We have great generals. I got to know the good ones and the bad ones. We kept the good ones. Over the past 2 days, I was honored to participate in the NATO leaders meeting and also had extremely good individual discussions with the King and the Queen, Secretary General Ruta, and the Prime Minister. Great discussions. Very
The
knowledgeable
fuck does the
people.
King and
Major
Queen
focus
have to
of
do
our
with NATO?
Conversations at the summit was
Man, this dude.
the need for other NATO members to take up the burden of the defense of Europe. And that included the financial burden. As you know, it was 2%, and we got it up to 5%. And they said, a couple of them came up to me. One in particular said, sir, we've been trying to get it up to 3% for 20 years, and we haven't been able, and you got it up to 5%. So they're going to be, most of them, I guess almost all of them are going to be contributing now 5%, a number that people are surprised at, but you need it today. The United States accounts for 2/3 of all NATO defense spending. And since I began pushing for additional commitments in 2017, believe it or not, our allies have increased spending by $700 billion. I said to people, you don't have any money, and a lot of them weren't paying. And so I started the process, and I picked it up as soon as I got back, which is 6 months ago. And following my election last November, almost all have accelerated plans to reach the 2%, 3%, 4%, and then ultimately, very quickly, 5%. And all of this is going to be done very quickly, almost immediately. You probably know this as well as I do. I'm sure they've been talking about it. It's really been a big focus. In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, you did it, sir, you did it. Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did. This will be known as the Hague Defense Commitment, which is pretty good, pretty appropriate. When the allies reach this number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year. Think of that, $1 trillion per year to our common defense. And this is a monument really to victory, but it's a monumental win for the United States, because we were carrying much more than our fair share. It was quite unfair, actually. But this is a big win for Europe and for actually Western civilization. For years, past administrations failed to get most allies to contribute even the 2%. I remember when I came here, we had 4 countries that were up to 2%. And I remember Poland was there. A couple of them were there. But most of them were. We had 28 at the time. As you know, it's increased a little bit. And they've agreed now to more than double their budgets in all cases. And Europe stepping up to take more responsibility for its security will help prevent future disasters like the horrible situation with Russia and Ukraine. And hopefully we're going to get that solved. Last week, they lost 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, but they're also getting hit in Kiev. They're getting hit in some of the towns also. And that means life. Life is disappearing also in the cities and towns. Should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president. Said it 1,000 times. And it never did happen. It's never even thought about. But it's vital that this additional money be spent on very serious military hardware, not bureaucracy. And hopefully that hardware is going to be made in America, because we have the best hardware in the world. You saw that, where 14 missiles were shot at us the other day. And they were very nice. They gave us warning. They said, we're going to shoot them. Is 1 o'clock okay? They said, it's fine. And everybody was emptied off the base, so they couldn't get hurt except for the gunners. They call them the gunners. And out of 14 high-end missiles that were shot at the base in Qatar, all 14, as you know, were shot down by our equipment.
No,
Amazing
actually,
stuff.
13 of the
I think it is
14
like
was shot
shooting a
down.
bullet with a bullet. It's the same thing if you think about it. 14 out of 14, and they weren't even that surprised. I said, "Do you do that well often?" They say, "We pretty much do, sir." The Ukraine crisis has also highlighted the urgency of rebuilding our defense industrial base, both in the United States and among the allied nations. We cannot afford to be dependent on foreign adversaries for critical minerals. And as you know, we made a deal with Ukraine to take a vast amount of the land they have for minerals. We need it. And once again, I want to thank all of the people in the Netherlands, incredible people. It's a great place. And all of the NATO allies for the tremendous summit that we just had. A letter just came in, and a statement came in from the Atomic Energy Commission of Israel. And I just wanted, this is an official letter, and they're very serious people, as you know. The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility totally inoperable. It was devastated. We assessed that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come. This achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material, which it won't. It's so sad that whole thing had to go. But I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and
folks,
treated very bad, demeaned by
browser's
fake news
hung up
CNN,
here.
which is back there, believe it or not.
Let's give it a couple
wasting
minutes.
Time, wasting it. Nobody's watching them, so they're just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. Somebody said in a certain way, you know, that it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, you know, that ended a war too. This ended a war in a different way, but it was so devastating.
So now he's
Also,
going
they
to
have,
compare
out of
this to
Dubai,
World War II?
just came that
Jesus,
Iran's
this
foreign
dude's
ministry
moron.
spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strike. So what bothered me about these reports were fake reports put out by the New York Times, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing terribly. Without me, it would be doing no business at all. But, and by nuclear material, which it won't. It's so sad that whole thing had to go. But I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and treated very bad, demeaned by fake news CNN, which is back there, believe it or not, wasting time, wasting it. Nobody's watching them. So they're just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. Somebody said in a certain way, you know, that it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, you know, that ended a war too. This ended a war in a different way, but it was so devastating. Also, they have out of Dubai, just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strike. So what bothered me about these reports were fake reports put out by the New York Times, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing terribly. Without me, it would be doing no business at all. But, and by fake news, CNN and MSDNC, all of these terrible people, you know, they have no credibility. You know, when I started, they were at 94% credibility, the media. Now it's at 16%. And I'm very proud of it because I've exposed it for what it is. But when I saw them starting to question the caliber of the attack, was it bad? Well, it was really bad. It was devastating. They were obliterated. In fact, you can't get into the tunnels. They just put that over. That just came out. They can't, there's no way you can even get down. The whole thing is collapsed in a disaster. And
there is a fact check on this speech. No one ever doubted that the entrance tunnels were collapsed. It was whether the the actual the actual underground facilities had been collapsed. That's still being assessed, by the way. And by the way, these bunker busters have never been used in the field. So that, something doesn't quite work the way it does on the drawing board or in tests wouldn't be his fault. It's new technology. So, dude is old.
And I think all of the nuclear stuff is down there because it's very hard to remove. And we did it very quickly. When they heard we were coming, it was, you can't move it. Very hard, very dangerous actually to move to. And they also knew we were coming. So I don't think too many people want to be down there knowing we're coming.
Okay, well,
the bunker
motherfucker,
busters,
if they
as we
knew
call
you
them,
were
the only
coming, what'd they do? Do the planning on signal again? No, they didn't know you were coming. This dude is a goofball. If they knew you were coming and you basically, they had lead time, then that's an intelligence issue. So was it secret planning? Did y'all do it in stealth mode or did you telegraph it? Just listening to this guy be inconsistent is so annoying.
only ones that happen. We have the best equipment, best nuclear equipment, and we have the best equipment.
Worst
in the world. And by the way,
president ever.
we can't forget our submarine, which was out there, submarines actually, but submarine was out there. We shot 30 rockets into an area.
They
Every
weren't
single one of
rockets.
them,
They
I
were
think it was
missiles. They were
almost
Tomahawk
400
missiles.
miles away, I think, Pete, right? 400 and long. It was
And
in
look
the
at
ocean,
Marco and
long ways
Pete.
away.
They're kind of like his body
And
men.
we shot a total of 30. Every single one of them hit within 9 inches from where it was supposed to be. It took out a lot because we didn't do just 4 though. We did
Who gives
2
a
others in
fuck?
addition,
Just move
which hadn't
on.
been completely destroyed. So we hit them with a submarine from hundreds of miles away. Amazing, just amazing equipment. Greatest submarines in the world. Nobody's even close. They're 20
my
years
God.
behind us when it comes to submarine technology. So that's one, and the other was from the Atomic Energy Commission, and they have about 3 or 4 of them now coming in from atomic energy commissions from various places. But the one that we have that just came out, we released it a little while ago, was from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, but numerous of them are getting to see the site, and the site has been demolished. And again, we had these brave patriots, these incredible flyers, these people that can fly a plane better than anybody can fly a plane, going into very hostile territory, flying into the territory
They
that
can
has
fly a
got more
plane better
missiles
than
and things
anybody
pointed
can
at
fly
it.
a plane.
But it was very stealth. They didn't get to see it. It was dark. That's the amazing thing about the shots. They hit the shots perfectly, and yet it was dead dark. There was no moon. There was no
Dead
light.
dark.
It was virtually moonless. It was very dark, and the shots were hit perfectly. But when
What
they get
wall?
demeaned, and they were
Solid
very
Snake.
upset about it because they knew how strong it would be. Back in Missouri,
What, the wall they
pilots
use
flew
for
about
firing
36
squads?
hours, 2 ways, far distance, and in those incredible B-2s. And we then had the F-22s, and we had the F-35s, and we had other planes, and we had, I think, a total of 52 tankers. That means the big tankers, because the refueling was a lot for all of the different planes that we sent. Incredible operation. And I have to say, General Raisin Kane was incredible. That's why he beat ISIS, and we beat ISIS in a matter of weeks. I was told it would take 4 to 5 years. We did it in a few weeks, and he was great. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now, because I had a very good experience with him. He knocked out ISIS in a period of literally a few weeks.
He's
Amazing.
the head of NATO
And it was
right
supposed
now
to take a few
because
years.
he's
5
loyal
years to
to
be
you.
exact. So we had a great victory there, and we then came here, and I think we had a great victory here. But this is an ongoing project. This is the safety of Europe, the safety
By
of
the
the
way,
world.
Kane is actually an interesting case. People don't know this, but once you make flag rank, even if you retire, you're actually subject to recall. He'd retired as a lieutenant general, and Trump brought him back out of retirement to be head of the Joint Chiefs. So kind of an interesting story there.
And they've raised it from 2% to 5%, something which nobody, and you're talking about over $1 trillion a year. So we're talking about a lot of money coming in from countries that we're not paying nearly enough to be effective. So I have, as you know, Marco Rubio with me, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State and Secretary of War. Should we say Secretary? You know, it used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that, because we feel like warriors.
No,
It used to be
don't
called
do
Secretary
that.
of War. In fact, if you look at
Listen
the old
to this
building
dude.
next to the White House, you can see where it used to be Secretary of War.
They
Then we
used to
became
call it
politically correct,
Secretary of
and they
War.
called it
Maybe
Secretary
we'll
of
call it
Defense. I don't know,
war.
maybe we'll have
What
to start
happened to
thinking
no
about
new
changing
wars,
it,
moron?
but we feel that way.
What's up, Speak Radio? All right. Well, actually, they cut it off here. I actually saw there's a question and answer session, which is pretty interesting. It was kind of interesting to see how the foreign press just kind of, you know, I'm pretty sure that Trump probably wants to import the foreign press and get rid of, he'll deport the U.S. press because the foreign press is just more deferential. So, DiCapriono, your comment here, he says, in my humble opinion, civil rights legislation seems to always benefit groups who have had no historical skin in the game. And that reminded me of a video clip that Irami Osei Frimpong unearthed quite some time ago. People don't know this, but in the original civil rights bill, sex was not a protected class, male, female. It was not in the original 1964 Civil Rights Act. White women were afraid that black women would have more rights than them. So a lady named, she's a congresswoman, Martha Griffiths, was the tip of the spear getting sex inserted into the civil rights bill. And maybe everybody knows it, but I didn't know it up until a few years ago. So here's a little clip. This is dedicated to DiCapriono.
Most important changes that have taken place in respect to the status of women since you've been in Congress?
Well, I think perhaps the most important was the one that added sex to the bill of 1964. This bill was drafted really to help Negroes. Now, it wasn't clear. It would have meant that Negro women would have been given rights that were not available to white women. Therefore, we added sex. It is my belief that the drafters had never assumed that no women would get any rights. So that I think both white and black women were helped by the bill.
I mean, I don't know how much more nakedly, I don't know. I don't even know that you would call it racist. It's just like, well, black women are going to get some rights that white women don't. So let's just let's just amend the bill. I was shocked when I heard this clip for the first time. So things have not changed. If white people feel that, power, something is not going to benefit them too. It's really just like children. If you've ever had to deal with kids, and many of you have, you're always, sometimes you'll give something to one kid, or parents are a lot of times careful not to give something to one child without giving it to the other child. Now, I grew up for most of my childhood. It was just me and my sister. So it's kind of easier if you have one of each. But, I can only imagine how bad it is if you have like two boys that are close in age. You have to buy two of everything. So good point there, DiCapriono, though I thoroughly disagree with your point. Really, black people, at least up until 1971, and this actually, that is another thing. That's how white women started benefiting more from affirmative action. It was like, oh, black women are getting something that white women aren't. We got to even up the score. That's why civil rights legislation and the whole civil rights movement basically collapsed once civil rights legislation was enacted, because white people just weren't having it. Black people can't have something that white people don't. We don't care if black people started behind the 8 ball, or behind, farther back behind the starting line. The legislation, changing the law, is good enough. And that's basically the bottom line. Deacon Dave, don't even fucking say civil rights in my chat again. I'm serious about that. You and John Galt can fucking be anti-black on his show. Apparently, people like you and John Galt are okay with shit like Jim Crow and slavery and stuff like that. Some of us black people actually have a problem with being second-class citizens. Apparently, you're not one of them. So let's move on here. So Trump administration plan, they are basically ending, going in. And actually, I'm not sure that I have a problem. This is why I've been complaining about the lack of immigration reform. Looks like Trump wants to introduce legislation that could end asylum claims, and I'm not sure you can do that. It's an international law thing, but I'm not that familiar with it. Juan would probably be. Ending asylum claims and speed deportations for hundreds of thousands of immigrants. So there's another story that goes with this. Let me see here. Let me bring this over here. So I'll read a little bit of this. The Trump administration is planning to dismiss asylum claims for potentially hundreds of thousands of immigrants in the United States, and then make them immediately deportable as part of the president's sweeping immigration crackdown, according to two sources familiar with the matter. Now, usually these asylum claims go through the, I guess they're immigration courts. Is that what they're called? It marks the latest in a series of moves by the administration to bar immigrants from receiving protections in the U.S. As federal authorities come under pressure to deliver historic immigration arrest numbers, administration officials have been quietly working on efforts to make more people eligible for removal. The people being targeted, and targeted is what they are, in this case, are those who entered the U.S. unlawfully and later applied for asylum, which I've kind of touched on. Even though you enter illegally, once you get a status, you're no longer illegal. Their cases are expected to be closed, therefore leaving them at risk of deportation. It could affect hundreds of thousands of asylum applicants. Over the last decade, the majority of applicants who applied for asylum with the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, or USCIS, self-reported how they entered the U.S., with around 25% saying they entered the U.S. unlawfully. That amounts to at least 250,000 people, according to a federal report analyzing asylees in 2023. The others entered legally or via a port of entry through various visas. Under U.S. law, people who are seeking protection from violence or persecution in their home country can claim asylum to remain in the United States. Trump effectively sealed off access to claiming asylum at the U.S. southern border upon taking office. There are currently around 1.45 million people with pending affirmative asylum applications. Federal data shows people who are not in deportation proceedings can apply for affirmative asylum through USCIS. USCIS, which falls under the Department of Homeland Security and is responsible for managing federal immigration benefits, has also been delegated the authority by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to place those individuals in fast-track deportation proceedings, as well as take additional actions to enforce civil and criminal violations of immigration laws. According to a memo obtained by CNN, this marks an unprecedented departure from decades-long protocol for USCIS. So I would much prefer that going forward, that if you report that you cross the border illegally, I would do a grandfather, like everybody's already here and in the process of the asylum granting process. Go ahead and just proceed, but basically grandfather those people. But apparently Trump doesn't want to do that, and I wouldn't do that if it were me, but he is the president, so he actually can. So we go. Oh, and Speak Radio. I wouldn't exactly call it enjoy, but he is one of a kind. I just don't get that shtick. I mean, if nothing else, and I guess he kind of touched on this. I think there's a lot of points he had that were actually decent philosophical points to kind of go back and forth. But I don't know, this virulent misogyny. I just can't get on board with that. There is such a thing as polite society and decorum, and apparently, that polite bullshit ends the minute you hop on a YouTube panel for Imperious. They were her property. Yep, I know the book, DiCapriono. I've read it and recommend it. Mistress is an extension of Massa. Yeah. Civil rights. I've already talked about that. I was quoting John. Oh, is that what you were doing? Well, next time you quote something, Deacon Dave, put it in quotation marks. Give a brother a clue. Well, no, it's not a thing. It's just I think that civil rights, like any process that the government touches, sometimes it just winds up not doing exactly what it was meant to do. And I think it's just totally disrespectful for John to call it civil rights. People died fighting for civil rights. And whether you like civil rights or not, it's, there are people who died for it. And we all benefit from it in 2025. I have a certain level of respect for my elders that the anti-black blacks don't seem to share. So, and that's their hang up. There is such a thing as karma, is all I have to say. Those cases will all be dismissed in the next 3.5 years. If Trump gets his way, and I think they're trying to do it, via legislation. It won't take 3.5 years. Juan, just the person I want to see. I have a couple questions, and I can't remember them now. Let me drop the link, by the way. Juan, if you want to hit that link, because I'll remember the question, but I'm talking Trump wanted to get rid of, basically get rid of asylum for those who cross the border illegally. And I'm not against that, to be honest. Probably should have been that way the whole time. My only thing is that they should grandfather it. If you're already here, we'll kind of cut you a break. If you don't have a criminal record or anything like that. I don't think you should yank the rug out of, if they're already in the immigration process or in the asylum process, yanking the rug out from under people, I don't think that's just the right thing to do. So let me drop the link right quick. To me, it's just basic decency, but MAGA doesn't seem to suffer that impediment. All right, so let's see. And there is kind of a companion story to this. I'm not going to go any farther with this. This next story, DOJ sues every federal district judge in Maryland, challenging due process. This assault on due process is actually kind of scary. I think they're basically doing this because it's interfering with their deportation plans. What's up, Juan? I'm glad to see you because they can basically do it via legislation. And I don't disagree that, hey, if you cross illegally or come here illegally, we're not going to even talk to you about asylum. That's a little too stark for me. I'd want some sort of due process, because sometimes, how Korea, every now and again, some North Korean pilot will, steal a plane and cross the border, which I guess would be illegal. But you know what? You want them to stay because they got valuable intelligence and stuff. Right. What do you think about? I think it's a good idea. I just think it should be grandfathered. I don't think you should pull the rug out of all these people who currently have a legal status. You're just gonna upend their lives. If they have a criminal record, fine. You have a reason for doing it. But some little 5-year-old who was dragged along with his parents. I have a thing. I don't like seeing children hurt, especially because children, for better or for worse, kind of get dragged into whatever it is their parents want them to do.
They have a choice, right? I mean, they're 5. You're coming with. They have no choice.
Yeah, they have no choice. But the thing is that the kids kind of get dragged into it. But there's one other thing I want to talk to you about after this story's done also, which I found interesting. But go ahead. I keep interrupting you.
Well, are you talking about the are you talking about the DHS attorneys just terminating the cases?
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to wind up doing.
No, they're already doing it. They're already doing it.
Oh, really? I thought it was legislation they were working on. Maybe I'm mistaken.
No. The thing, and this is where the problem is. I voted for Trump, but this is against immigration law, and it also violates the UN treaty that we.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. You can't just get rid of asylum. If how is that going to work? If he says screw it, I'm going to do it anyway. What can the international community do? Or the UN do?
The thing is, what we're doing is we're just simply filing objections because they're not doing it by legislation. What they're doing during the master calendar hearings, and for context, master calendar hearing, think of it as an arraignment where you have to answer you have to admit and concede or deny. It's almost like saying, Juan, you've been charged with assault. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Right.
In a master calendar hearing, it's, Juan, you've been charged with entering the country illegally without inspection or parole. You have no basis for being in the country, and you are a native of Djibouti, let's say. Then at that particular point, I would either say, that's not true, I'm a U.S. citizen, and we'll have a 309 hearing, or I'll say, you know what, I admit and concede to the allegations, but I'm claiming asylum, and in the alternative, I'm requesting for withholding of removal under the Convention Against Torture Treaty, and or in the alternative to that, I'm requesting for suspension of deportation. What they're doing is they're just simply saying, Your Honor, we're moving to dismiss the case. That's all. The problem with that is for any attorney that doesn't know what's going on, or for any legal, they call them accredited representatives that don't know what's going on, they'll say, okay, we'll go ahead and let you dismiss the case. The problem is in the moment that they dismiss the case, jurisdiction is no longer under the Executive Office of Immigration Review. It's under the Department of Homeland Security. It switches right back. And the moment that happens, the moment you leave the immigration courtroom, ICE is right there with you, ready to pick you up, and they can kick you out of the country within 48 hours, which is what they're trying to do. It's technically legal what they're doing, but it's dirty. And any attorney
Hold on one second, Deacon Dave.
Any attorney or accredited representative that knows what's going on, we're just simply saying, nah, we're objecting to the dismissal. We want our client to have their day in court. And so what that does is it maintains jurisdiction under the Executive Office of Immigration Review. So when we're walking out of the courtroom and ICE is right there ready to pick our clients up, we're like, yeah, nah, dude, the case hasn't been terminated. You got to come back someday later. Your I-200 is no longer valid. Sorry, it's, you know.
Can I ask you a question though? And this is actually kind of the long-term effects of, this policy. I think we're going to create a lot of pissed off people around the world. There is such a thing as karma, and I'm not particularly religious, but I actually do think there is karma. And I can't imagine, the people that are going to all of a sudden be anti-American around the world. We're seeding a group of people who have been done wrong by the United States.
And the thing is, even though I voted for Trump, I didn't vote, like I told my friends, I didn't vote for this. What I was expecting, and if I would have done this right for the Tom Holmans and the Kristi Noems, I would have focused on solely the criminals, the cartels, the Tren de Araguas, the guy that they arrested here in my neck of the woods that happened to be a sniper for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. I mean, I'm looking for those people. And so what I would have done is I would have had a snitch line. Hey, if you're here illegally and you're just working you've been working in the restaurant, or you've been cleaning houses, or you've been doing such and such for 30 years, we don't want you. But if you see anything that's up, call us. We would like to help you. We might even allow you to parole into the country or parole in place, but call us and report the bad guys. And the way that they're doing it right now, the bad guys are able to hide in plain sight. Does that make sense? Because the smart bad guys, Stanley, they're just going to be silent about everything while we're playing whack-a-mole. Plus, the other thing is we're wasting money. What they didn't tell you is that at least here in Texas and in New Mexico, ICE ran out of money. They're actually asking for money. They're doing everything that they can to go after everybody just because of my numbers versus, dude, the Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generación is now in South Texas. Let's go after them. They're a terrorist group. Hey, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, they're in East Texas and in Western Louisiana. Let's go after them. The Al-Qaeda bases, we caught two of the head leaders crossing into North Dakota. Yeah, that actually happened. Let's go after that.
Interesting.
That's what we were expecting. We weren't expecting this. And you're right. It's causing unintended consequences. When I go to Mexico, people give me the dirtiest look sometimes, but then they realize they're like, oh, it's you, Pacheco. But they have some choice words about our government. And not only that, but the countries in South and Central America, as well as Mexico, starting in September, they're getting real strict. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for me to go to Mexico because instead of crossing in and just
wow.
Yeah, it's instead of doing the like if I'm crossing, for example, some products for a friend of mine, I have to pay an arancel, which is a tariff. Okay, that's fine, notwithstanding the fact that the Mexican tariffs are exempt because of NAFTA. I'm not included in that. Plus, instead of crossing in 7 days, it's free. For 7 days, it's free. I got to pay $100 for I think a month. For 6 months, it's $200. I don't like it, but it's only fair because of what we're doing to them. Plus, we're charging them $185 for a visa, and it's not even guaranteed that they'll get one.
Wow.
In Colombia, Lord have mercy, they want to know all the way down to the color socks I'm wearing. Plus, they need an FBI.
How often do you go to Colombia?
I don't go to Colombia that much. My friend and I, we were planning on going to Bogota in the spring of next year.
Well, no. I mean, for work. I mean, do you ever wind up going other places than Mexico, south of the border?
For work, it's either Mexico. We had cases in Hong Kong.
Wow.
Yeah, because we have people that are trying to get to the United States because the Chinese secret police are now requiring that they sign loyalty oaths, and we're like, yeah, you need to get here now before they arrest you and your family. But for us, it's either that or some of the Filipino cases because my boss's friends are marrying Filipinos, that are in the military. But for me,
yeah.
For me, it's Mexico.
Oh, that used to happen a lot when I was in the Navy. Norfolk and I think San Diego have like shit. They're basically Filipino colonies.
San Diego, it's like Camp Lejeune now. It's like the whole world. Filipinos, Mexicans. There are a lot, and I mean a lot of people from the Middle East that are getting married down there.
Yeah, wow.
And India.
And that actually, I don't know if you were in the audience yesterday, but and there's a story right after the one I'm about to do that's going to cover this point. I think Americans should be not deported under any circumstances. Kids especially. I would go a step farther and say Americans should not be hurt materially or otherwise in the deportation process. I have a huge problem with the Abrego Garcia case where he's got 2 American kids and an American wife that are basically being, harmed by an administrative error. And then those, the several kids that have who are U.S. citizens that have wound up, the mother is being deported, and they're quote kind giving her the choice of taking the kids with her or leaving the kids. So of course a mother's going to take her kids. But those American citizen minors are being deprived of an American childhood. I have a huge problem with that.
Have a dog in the fight. The problem with that goes back to, again, we were looking for the criminals. We're not.
Yeah, exactly.
Break the law. I'll say something like.
I'm sorry. What, Dave?
The criminal wants you come in illegally. Now, why the hell should
dude? How many dude, you're going in the back. You better calm your ass down, or go.
I'm just playing. I want to crash out.
Children. I don't know too many children criminals. Children should not be hurt.
The mother is a criminal.
Children should not. You know what? Then we need to put them in jail and put the kids in foster care.
We don't.
Children should not be hurt by the deportation process. Period.
Well, it's a lot more.
Have this big ass heart, family.
Especially, I have a thing for American citizens. What can I say? I'm pro-America.
American citizens.
I am pro-American. America is for Americans.
They come over here
or not, and no American child should be deprived of an American childhood. Apple
What do
pie,
they put
baby.
next to
Every
American?
Every American kid should have a free slice
American.
of apple pie.
It makes no sense, Stanley. The shit you're
Well,
saying.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. It's just you don't want to accept it.
well, the
It's
thing is,
just you want to accept it because
The dark side of the MAGA force has blinded you to basic humanity.
No, this is the problem I have with you. You have such a big heart that you will ignore the rules just to get your way.
no, not necessarily.
Goddamn right. Damn Skippy, I will. I used to do it in the Navy all the time.
That's weak. That's an advantage that can be exploited, Stanley. That's the problem. It's weak.
Oh, well, you know what? The trick is not to let people exploit it.
Well, you're going to get exploited, and that's what they're doing. And you're right there.
No. I never got
You're
exploited when I used to
lightweight
bend
with
rules.
that.
Believe me, son, you can bend rules creatively and not be taken advantage of. You just have to be smart. You just have to be smart enough to not be manipulated.
Juan, listen. I went through the USCIS process. If they made me wait, them motherfuckers gotta wait. And I waited 2 years.
Wait, you're not American?
No, I am American, but using the USCIS system the proper way was a 2 year wait.
Are you here legally, Dave?
I'm American as you are, Stanley.
Well, what's the hotline, Juan?
That's not the issue right here.
Let's have him pick. Let's have Ice pick him. I'm gonna have Ice pick you up on your morning run or at the
Go
gym.
ahead and refer Dave for civil denaturalization. He obtained his citizenship fraudulently. He was never a citizen of the United.
That's what I'm saying. You want to be an anarchist, and everybody's not cool with it, Stanley.
No. It doesn't work that way. The thing,
How
Dave,
am I being an anarchist when I want to protect American citizens?
You're not protecting shit. What you're doing is allowing them to exploit.
I am not only protecting shit, I want to protect American children.
If you're illegal when you came here and you fell out of
think all American kids
Mexican, and you should go with your mother.
All American kids should be able to take a shit in an American toilet. So I'm protecting shit.
Put the toilet with the family. How about that?
well, the thing is this. The thing is this. It's a lot more, like I mentioned in the chat while you guys were going at it with each other. It's a lot more.
Oh, yeah. No. I'm not going after Dave. Dave is going after me.
After both of us. The thing is it's a lot more. It's a lot more complicated than just let me go ahead and file an I-130, which that's a straightforward process. Or let me go ahead and file an I-129 to bring a worker here, which is what the farmers should be doing. The farmers, I don't feel sorry for. You have a process with those people. I know what they're up to. They're doing everything that they can to avoid what's known as the prevailing wage, which is a document that you get from the U.S. Department of Labor that says the prevailing wage in the majority of people in your area are getting paid X amount of dollars per hour, and you will pay this foreign employee X amount of dollars per hour. And what they want to do is they want to bring them over and say, look, we can start you out at $8 an hour, which, pardon my language, is bullshit. That I have a huge problem with. Or you have people, I've seen it in South Texas, that will bring people over and they will pay them, Stanley, as little as $5 an hour. That I have a problem with, but that's not the migrant to me. I'm sorry, because, with the migrants, with the migrants, they're like in the glory because the minimum wage in some of their countries is like $5 a day, right? So they're going to love it regardless. They're not going to complain. And if they do complain, they're under the gun because the farmer or the business owner, the real evil ones, what they'll do is they'll just simply call ICE on themselves. That's how evil those people are. I've heard that. I've seen it happen, and it's free labor. That is infuriating because now what you've done is you've imported a bunch of de facto slaves and de facto serfs. And in my honest opinion, that's was the migrant here illegally? Technically, yeah. It's a civil infraction, the first offense. That's fine, but you know what? I'm not going after them at that particular point. You know what? You knew what you were doing. Matter of fact, the source of the call came from your number, Mr. Ranchant or Mr. Business Owner. We're finding you. $25,000 per person that you hired. We're gonna, and what I would do is I would make it look like a big old production. I would cuff them with the little zip ties, have for the optics, put them around back, cut the zip ties, and say, hey, look, you got 30 days. Do not commit any crimes. Get out of here. Oh, he caught 30 people, Mr. Business Owner. What's $25,000 times 30? Yeah, you're getting fined $500,000. And it's due instantly, which basically would run them out of business, as it should. How dare you do that? But the other thing is for the people that are here that are claiming asylum, when you're in the deportation process, that's known as a defense to deportation. And under the UN treaty, if they're defending their deportation with an asylum claim, we have to at least allow them to make their case heard. Now, if their asylum case is denied and their appeal is dismissed and their motion to reopen because new evidence came in is denied or has been granted, but then the case was redismissed again, well, dude, we went through due process. You didn't prove your case. I'm sorry. I'm sympathetic to you, but you got to go. There's no way, there's no other way around that. They're not doing that. That's the problem. If you're going through the USCIS process and your I-130 got approved, however, your I-485, your application to adjust status was denied because they found out that you got convicted of trafficking controlled substances 20 years ago. That's an aggravated felony. Well, buddy, you're lucky that USCIS didn't do a criminal referral to the U.S. attorney because you could be here in the United States penitentiary system for up to 20 years. Well,
is there a statute of limitations on that?
No, there's not.
Interesting. Okay.
There's not. But and you know what, Stanley, that goes to Abrego Garcia's case, Gilmar Armando Abrego Garcia. What they did was so dirty, and they had to defend it, or they tried to defend it. That I have a problem with, again, because of due process. So he was, the facts of the procedural history of his case were that he was ordered deported. He wasn't found affirmatively to be a member of MS-13. That is not true. When I read his deportation order, what it said was there was evidence that he could be. That doesn't mean that they did. And in fact, what he did was he admitted and conceded to him not being here illegally. So they didn't even have an opportunity to prove that he was a member of MS-13. He conceded to that, and he actually applied for the withholding of removal.
Dave, your volume's really low.
They applied for withholding of removal under the Convention Against Torture Treaty, and it was granted because this thing was, if I leave, El Salvador will kill me, and if you send me to Guatemala, which is where the U.S. government wanted to send him in the alternative, they would kill me because the Marasalvas were fighting the 18th Street gang at that time. We were dumb enough to send the people that formed the Marasalva Trucha gang, by the way, which was formed in Los Angeles, back to El Salvador, literally post-Civil War, and those people were responsible for that government collapsing twice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Everything that happened in El Salvador pre the arrival of, what was his name? Nayib Bukele. Pre the arrival of Nayib Bukele, that's our fault. We did that. We sent them. They had a weak government structure. The Marasalvas basically collapsed the government again.
Let me stop you right there for a minute and address a couple of chats, and then Dave had something to say, but I want to come back to that. Dude, I am so happy to have you up here.
Stanley, real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, no, you know what? Your time is valuable, but let me DiCapriono, you were here yesterday. Abbott has pretty much either gotten rid of or severely limited funding for the wall in Texas. The wall is dead. It may get built, but it'll be one brick at a time.
Well, we actually have a wall. That's the thing that they don't tell you. Here in South Texas, we have a wall. And here's the kicker. That wasn't
built. Why do they need money?
Well, it's further west.
Is it maintenance?
You're looking at breaks near the California-Arizona border. You're looking at breaks near New Mexico.
Well, right, but I mean, I assume Abbott just is responsible for the Texas portion.
No, this is all federal. What happened? What people are
Well,
telling you?
no. Abbott somehow or another, there's some Texas money. I did a story on this yesterday. Abbott diverted money from maintaining the wall or something to something else. I'll dig up the story.
Yeah, there are two places where he actually sent the money. There's an island not far from me near Falcon Lake, and technically it's part of Texas, but basically the Mexicans de facto said that it was part of the Mexican state of Tamaulipas for a while, and so they're diverting money for the Texas DPS troopers and the Texas State Guard. That's basically our version, not the National Guard, but the Texas State Guard.
Virginia has an equivalent.
Yeah, you guys are the first state to have that. Actually, that's where you got the Sic Semper Tyrannis thing on your flag. Yeah. But the thing is they're allocating money for the soldiers for the Texas State Guard to maintain a permanent presence on that little island. And the other one is, you're right, there is a wall. It's not really a wall. It's like a concertina wire. That's near Eagle Pass. And Texas is maintaining that area. But the rest of it, from El Paso down to Brownsville, believe it or not, that wall was built by George W. Bush.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
Let me address Ryan. Look, I blame the Chamber of Commerce crowd for contributing a lot to this immigration problem. And no one outside of Juan that I've known of who is right of center or farther will admit that this, y'all want to blame Biden for open borders and stuff. Republicans have for years, decades, since Reagan did that general amnesty, Republicans are just as liable for this problem as Democrats are, and the Chamber of Commerce crowd has been horrible. They fought E-Verify, etc., etc. You're full of shit.
E-Verify just verifies that my documents are valid. That's all. Stanley, anybody could steal your ID.
Well, yeah. Hey, I told the story about this one kid years ago. I worked in South Carolina, and this one kid, it was ICE, or not ICE, but whatever the version was, back in like 2002. Whoever was checking this stuff found a kid. He worked for a temp agency, if I remember, but the temp agency had him working in my warehouse, and he had a fake Social Security card. Well, 6 months later, he was back with another fake Social Security number. So, but what I'm saying is that Ryan says, put the obligation on business and business will handle things efficiently. That is so far out to lunch that I'm surprised you have the balls to put that shit in my chat. Do you think I'm totally dumb, Ryan? Apparently you do. Dude, I know some stuff, and I happen to know that your faith in business is unfounded.
Well, we're in a capitalistic society, which I don't disagree with, but capitalism is pure capitalism, Stanley, is let's go ahead and make the product as cheaply as possible and sell it for as much as possible. That includes
exactly
the cost. And so if they're going to find a way to get the cheapest labor, they're going to do that. I mean, that's been going on since, slavery.
Forever.
Yes, since forever. You're absolutely right. So,
and Dave, you have been so nice now that I put you back in your place. What do you have to say?
I think you need to have more of a nationalistic stance have some fucking pride in this country.
Dude,
and stop allowing yourself to get walked on.
I was in the Navy.
Grab your nuts
nationalistic,
and don't allow yourself to get walked on talking about grandfathers and Mexicans. Juan, I appreciate you. I have a number for you to get paid. I paid through my insurance.
dude, I'm more nationalistic than just about any in your far right camp, but I expect America to have a
We're not
brain.
lefties on the
Okay. And
right. If we're on the right, we're on the right.
oh dude, you're far right.
You're
You
damn
and
right.
SKC. You
You're damn
SKC.
right.
You know what? You guys hang 10 off of the surfboard of the far right. I expect nationalism.
I believe you call us soul brothers.
I expect nationalism with a brain, and most nationalists that I'm aware of are fucking brainless automatons. Look at Trump.
Well, going back to Kilmar Abrigo Garcia real quick before I log off, is with him, what they did.
Is it getting too hot for you?
Not really getting hot, but I got like 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just joking with it. Some of us have a job, Juan.
I've had to get out of the kitchen on the Drip Show. I had just got back from a USCIS interview in California, and I was on their show, and they're like, this, that, the third.
Yeah, I was in the audience. You did fine. And they were out of fucking line.
Well, they don't.
Stanley, are you identifying as a man who has a job?
No. I said Juan has a job. That's what I was saying.
I know.
That's
I'm playing. I gotta get on the
go.
roof too myself, so I gotta go. All right, y'all.
All right, take it easy, Dave.
Stay blessed, man. The thing with Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, going back to that topic, there wasn't, like I mentioned, there wasn't any any affirmative findings that he was a member of a gang, much less with MS-13. And he was granted a withholding of removal under the Convention Against Torture because he would have been a dead man. Where Trump messed up, where his team messed up, and where they doubled down on stupid, as we call it, is they didn't move to reopen the proceedings. Because I'll be quite honest, Stanley, I believe that he didn't qualify. Because when you're convicted of or even charged, not even convicted, but charged with domestic violence, and he was twice, you're not eligible for anything because you're deemed to be an aggravated felon. And so, bye. You can cry all you want. Bye.
I have a huge problem with charges, not convicted.
I did,
but
until I saw her photos, and Stanley, it was bad. Those photos were ugly.
Well, then why is she still with him? Then I'm. You know what? You don't need to answer that. That's just
syndrome. You know what it is.
Yeah. Well, these things are messy. I have no use for someone, of that ilk. But the problem is it's a slippery slope. I have a problem with this story. Once you start assaulting due process rights, at some point, it may not be Trump. He may not be that, bad an actor, but someone's going to use this precedent. I have a huge.
They already have, Stanley. And every time I've argued it and I get jumped, I didn't argue it on the Drip Show. I haven't argued it here.
Yeah, well, I started to actually come up there. It got so bad.
Well, I didn't know these points.
I was gonna put some folks. I was gonna right some wrongs. But,
you didn't have to do that. But the thing that I've tried to argue to my friends even is, have you guys not learned from 4 years ago? I was sympathetic to the people that were arrested on January 6th, and they were held for 4 years without trial. That's a due process issue. This is the same thing, in my honest opinion. And I have to tell them, I keep having to tell them until I'm blue in the face. And some people get it, some people don't. But I'm like, dude, you're literally advocating for literally the exact same thing. We saw how, quote unquote, our guys were denied due process. You're doing literally the exact same thing. This tit for tat bullshit, pardon my language, has to stop. And so for him, like I've told them, and I would mention here on this show, what they should have done is just figured out how to bring him back. Look, you deported him illegally. You didn't, and you admitted to it. The U.S. attorney admitted to the administrative error. He had no business being deported. What they should have done is they should have moved to reopen his deportation proceedings. They should have moved to lift the stay of deportation, which would have been granted, and then reinstate his deportation proceedings. If they would have done that, well, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sympathetic to the cause. He's your husband, even though he beat you. Sorry, it is what it is. But hey, he was afforded all due process. there's no basis for him being here. If you don't like it, you can leave and be with him.
Well, I come at it from a different angle, and I would have to think through it a little bit more because, back in the day, GIs used to marry women and they would get here and divorce and all that stuff.
Yes.
You marry, the fake marriages. Hey, will you marry me so I can stay in the United States?
Yeah.
However, I would rather err on the side of a fake marriage than have kids or American families hurt. I just don't look. Dave thinks it's a bleeding heart, but honestly, I'm one of those bleeding heart Catholics. I just do not like to see kids hurt. And the only kids that I like are my nieces. My niece, and I got 3 nephews and my son. Those are the only kids I like.
Well,
Well,
Stanley,
probably not.
The bleeding heart, not to interrupt you, would be let everybody in. What is that mantra that everybody on the far left is saying? No man is illegal on stolen land. I think is the mantra. That would
Yeah,
be
well, they have a point, but not one that we need. The damage is done. And see, that's another thing that people don't understand. The damage is done. It's how you manage the damage. And I don't, maybe that should be a show title, how you manage the damage. Look,
that would be a good one.
We know, for instance, slavery was a fucked up institution in America, but you can't keep looking backwards to a point to where it feels like you're holding, you can't be presentist about it. What you need to do is focusing on managing the damage. And we as Black people, we don't, our messaging is fucked up sometimes. This whole reparations thing, if you are allowing people to go, well, my family didn't own slaves. Look, we're a republic. Holding individuals accountable is ridiculous because slavery was legal, to be honest. It's the Jim Crow part that's more problematic, in my opinion.
Extremely problematic.
And not only that, we're a republic. We have institutions. There are institutions that have been around since July 4th, 1776. You sue the government, which it's the same government today that it was 250 years ago. Make it clinical. Stop looking at individuals and look at the institutions. All these people want to talk systemic racism. Well, make it institutional if you want to blame systems. And people will find it too abstract. You'll never win the case, but at least you're on target. It's the institutions that allowed slavery for whatever reason. Stop making it personal because people will just. The thing that I've noticed on YouTube is that you will be making some quote metaphysical point and people will interject. Like I will say, well, America is a racist country. Well, I'm not a racist. Well, what the fuck do you have to do with my point? I didn't say you. I said America. It's a systemic argument.
Right.
So anyway, I'm getting way far afield, and I know your time is short, but there's just so many things that are, people just, our education system sucks.
They want to keep us stupid. That's another conspiracy theory for another day.
Well, sometimes I think we want to keep ourselves stupid.
I don't think it's that. I think that there are too many things that we're addicted to. The internet and the games that the internet has to offer, from Tinder to Black Planet or Facebook or what have you, things like that. But I think they don't mind us being dumb because it allows them to get over on us. I mean, good Lord, Stanley, there are people in my kid's class, and I think your kid probably had similar issues where there were students that didn't even know how to write cursive. I'm like, wait a minute, how the hell do you not know how to write cursive? I learned that in the
it's a Southern thing. He learned to write cursive in like second grade.
Second or third grade, yeah.
but it was Virginia. You know, people malign the South. South has it going on. It's like, no, these kids they're gonna get at least a little bit of cursive.
Yeah, yeah. Or in the Northwest, what was the mantra? We're not going to teach math to our kids because math is racist. Wait a minute, how the hell is math racist? Math is as objective
Well, I think I suspect that either someone who made that statement didn't understand what math is, or it was taken out of context.
possibly. Well, possibly.
But I mean, we all know that math isn't racist, and you better damn well know it.
Yeah, you have to know it. But the point,
It's no more racist. I mean, you could argue that the English language is racist because there's so many racist, manifestos out there. But the language is just the tool. Tools can't be racist. Tools are inanimate.
merci à Dieu que je comprends français.
Well, my French,
Thank God I know.
I haven't had French since college, so my French is rusty.
Yeah, but the thing is if we respect the due process rights regarding Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and you respect the process of those that want to make their case known in a defensive deportation hearing, then we would be fine. The problem is they're doing everything that they can to just grab as many people as they can, and I don't think that that's going to bode too well for us.
No, they're gonna, dude. They've deported a couple American citizens.
I know.
I'm not talking the kids. I'm talking adults.
That's why I'm in Mexico right
now.
No.
No. I'm sorry. Not deported. They have detained.
No, they've deported. Stanley, I'm doing depositions right now in about an hour.
Holy shit!
Because
you know what? If one American is harmed by error, I have a huge problem with that.
Well, what we're doing in the process, because the presumption is on you to prove that you're a citizen, I think that's dumb, but oh well. So we're going through that process, and it's a slow process. But once they receive their certification of citizenship, we're passing them off to another attorney so that they can sue, so they can take on a Bivens action. But that part of it, you're not seeing on the news that much. And I'll be quite honest, Stanley, that's my concern about it. In the Southwest, people got to understand that when these territories became states in the Union, there were a lot of people that just became U.S. citizens by default that didn't want it because they were literally 50 years out or 60 years out of, them losing their states in Mexico. That used to be part of Mexico, and a lot of people were pissed off at that time. And so now their kids are coming in and, hey, we're U.S. citizens, and we're having to prove physical presence. We're having to prove all of these other elements. That's where immigration law is a lot more complex than not. But in my honest opinion, if you say, look, I'm a U.S. citizen and I'm not doing this to just get out of deportation, I'm actually a U.S. citizen. In my honest opinion, we need to take their case with a grain of salt and suspend everything and say, hey, look, you got 2 years to get your shit together. Get an attorney so that we can do a 309 hearing now. At that particular point, but we're going to leave you alone because we're concerned that we might end up catching you up as part of the process. Nope, they don't care. And the end result, I got that phone call, and the end result, here I am interviewing people that can prove that their parents were physically present in the United States. That, Stanley, I have a huge problem with. A huge.
Right. Let me ask you another. It's related. Is there, like, if a young kid, say my son said, hey, look, you know what? I want to be a lawyer. Can you make a pretty decent living doing immigration law? Because I know there are law firms set up around it.
Not now. I mean, there are attorneys that have been in this for 30, 40 years that even if there's a case that's a lot more convoluted and we're not competent in it, we'll send them over there. But they've been doing it for 30, 40 years. But the majority of the people that were making a lot of money, especially under the Biden administration, were basically coaching their clients how to lie. But the people that are honest and very meticulous attorneys like that, no, you have to do other things. And we do other things. Immigration's not the end all to be all. My boss does elder care law. My boss does mortgage compliance. That's the bread and butter of the law firm. because
Mm-hmm.
racism and discrimination in the mortgage process is a lot more prevalent than this immigration issue, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
In that
How
regard.
about people who are like constitutional lawyers? I mean,
Oof.
they tend to wind up being teachers, right?
Well, they do, but believe it or not, those people, they'll have that one landmark case,
Mm-hmm.
and they're good, right? They're you'll have that one landmark case that puts you on the map, and because of that one landmark case, you know everybody wants to deal with you. That one person that sued the California Board of Regents because of reverse discrimination, his name's
Yeah.
on Robert Barnes and Mark Randazza, First Amendment constitutional attorneys. Their names are on the map, because they have landmark cases through the courts or through the Supreme Court that put their names on the map.
Yeah, at some point in time, I was looking through my YouTube watch list. I've got like 3 or 4, somewhere between 3 hours long and 1 hour long. I've got a bunch of history and constitutional like videos. I don't know if you, I don't know if you know who Akil Reed Amar is. I'm a big fan of his. He's that Yale law professor. Annette, oh damn it, what's her name? Annette Gordon Reed. She's a lawyer and historian from Texas, as a matter of
Yes.
fact. So I've got videos that I fear would be too boring for the morning show. So maybe I'll just have to do I think I might just do some special pre-records because I've been burning to get them out. And look, I know, people get bored by the shit that I do, but it's what I do. It's what I like to do. And, I'll do my little bit, to get a little bit of, some, to temper some of this. And it's funny, Juan, because even on Drip Show, and I love Drip, I think he is one of the better YouTube hosts in our little blackosphere, our little corner
Well,
of
Chanel,
YouTube.
he and Shanique are really, really good when they're talking to each other with the back.
Yes.
It's almost like the black version of the Live with Regis and Kathy Lee, if you remember that show from back in the day.
Yeah, I do.
It's almost like that. And then, of course, they have Chanel, but what you don't see from Chanel is she's hosting the Drip Show on one panel of her show, and on the other, she's cooking. So it's almost like a San Jose Maid / John Galt type.
Well, the thing is not the hosts. It's like, it stuns me how much people don't know in the chat and on the panels. Sometimes I honestly just shake my head. These people are raising children. It's stunning how much they don't know. And dude, they make like 4 shit arguments. It is so just disappointing. And you know what? You don't have to say anything. I'm saying it. I'll take the hit. Y'all motherfuckers don't know how to argue. And when I say argue, I mean, I'm not talking debate boy tactics and all that. But dude, know how to critically think. It's sorely lacking.
That's one thing, but the other thing is people don't realize that the world is a lot more complicated than it really is.
Yeah.
That's not just Drip. That's, you've been on quite a few.
Well, no. I'm not picking on Drip per se. I'm just using him as an example. Freezy, it's not the hosts that are the problem. It is the people listening and the people who come up on panel and want to make these. I don't even know how to describe the arguments. Like, I was looking at Roz's show. I don't know if you ever go. Roz has a Saturday night show. I highly recommend it. It is a chill vibe, and she's actually really good as a hostess. And I actually think women like T and Molove and Roz, they make better hosts than a lot of men. Drip is the exception. Freezy is the exception.
Anton Daniels is another exception, I would argue.
No, I've never. Well, you know what? Actually, I have seen him host like a 9-woman panel. Yeah, he is actually pretty good. I just don't agree with his politics, of course, but no, he's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, but his problem, not really problem. His bread and butter is just getting a rise out of certain women. Like you have that, you have that.
Yeah, well, did
one
you
or
see that he had like some fairly um prominent YouTubers? Pink Pill was up there, Crystalline.
Yes.
There's another woman that I'm not so familiar with, but yeah, he did like this big, huge 9-woman and 1-man panel. And it was almost like he was the Sultan and they were his harem.
Yes.
I can imagine like, the Sultan, with his harem going back and forth. And they were all very deferential to him, even Crystalline.
Right.
It was amazing to watch, and it was I rarely watch like the whole video because this was like a couple hours long, and I just watched the whole thing. It was just fascinating.
Well, I was like that with CT's show on Saturdays. He had this. There was a Haitian girl, I believe she was Haitian, wasn't she?
Was that Pink you're talking about?
I don't know her name. It was her, and I want to say her husband, but I don't know what relation that guy had. But they had.
No. It's not the same one then.
Okay, yeah, no. This was a couple, and sometimes they hosted in 2 different windows, but they had it. They would put on a damn good show. I'll be quite honest. There are times
I missed that one.
Well, there were several of them. There were several of that program that would come on CT's channel on Saturday night. Saturday nights,
really?
Sundays.
Is it a regular thing?
I don't know. I haven't watched CT, and this might be risky in any of those shows in forever.
Well, you're not missing much. Though I have to, I shit on CT all the time, but you know what? I like CT. He's a good guy.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I've made the comment that CT's a good guy. It's his panelists that are shit.
Well, his panelists are saying literally the exact same thing over and over and over again, Stanley. And after about a year,
the only change is the volume goes up.
Yeah. I mean, I rock with him. Hopefully these misunderstandings get ironed out. But the thing is with the people on the panel, it's like, okay, we get it. White guy this, white guy that.
Yeah, why do you keep saying the same damn? You know what? It's almost like Solid Snake. Solid Snake, and he's in the audience, so I'm not saying this behind his back. He will ask a question and keep talking. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you want me to answer the question? Why do you ask a question and just keep talking?
I've done that too, though, Stanley. I'll be quite honest.
Well, we all have. It's just he says this. He talks so loud, it's hard to ignore. It's like, well, you ask a question, I'm trying to answer it, and while I'm trying to answer it, you're over talking me. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that doesn't. Sometimes, though, Stanley, in everybody's defense, because it's happened with me, StreamYard will lag like an MF. So I'm talking because all that I hear is silence while you're actually in reality talking, and that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is I don't have a problem with it happening every now and again. It's gonna happen. You're right. It's just that it happens 100% of the time with Solid Snake. So Juan had to dip out. He probably had a call or something, and he did warn us that he would have to actually do his job at some point instead of wasting time here. So while I have this natural break, please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. If you're new to either of them, or if you're in one and want to subscribe to the other, just let me know. I'll figure out how to drop links and all that stuff. Make sure that you hit the like button. Now, I suspect that a lot of people don't like the show. That's why they don't hit the like button. We're always short on likes or light on likes. So, if you would, please hit the like button or hit the don't like button. That's important information also. That is data. Juan, take it easy. And thank you so much for spending time Um, please don't be a stranger on the morning show on Stanley versus the World. Your wisdom, your expertise, your learning is much appreciated here. So please be a regular. And folks, I know that I had my computer froze, and I know I'm just like a dark spot here. You can only see my name. I'll fix it at some point. It's not causing any harm now. Also, make sure you support the host. He, as a matter of fact, I was talking to John Galt offline last night, and yes, we do talk offline. um, he wants me to start promoting John Galt clips. I think that's the name of it, but there's a whole clips channel out there. Folks need to go ahead and subscribe to it. I think he sometimes simulcasts, and I guess maybe I'll start simulcasting to it as well. So, there's a whole range of channels, silently behind the scenes. The John Galt universe is kind of expanding. So make sure you're subscribing to Porsche's channel, my channel, Universal Jones's channel. And I think HB has a channel, which I'm not subscribed to. So, eventually, we'll have links for everybody's channels. We all need to be kind of like, the satellite around John Galt's Earth. But supporting the host, I actually do have a lot of subscriptions to different, news magazines and stuff, which I utilize during the show. Magazine subscriptions, Substack subscriptions, just different, sources of news, since that's what I like doing. You don't get a whole lot of drama up here. And when there is drama, it's usually over some news or political event. And it's dry, but it's what I'm going to do and keep doing. It's what I like doing. Anything else would be, work. So make sure you're supporting your hosts. And really, a lot of the subscribing and stuff. John Galt, and Portia are actually working towards monetizing one of the channels. So please make sure you do that. And yeah, I'm driving towards monetization too, but at this rate, I think I have 146 subscribers. At this rate, it'll be 10 years before I monetize. So, every subscriber counts for the Stanley Cross channel. So, please do subscribe. And I want to remind everybody, if you don't like the show and don't want to hit the like button, hit the not like button too. That is data, which eventually will be taken into consideration. You get enough unlikes or not likes or thumbs down, you do have to start thinking about, well, what can you do better? So that forces even me, who doesn't give that much of a shit, it will force me eventually to think, well, what can I do better? So, people aren't thumbs downing my content. So y'all do that. I am boring you to death with all this housekeeping stuff, but John Galt Clips, I think, is the name of it. It does come up. Botrix does drop the name of the Clips channel. So look out for it if I'm getting the name wrong. So I want to, next couple stories are going to be immigration related. Department of Justice sues every federal district judge in Maryland challenging due process rights. President Donald Trump's Department of Justice sued every federal district judge in Maryland to challenge a standing court order that temporarily bars the government from deporting people after they have filed a challenge. So they're basically not suing. They're suing this standing court order. The DOJ suing an entire bench is extremely rare, some legal experts said. They have never seen such a lawsuit before. The move marks the Trump administration's latest escalation in its attempt to undermine federal courts and erode due process protections. I'm just, this is from Democracy Docket, which is a left publication. It's frustration is why they're, doing this novel kind of lawsuit. They have been thwarted, and Trump basically feels that the only court that has jurisdiction or any sort of impact on his move towards the unitary executive is the Supreme Court. He only wants to deal with the tip top talking to tip top, and he doesn't want the district courts to, have the power to interrupt his agenda. And that's not going to work. He's not going to win this fight ultimately, because he does too many things that hurt too many people. That's why his approval ratings, and I may not get to his approval ratings, they're not going up. Many people who are, hardcore MAGA think he's doing a great job, but that support is eroding as he hurts farmers, as he hurts American children. He is chipping away at his base, and he's not smart enough to figure it out. But whatever. So, legal scholars said that the Department of Justice's lawsuit raises concerns over the protections judges have from lawsuits over their official acts, such as issuing orders in cases. Essentially, the other thing that Trump is doing, and it's probably getting attention, he is assaulting the other two branches of government. He's arresting judges, he's arresting congresswomen. He is basically assaulting the other two branches of government. And I haven't seen, I'm sure someone out there, is writing about it and noticing it, but that's essentially what he's doing. And I think this is ultimately going to kill MAGA because it's essentially a cult of personality, like all authoritarian / fascist light regimes tend to be. They die with their cult leader. And when people say it's a cult, I actually do think it's a cult. And maybe at some point this week, and there are only 2 days left in the week, Universal Jones did a show last night about mind viruses. MAGA is a mind virus. And it is, I can't describe it as anything other than that. The John Galt cinematic universe. Yeah, there are a lot of black monsters in that cinematic universe. So anyway, Maryland, the federal bench in Maryland is being sued by the Department of Justice because they're tired of having to follow the law or even the spirit of the law. And by the way, Abrego Garcia, I forgot to mention, they basically have said that the government has failed to make the case that he's a danger to the public. So remember, Trump said that Abrego Garcia was never coming back to the United States. Well, folks, he's here. And I think he will wind up being freed. And if Trump isn't careful, he's just going to wind up these people are going to be here longer than Trump is going to be president. The way this is going, Abrego Garcia will be here to vote Democrat in the next election. So this is also something that's interesting. This is Representative Escobar, and I'm not even sure where she's from. I have to look it up right quick. But there's bipartisan legislation to the Homeland Security funding bill that says ICE cannot detain or deport U.S. citizens because they keep doing it. They're detaining U.S. citizens. They're deporting children who are U.S. citizens to keep, them with their mothers who are actually the ones or the deportee. There is a bill that is bipartisan that is saying ICE cannot detain or deport U.S. citizens. And it's bipartisan, folks. Now, whether it passes, once it reaches the floors of the respective chamber I don't know. But people are starting to push back against U.S. citizens being harmed by these masked ICE people. You cannot harm U.S. citizens and get away with it for long. And Trump's going to have to find this out the hard way, apparently. So let's look at this little video clip. This is from Threads. Yes, I subscribe to Threads. I do not subscribe to X. So let's see if I can get this marshaled here.
Has asserted over and over again to the American people that his desire is to ensure that the worst of the worst criminals are those who ICE focuses on to deport. Unfortunately, that's not been the case, and the data backs that up. As of June 15th of this year, during President Trump's term, 65%, and actually that number, I just saw recent figures and it's higher, but as of June 15th, 65% of people booked into detention have absolutely no criminal record. And in fact, fewer than 6% of people being detained right now in immigration detention, fewer than 66% have a violent criminal record. Why is this happening? It's happening because ICE was given a directive by Secretary Noem and by Stephen Miller that they want quotas met by ICE. 3,000 detainees, 3,000 people detained every single month. And as a result, U.S. citizens and people with legal protections are being swept up in these actions. This amendment is very simple, and I am hoping that my Republican colleagues will join so that we can together assert that U.S. citizens cannot and should not be detained or deported by ICE. And in fact, ICE itself, even during the first Trump administration, and I have the memos here, ICE has acknowledged it is not lawful to detain U.S. citizens. And so this is a reassertion, essentially, that U.S. citizens should not be detained or deported by ICE. That's it. And I yield back. President Trump has asserted over and over again to the American people that his desire.
So I wish Juan had been here to see this because I'd like his opinion on it. But to me, it's common sense. U.S. citizens should not be harmed in Trump's deportation agenda, period. And that's that. It has gone too far, and this is going to be the end of MAGA if they cannot rein in these brainless excesses. He has not hired the smartest people to do these jobs. He has hired people who are smart enough and loyal enough, to carry out his agenda. And, whoever gets harmed, well, it's collateral damage. Well, this isn't a fucking war. Okay. These are U.S. citizens that are being harmed by Trump's deportation agenda. And again, I don't have a problem with the goals. I have a problem with the methods. They're sloppy methods, and the ends just do not justify the means, even if you think that immigration is a big deal. The way I thought it was going to run is that criminals would be the first wave of deportees, and apparently there are not enough immigrants with criminal records to deport, so now they want to start deporting American children. Too much, not well thought out, sloppy, and you know what, I think at some point there's going to be a lot of pushback from people like Veronica Escobar, who is a representative from the 16th district of Texas, by the way. So let us move on. I've ranted enough. But once again, I want to thank Juan for coming up and talking immigration law. Much appreciated, Juan. So where do we go from here? We're going to go back to Iran. Supreme leader's absence raises alarm in Iran. I read a story, I guess it was maybe last weekend, where he is in hiding and kind of incommunicado. Those mosque walls have ears if you piss off the United States and Israel. My God, that story we did about how they were calling like generals going, hey, you got 24 hours to get out of Dodge or we're going to take out you and your family. Oh, that phone call was scary as hell. So Ayatollah Khomeini ain't no fool.
Supreme leader's absence raises alarm in Iran. This article is by Farnaz Fasihi and read by an automated voice. With the nation watching, the host on Iranian state television asked the question that so many people in Iran, from the political elite to people on the street, were wondering. People are very worried about the supreme leader, the host said to an official from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's office on Tuesday. Can you tell us how he is? He noted that viewers had sent a flood of messages asking the same thing. But the official, Mehdi Fazaili, the head of Mr. Khamenei's archives office, did not give a straight answer. Instead, Mr. Fazaili said that he too had received numerous inquiries from officials and others worried about the Ayatollah after the furious bombing campaign by Israel and the United States. We should all be praying, Mr. Fazaili said. The people who are responsible for protecting the supreme leader are doing their job well, he added. God willing, our people can celebrate victory next to their leader, God willing. Mr. Khamenei, who has the final say on key decisions in Iran, has not been seen publicly or heard from in nearly a week, despite the extraordinary crisis that his country has faced. In the last few days alone, the United States bombed 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. Iran retaliated by firing ballistic missiles at an American base in Qatar, and Iran and Israel agreed to a ceasefire that went into effect Tuesday morning. Through it all, Mr. Khamenei, who officials say has been sheltering at a bunker and refraining from electronic communication to prevent assassination attempts against him, has remained absent, issuing no public statements or recorded messages. His absence has surprised and unnerved everyone, from political insiders to the general public. Mohsen Khalife, the editor-in-chief of Khamenei, a daily newspaper focused on real estate development, said in an interview that Mr. Khamenei's days-long absence has made all of us who love him very worried. Acknowledging a possibility that 2 weeks ago would have seemed unthinkable, Mr. Khalife added that if Mr. Khamenei were dead, his funeral procession would be the most glorious and historic. As the supreme leader, Mr. Khamenei has the last word on all major state matters. As the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, he would be expected to approve any military decision as significant as the attack on the American base or the ceasefire deal with Israel. The ceasefire agreement, requested by President Trump and mediated by the Emir of Qatar, appears to have been brokered swiftly. Yet senior military commanders and government officials have been evasive about whether they have met or spoken with Mr. Khamenei in recent days. His public silence has led to a flurry of speculation and doubt. How involved has Mr. Khamenei been in the most recent decisions, given the many potential difficulties or delays in reaching him? Is he still supervising the country on a daily basis? Is he injured, sick, or even alive? Hamzeh Safavi, a political analyst and the son of General Yahya Safavi, an Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps commander and top military advisor to Mr. Khamenei, said that Iran's security officials believed Israel might still try to assassinate Mr. Khamenei, even during a ceasefire. So, he said, they are enforcing extreme security protocols, including limited contact with the outside world. There is a pragmatic view taking hold for managing the country out of this crisis, he said, by empowering other leaders, like President Masoud Pezeshkian. Still, Mr. Safavi said he believed that Mr. Khamenei was weighing in on key decisions remotely. Even so, some of Mr. Khamenei's supporters are posting on social media and telling one another in text messages that they cannot feel Iran has been victorious in the war against Israel until they see or hear from the supreme leader. 4 senior Iranian officials, familiar with current policy discussions in the government, said that in Mr. Khamenei's absence, politicians and military commanders were forming alliances and vying for power. These factions have different visions of how Iran should move forward, with its nuclear program, its negotiations with the United States, and the standoff with Israel. The faction that appears to have the upper hand at the moment is pushing for moderation and diplomacy, the 4 officials said. It includes Mr. Pezeshkian, who has publicly signaled his willingness to return to the bargaining table with the United States even after Mr. Trump bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. Mr. Pezeshkian's allies include the head of the judiciary, Gholam Hossein Mohseni AJ, who is close to the supreme leader, and the new commander of the armed forces, Major General Abdulrahim Mousavi. At a cabinet meeting on Wednesday, Mr. Pezeshkian, who came to office last year promising to make Iran more prosperous, more open socially, and more engaged with the West, signaled that it was time to change how the country was managed. The war and the unity among the people has created an opportunity to change our views on governance and the behavior of our officials, Mr. Pezeshkian told his cabinet, according to an account of the meeting released by the president's office. This is a golden opportunity for change. The Iranian government is trying to ride the wave of nationalist fervor that has emerged in reaction to Israel's withering airstrikes, which officials say have killed more than 600 people in Iran. Tehran's National Symphony performed at an outdoor concert in Azadi Square, a symbolic landmark named Freedom, in Tehran on Tuesday. A light show followed with pictures of emergency responders projected on the arch-like tower at the center of the square. But there are other factions vying for influence as well, officials say. A rival conservative faction, led by an influential hardliner politician Saeed Jalili, has publicly criticized the president and his foreign minister, questioning the legitimacy of what it has called a surprise ceasefire and condemning any return to.
Well, we interrupt this. Apparently, there's some breaking news here that Khamenei has actually made a public statement. So let me bring that up right quick. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, damn it. Why did that not go where I wanted it to go? Oop, let's try it again. Give me 1 sec here. I'll get it right eventually. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Iran's Khamenei makes first public comment since ceasefire with Israel.
Iran's Khamenei makes first public comments since ceasefire with Israel. This article is by Erica Solomon and Layli Nikunazar and read by an automated voice. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, congratulated Iranians for what he described as a victory over Israel and the United States in a defiant video message that appeared to be his first public statement since U.S. warplanes bombed 3 of the country's nuclear facilities on Sunday. Public alarm has been rising in Iran over the absence of Mr. Khamenei, who has the final say on key decisions for the country, but has not been seen or heard from publicly in a week. Although he had issued 2 statements during Iran and Israel's 12-day conflict, he had made no public statements or recorded messages since the American military attack on Sunday. Iran retaliated by firing missiles at a U.S. military base in Qatar, and Iran and Israel agreed to a ceasefire on Tuesday. The lack of any comment from Mr. Khamenei had begun to raise questions among the Iranian public over his health and his whereabouts. Iranian officials had previously said Mr. Khamenei was sheltering in a bunker and refraining from any electronic communications in order to prevent assassination attempts against him. There were no clear signs from the video as to when the recording was made. Mr. Khamenei was seated in front of a beige curtain, with an Iranian flag to his left and a photograph of the Islamic Republic's first leader, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, hanging above him, an identical setting to the last video message he released since the start of the recent conflict with Israel. He downplayed the extent of damage from the US and Israeli strikes and did not address the fate of Iran's nuclear program. But Mr. Khamenei's comments appeared to have been made after Iran responded to the US attack, as he declared that Iranian missile strikes on the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar caused some damage and warned that Iran could take action again if necessary. The American regime entered into a direct war because it felt that if it did not enter, the Zionist regime would be completely destroyed. But it did not gain anything from this war, he said. This is a developing story.
All right. Well, I guess we know he's alive and well now. So, good for him. So, let's see. Where are we going to go next? I want to, this is tangential to Iran's nuclear dreams. This is an opinion piece called "What's Making Some Countries Daydream About Nukes Again." So I'm going to play it. I'm not absolutely sure. It's kind of longish. I just want to see what it's about. And so we'll listen to it for a bit. If it's interesting, we go on. If not, we move on.
You're listening to What's Making Some Countries Daydream About Nukes Again? An opinion piece written by John B. Wolfstall, Hans Christensen, and Matt Korda, and read by an AI-generated voice. For 80 years, the United States has invested enormous effort in preventing countries from building nuclear arsenals. It has done so through lengthy negotiations, trade incentives, diplomatic engagement, treaties, and, on rare occasions, military force. The recent U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear facilities was aimed at the same goal: stopping Iran from becoming the world's 10th nuclear power. Whether that goal was achieved will not be known for some time. But by bombing now, the United States might have brought about the very thing it was trying to prevent. It is possible the attack might induce Iran to capitulate and end its nuclear ambitions. It is far more likely, however, that the U.S. strike will convince Iranian leaders once and for all that acquiring nuclear capability is the best way to secure the regime's survival. Regardless of how the Iran situation turns out, the appeal of nuclear weapons is growing elsewhere. Today, 9 nations possess nuclear weapons, a fraction of the several dozen that are technically advanced enough to build them. In the worst case, the number of states with nuclear weapons could more than double in the next 2 decades. It is hard to overstate the negative consequences of wider nuclear proliferation. Every nuclear arsenal multiplies the risks: deliberate or accidental use, theft and diversion, loss of control, regional tension and escalation. The new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, recently made clear the dangers. Nuclear proliferation, even among allies, significantly limits U.S. ability to manage escalation risk, he wrote. It could trigger further acceleration of adversary efforts to modernize and expand their nuclear arsenals. Additionally, it would irreparably erode the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, and could encourage proliferation around the world. Seeing two countries that have nuclear weapons, Israel and the US, attack Iran, a country that does not, is likely to create even greater interest among some vulnerable states to consider pursuing their own nuclear programs. The growing military ambitions of Russia and China, plus the uncertainty surrounding America's commitments to its allies, all add up to a potential surge of new nuclear-armed countries. The United States started to worry about Iran's nuclear ambitions in the late 1980s, about the same time it became known that North Korea was developing its own nuclear facilities. Since then, much of the U.S. focus has been on preventing potential adversaries, or so-called rogue states, from going nuclear. Yet the majority of nations that might decide to go nuclear are not rogue states, but U.S. allies and partners. They have some or all of the necessary technical, economic, and intellectual capabilities. In Europe, they include Poland, Turkey, and Germany. In Asia, South Korea, Japan, and even Taiwan. If these states were to go nuclear, others might follow. In the past, proliferation has driven more proliferation. Will the U.S. strike against Iran reassure allies that the U.S. will take action to protect their security and interests? Some maintain that it will, but it is hard to see how one attack can undo the increasingly isolationist tendencies of the United States or reverse President Donald Trump's skepticism of international alliances. It is far too soon to tell what lessons other countries will draw from it. Why aren't there more nuclear states? One factor that has slowed the spread of nuclear weapons for 8 decades is that they remain expensive and challenging to build, and the nation doing so takes on new risks, including accidents and unwanted escalation. One longtime government official has called this non-proliferation inertia. Fortunately, it is not getting much easier to build an atomic bomb. Obtaining a supply of highly enriched uranium or plutonium is still a complex, costly, and highly visible undertaking. But sadly, it is getting easier to doubt the United States' commitment to defend allies that refrain from building their own nuclear weapons. Deterrence and reassurance depend on both military capability and political credibility. The credibility of a promise to protect is the fragile part of the calculus. Who among U.S. allies now being hit with massive tariffs on their exports or called freeloaders by Trump officials believes the United States will go to war in their defense should they face attack from Russia or China? Indeed, Trump has said that Russia can do whatever the hell they want to U.S. allies who don't spend what he deems enough on their own defense. In this environment, it is hard to see how U.S. allies and partners can have high confidence that Trump might put Seattle at risk for Seoul or Boston for Berlin. And one increasingly likely response to this growing unease is that worst-case planning can take hold, driving nations to seek safety by building their own nuclear weapons. A world filled with nuclear states is a more dangerous world. The United States and Soviet Union had multiple close calls during the Cold War, mistakes, escalation, and technical glitches. We know that a world with many more nuclear states will be plagued in the same way. Any small clash could risk a wider nuclear conflict. It is a matter of hard work and luck that it hasn't happened already. Will the same hold true for the new nuclear-armed powers? One need look no farther than India and Pakistan to see that having nuclear weapons has neither kept the peace nor prevented escalation on a regular basis. The attacks and counterattacks in May reminded the world that escalation remains a constant risk when nuclear states clash. With nuclear weapons, leaders have to get every decision right all the time. The more countries that have nuclear weapons, the more our luck will be tested. The chain of global nuclear security is only as good as its weakest link. The United States has worked for many decades to help nations protect civilian research facilities with sensitive nuclear materials to avoid enriched uranium or plutonium from falling into the wrong hands. But more nuclear states will mean more targets for theft by bad actors, state and non-state, as well as by criminal networks and disgruntled employees. Even if one country manages its responsibilities well, a sudden change in government, coup, or economic collapse can quickly turn a nuclear arsenal into an acute problem. Is the sky falling? The debate about whether nuclear weapons would inevitably spread or could be controlled and eliminated goes all the way back to the Manhattan Project. Some scientists, including J. Robert Oppenheimer, believed in creating a global system to control nuclear assets.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stop it here before it, just starts kind of repeating itself. I think we all get the gist, and if anybody wants the full article, just let me know. I'll drop the link. Israel has it. So I guess Iran thinks it should have it. So so we go. So we're going to move into New York City politics now. Andrew Cuomo concedes New York City Democratic mayoral primary to Zoran, and I've been calling him Zoran Mamdani. I cannot believe I did that again. I keep clicking the wrong X's here. Such a this old man thing is really annoying. All right, let's see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. So I know CT did a show on the race yesterday, and I am just going to reemphasize that America's just out of control. It continues to be out of control with this whole race thing. Now, I think, the CT basically, and he's not the only one, but, several people are like, hey, Muslim mayor of New York City. And Portia was one of them, wants to concentrate on a Muslim being mayor of New York City, when actually the most important thing, in my opinion, is his politics. He is a self-identified democratic socialist. This is basically a toehold into the nation's largest city. And if he does well there, it's going to affect the balance of power in the Democratic Party. So far, the progressive left of the Democratic Party has been, they'll have their moments in the sun, but by and large, the Nancy Pelosi's of the world have been able to tame them and bring them more in line with the majority of the Democratic Party. Blacks are not progressives. In this Democratic primary in New York City, the majority of blacks, and an overwhelming majority of blacks, voted for Cuomo. It was white women and some other, factions that kind of allowed Mamdani to prevail. So my point is that if you start getting Mamdanis, who is personable, knowledgeable, etc., has an interesting background. If he happened to do well in New York City as mayor, and I'm pretty sure he's going to wind up being mayor of New York, it is going to take the Chuck Schumers, all these old, quote, lions of the Democratic Party. They're on their way out, whether they die in office or retire or are elected out. Time is going to catch up with the Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's and the Mamdanis, people who are getting into office now. I think that New York City is going to wind up moving the Democratic Party to the left just through attrition. And him being a Muslim is, in my opinion, the least interesting thing about this candidacy and possible, probable, likely mayor. He's going to be a stark change from the Cuomos and the Eric Adams of the Democratic Party world. So look out for that. And blinded by color seems to be what the far right MAGA nuts are obsessed with. And then they get pissed off when I point out that they're racists. You know, too many solid snakes in that far right MAGA crowd, in my opinion. So this is from Ground News. Andrew Cuomo concedes New York City Democratic mayoral primary to Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani, a 33-year-old Democratic socialist, he's even younger than AOC, defeated former Governor Andrew Cuomo in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary on June 2025. The other thing is, I literally was like, what the fuck is Cuomo doing? He has too much baggage. And then Bill Clinton endorses him and makes like a photo op video. Two old white men who like to pinch the bottoms of their secretaries and interns. I'm like, really? Do you really think you're going to appeal to white women and young people? Nope. I don't know what they were thinking. The Democrats were thinking. The race followed Cuomo's 2021 resignation amid a sexual harassment scandal and centered on issues like housing affordability and rising anti-Semitism in the city. So they, you know, voters were so concerned about anti-Semitism that they're about to vote for a Muslim mayor. Very interesting. Mamdani campaigned on promises including rent freezes, free public buses, universal child care, city-run grocery stores. The city-run grocery stores is actually really interesting. And proposed a community safety department to combat hate crimes, including anti-Semitism. By the end of Tuesday, Mamdani held 43.5% of first-round votes, with Cuomo at 36.4%. Mamdani declared, "Tonight we made history," while Cuomo conceded but left open a possible independent run. Now, if Cuomo runs as an independent, he actually has a good chance of winning because he's going to get, you know, the solid snake crowd. Like, we don't want a Muslim mayor. So I think it's almost probable that Cuomo runs as an independent, which means poor Eric Adams might as well just like bow out now. So Mamdani now leads to become the Democratic nominee, potentially becoming New York City's first Muslim mayor, marking a significant shift in the city's political landscape. It won't just be the city's landscape, it'll be the Democratic Party's landscape. So we'll do this quick CBS News thing.
New York City's mayoral race, which may tell us something about the state of national politics here. Zohran Mamdani holds a large lead over former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who conceded the primary but indicated he may just stay in this race. Jerika Duncan is here with more. Jerika, good morning. This is a huge upset considering 4 months ago he was polling at 1%.
Absolutely, and there's more to come. Cuomo says that path
forward
she's
adorable.
Could include running in the general election as an independent, but any way you look at it, last night was a bitter disappointment for the former governor who was looking to complete a major political comeback after a series of sexual harassment allegations. Instead, it was Mamdani, a progressive Muslim American immigrant, who came out on top.
Thank you, my friends.
33-year-old Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, a social media savvy, self-described Democratic socialist, has ridden a wave of anti-establishment sentiment to a shocking victory.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Mamdani, who champions progressive causes like rent freezes and free bus rides paid for by taxing New York City's wealthiest, jumped out to an unexpected first-round lead Tuesday over 67-year-old former New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo. A member of one of New York's most powerful political families, Cuomo has consistently topped the polls since announcing his candidacy earlier this year. But his rivals heavily criticized his tumultuous tenure as governor, including the numerous sexual harassment allegations that led to his resignation. Last night, Cuomo said he called Mamdani to congratulate him.
Tonight is his night. He deserved it. He won.
Mamdani will ultimately face controversial incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, who was elected in 2021 as a Democrat, but is choosing to run as an independent in the 2025 general election. Marsha Kramer is chief political correspondent for CBS News, New York.
Why should national politics, or what does what we're seeing in New York City say about the national politics?
Donald Trump waged a campaign where he convinced voters that it was time to have a stronger president. And so it sort of has become a contest between more conservative voters on one side and the progressive wing of the Democratic Party on the other side, which is exactly what's playing out here in New York.
The ranked choice ballot counting process will last until next Tuesday. In a statement, Cuomo said, quote, "I want to look at all the numbers as they come in and analyze the ranked choice voting. I will then consult with my colleagues on what is the best path for me to help the city of New York."
He did congratulate.
He absolutely did, yeah. And there was so much money spent on this race. And I think this is a litmus test, as many political analysts have said, as to where the Democratic Party is headed next.
Right, because you're spending millions of dollars to elect a flawed candidate or to support a flawed candidate who is rejected by the people of New York for someone who has some very progressive ideas. Now, whether he can accomplish them, that's a different story. But meeting people where they are, listening to them, and having solutions that they feel speaks to their futures is incredibly powerful.
It's also, who are those people? The Democratic Party is changing. He's an elite guy with elite parents, and he's getting elite voters, and he's losing some demographics that used to be the core of the Democratic Party, lower income voters and black voters in particular. Cuomo won both groups.
It's astounding that he did it so quickly.
All right, Jerika, thank you very much as always.
Just a few
All
other
right,
teammates.
well-
It's hot. You're getting nervous.
Oops. So that's that. And then also the New York Post has some coverage, which I don't know. I think we pretty much get the gist. Well, let's play this video. Let's see what it's all about. See, voters cast ballots in Manhattan for the Democratic mayoral race. And I want to reemphasize, it was basically young white women, apparently, that went for Mamdani. That and loud kids. So, New York Post, I don't know that we really need to deal with that. Now, this is interesting. Mamdani's stunning rise gives Democrats a playbook and creates some perils, which is what I'm kind of alluding to here. So let's see. This is probably the more interesting analysis.
You're listening to Mamdani's stunning rise gives Democrats a playbook and creates some perils. A news story written by Tolusi Olorunipa and read by an AI-generated voice. The stunning ascendance of a 33-year-old Democratic socialist in the race for New York mayor has sent shockwaves through a party still reeling from President Donald Trump's election, sparking fresh clashes between moderates and liberals about Democrats' best path back to national relevance. Zohran Mamdani, a state assemblyman who appears poised to claim the Democratic nomination in the mayoral contest, has instantly emerged as a national figure for a struggling party, though his rise has further inflamed a brewing internal battle over the party's future. Mamdani's apparent triumph over a better-known and better-funded contender, former New York Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, signified a major victory for liberal activists, and for some, the latest warning sign that the party's establishment old guard is particularly weak in the eyes of everyday voters. But others are taking a different warning from Tuesday's results, rushing to publicly reject the socialist label Mamdani has embraced. Those moderates are cautioning that a party that increasingly seems confined to coastal big cities should not be so quick to adopt ideas and rhetoric that can easily be painted as extreme or foreign in much of the country. As Mamdani aims to lead the nation's most populous city, a place Democrats often turn to for both campaign cash and cultural cues, He has offered up his unabashedly left-leaning political brand as a model for the National Party. A party where we fight for working people with no apology, Mamdani said during his victory speech. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. Mamdani prevailed by focusing incessantly on the affordability challenges faced by New York residents, pledging to ease the cost of living by providing free childcare, freezing rent, and making city buses free. In a city home to the world's largest population of billionaires, he has pledged to fund his ideas by raising taxes on the wealthy. Seeking to become the first Muslim mayor of a city with the world's largest Jewish population outside of Israel, he has not shied away from criticizing the Israeli government for its handling of the war in Gaza. In the wake of his better-than-expected showing Tuesday, Republicans and pro-Israel groups have resurfaced clips of Mamdani embracing pro-Palestinian positions that his critics have branded as anti-Semitic. Mamdani has brushed aside those attacks during his campaign, pledging to be a mayor for all New Yorkers, but he is likely to face even more scrutiny of his foreign policy views ahead of the general election. Already under pressure from Republicans to make their stance on Mamdani clear, some Democratic officials have begun publicly distancing themselves from him. Representative Laura Gillen, a New York Democrat who defeated a Republican incumbent in November, sharply criticized Mamdani on Wednesday, accusing him of a deeply disturbing pattern of unacceptable anti-Semitic comments. Socialist Zohran Mamdani is too extreme to lead New York City, she said in a statement. He is the absolute wrong choice for New York. Still, Mamdani's campaign messages, and the buzzy, straight-to-camera way he often delivers them, will no doubt be studied by other Democrats seeking to capture some of the energy that propelled his upstart primary campaign from obscurity to victory. While Mamdani's opponents have criticized him for his relative lack of experience and the implausibility of some of his policies, he has framed his campaign as a fight on behalf of working New Yorkers too often left behind in a city known for displays of extravagant wealth. As his campaign built momentum in the final weeks ahead of the primary, Mamdani racked up endorsements from other liberal politicians, including Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Democrat New York, and Senator Bernie Sanders.
See, this is what I do not understand. AOC and Bernie Sanders are not liberals, at least, in the, vernacular. We just do not even understand our own politics and who is where on the spectrum from right to left. It is actually frustrating. So let's continue this travesty. Hey, Solid Snake, do you have comments?
What's up, man?
Nothing much.
Yeah, I want you to elaborate on that for the audience. I need you to elaborate because I had like three questions lined up. What you just said, it. I just wanted to hear you say it again. For the audience, for posterity.
Well, I think I just said it for the audience. America does, the average rank and file American, it is kind of boring stuff, but they don't know. They think all Democrats are liberals, or all Democrats are socialists, or all Democrats are progressive. And there is a spectrum within the Democratic Party. There's a spectrum within the Republican Party, and people just kind of don't. I don't know that I can actually.
What spectrum in the Republican? I want to know, how do you feel about Mamdani being the governor of New York?
You mean mayor of New York City?
Elaborated.
Mayor of New York City. He's
the
not
mayor of New York City.
Okay, whoa.
Okay,
Here is
okay,
where
fine.
you are proof positive that people don't fucking pay attention to politics. He's not running for governor.
Okay, we figured that out, Stanley. I was wrong.
Oh
I
no,
apologize.
we did not figure that out.
The audience and you figured it out.
told
Okay,
you.
Solid Snake.
You know
Oh.
what? Well, the audience figured it out, and you couldn't without me instructing you. What's up, Nate?
You know what? All I gotta say is, how do you feel about
Nate,
him?
don't drink. Don't drink the water.
You had to put that in, huh?
Well, Flint, Michigan, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, but come on, man, Stanley. Come on. That's your fault. You had 4 years to fix that. And your president didn't do a damn
I
thing.
had 4 years to take care of
Your party had 4 years to fix it, and nothing
Fix
was
what?
ever done.
Okay, fix what?
Water
What are we talking
situation
about?
with Flint,
Flint?
Michigan.
Are we
Okay,
talking
but
about
4 years later, now with Trump
okay,
and then with Trump and I want to fix.
You sacrifice knowledge for entertainment. I don't choose to do that.
Okay, but all I got to do is say this.
I have no clue whether you're talking Flint, Michigan, or New York City.
You and your party had a chance
Okay,
to fix
I have
Flint,
no
Michigan water
clue
system,
what is
and you didn't do it.
Dude, I'm gonna have to.
Your party focused on invading America.
Yeah, I'm not doing all that. And by the way, since you're here, we're talking about New York City, the mayoral, the Democratic primary, selecting the mayoral candidate for the Democratic Party. I just happened to make a Flint, Michigan joke. Innate, welcome aboard. Don't drink the water. I thought it was funny. Maybe it's not that funny. Solid Snake, keep it contained, sir. I'm not in the mood. And by the way, you're still talking. I have no idea why you're still talking. I wanted to actually make a point here. I rarely show my Discord, but I do have a Discord. Actually, I have a Discord server which I haven't used in probably a year or two. But I am told that Solid Snake, that Be Brave is currently, fussing about something I've done on this show. And I want to reemphasize, and I thank Yeti Life for bringing it to my attention. And I encourage people to bring it to my attention. I went over and looked at the title of the show. Yeah, whatever. But my response to Be Brave is doing a show this morning is this. I wrote back, I have unsubscribed from Be Brave's channel. I might look in. No. You need to be quiet while I'm reading this. I might look in to what, basically what he's talking about, but probably not. He is a bad faith actor. Okay. I do not take kindly to his kind of MAGA Trump sloppiness. If you're going to counterpoint or critique what I say, fucking critique what I say and stop basically lying by omission. Okay, I do not appreciate what he did. I guess it's yesterday or the day before. I do not appreciate it. I think it's bad faith, and I'm done. Who knows? I may change my mind. Okay, I do not want to be interrupted, Solid Snake. Let me finish. He fucked up.
Come on.
And I do not like people who are, number one, anti-intellectual, B, outright racist, and C, sloppy with their method. If you're gonna fuck with me, you better fucking do it right. Okay. And when I have to go and tell you, did you actually hear my critique of the video? And you have to come into my chat saying, well, I'll change the title of the show. Motherfucker, I expect a full-on apology. Okay, you fucked up, own up to it. And if you can't do that, if this was a Navy situation, I would never be able to trust that motherfucker again. And I would petition to get him the fuck off my ship.
Can I ask
you a question? He fucked up. Do not. I'll let you know when you can ask a question. I'm done. So, I always want to know, if he's doing a show, I'll look in and see what the title is. But, it was good while it lasted. I'm just not that interested in Be Brave. It was a stretch that I even gave him my attention in the first place. I don't give a fuck who likes it. I don't give a fuck whether it's good for ratings or numbers or whatever. I have to be true to myself. YouTube is not a source of income. You know, I get beer money out of it or enough money to renew a New York Times subscription or something, but I'm not interested in those types of numbers. Be
Man, you
brave.
know what
Good.
I missed?
Be
I
brave.
missed
No,
it.
motherfucker, you are interrupting me, and I do not appreciate it. Don't do a be brave.
I wouldn't.
I basically, I'm not engaging in that. I don't mind the back and forth. I don't mind the, political, drama. I do mind people taking my words and just not listening to my words and presenting me to his fucked up racist audience like I did something wrong. It's bullshit. It's bad faith. And I don't deal with bad faith actors. I don't give a fuck whether they're hee-haw cute or not. So what do you have to say?
I missed the whole thing. I was trying to see what y'all was talking about, but I thought you was
Okay,
going to elaborate
then you
going
didn't
on.
miss much. I've elaborated as much as I care to.
But I mean, what happened?
Ask him. I don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, you were here. Dude did a video that Professor Black Truth did. And presented it as if Stanley agrees with this particular video that he did, and Whoopi Goldberg.
No, I know you don't.
Okay,
I know you don't.
You can be quiet now because I'm talking. I clearly state that I don't agree with the video. I don't even know why they made the video. He did not show my reaction to the video. He just showed the video and made it seem like I agreed with it. Unacceptable. You're not a good colleague. Again, I don't mind the actual critique, but you got to critique what I said. Don't fucking present it to an audience like I agreed with something I clearly state I don't. And you coming back into my chat going, well, you'll change the title of the show to reflect my disagreement. Not good enough. Too little, too late. See, sloppy motherfucking bottom feeders are used to, all being cute and obsequious and wandering back into your good graces. People like me, if you fuck up, if you basically betray me, which is what that was, I don't give a fuck if people are thinking I'm making it big into something bigger. I take myself seriously enough as a black intellectual or whatever I pretend to be. Motherfucker, you fuck with my critique, you interpret or intentionally, quite frankly, you do this, you fuck with what I think intentionally, and I have no choice but to think it was intentional. He just thought I wouldn't catch it. He thought he was going to, motherfucker, if you say one more word while I'm talking, Solid Snake, you might as well go over to B Brave's channel because I'm going to bounce your ass.
I'm over here with you today.
I will let you. I don't give a fuck if you're agreeing or not. I'm talking.
Hey,
what the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Your boy in the chat.
I'm not looking at the chat. I'm talking.
Oh.
And I don't have a boy. My boy is across the hall in his room. Stop calling him my boy. He is a grown ass man. I will get to the chat when I'm done ranting. Do you mind? Anyway, I guess I am close to done. I don't like people who intentionally misrepresent what I think. It's unforgivable. And this might be part of the problem with some of the anti-black blacks. They will fall for the motherfucker didn't even apologize. He just said he would change the show title. I don't fucking worship white mediocrity to that extent. If you fuck up, own up to it, and maybe there can be a rapprochement. But if you just come in like, oh, well, if it upsets you so much, I'll change the show title. Motherfucker, you don't disrespect this black man and not have consequences. I just don't want to be associated with the motherfucker anymore. He fucked up and I'm done. Lupin, it actually should. You're catching up with the show. I brought that up the other day, and yeah, it should. And I think I can remember one story way back early in this second Trump administration where the Real ID just kind of got looked at by ICE and disregarded. So, yeah, you're right. It was a Texas case where it was a guy of Mexican origin. He was coming back from work with a non-U.S. citizen, and he was able to talk himself out of it, so he wasn't detained. But I think he was put on the ground, like face down or something like that. And eventually he was kind of let go. He was released, and his buddy in the truck got detained. But it's gotten even worse since then, apparently. Well, let me no. I think Lupin, I can't remember whether it approves. I think it. I can't remember whether it's citizenship or not. I have to look it up because Georgia has that same system. I'm pretty sure it does prove citizenship versus legal status.
It only proves citizenship for illegal aliens, obviously.
Okay, obviously you're a moron. Okay,
well,
how can an illegal alien have proof of citizenship? Do you ever hear what you say? Do you ever think before you speak?
You gave him a driver's license. Your party literally voted to give him a driver's.
I don't issue driver's licenses. The Democratic Party does not issue licenses. Your far-right MAGA hyperbole, save it for someone who thinks it's funny. I do not.
See, Stanley, you Stanley be deflecting from the topic, man.
Okay, I'm not deflecting from the topic.
I ain't gonna lie, bro, Stanley. I know.
Okay, dude. What the fuck? Deflect from what? Deflect from the you know what, Solid Snake? You belong in Be Brave's audience.
People don't need the right to vote. Y'all too petty.
Black people
too fucking
don't.
Petty. I don't give a damn how smart you is.
I'm definitely gonna clip that. Black people don't need the right to vote. Motherfucker, how anti-black is that? I'm gonna make sure and clip this shit. This is at 2 hours and 52 minutes. Let me write that down. I'm clipping that one. Motherfucker, I'm going to make a soundbite out of it. Black people don't need the right to vote. You're going to live to regret that flippant statement, sir.
Well, I'm here for the motherfuckers.
Black people. So you really do you really
don't need the right to vote?
Oh wow. Keep go on.
Listen to you.
Yeah, listen to me.
You have no fucking idea what you talking about. You just talking. You just a nigga babbling. You literally just a nigga babbling.
You know what?
And the sad part is,
Deacon Dave, he said black people, and then he went and said the N-word. So I got 2 clips. I'm gonna clip this segment So this is gonna, I might do, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna do a video essay on the anti-black blacks.
I ain't ashamed of a goddamn thing. Since 1965, nigga, listen to you. 60 years later, you sound like a goddamn puppet. You worried about what the white man say, what the white man. Fuck the white man. You got a whole panel of audience to entertain, and this is the entertainment you provide for them. This goddamn crying ass bullshit. Stop crying. Have an opinion.
My opinion is that the
anti-black,
my opinion is that the anti-black blacks, the fucking soul brothers, the people who like to be cooned or be called coon and embrace the fur of a coon are the biggest problem, the biggest threat to the legacy black community that we have. White racists have pretty much been neutralized. It is the self-hating black man that is our biggest problem. We need to tame them. We need to teach them. Maybe we need to coddle them. Maybe we just need to outright ignore them by putting them backstage while the sane black people, the ones who know how to think critically, can talk. And then we just let them back up on stage for more viral moments.
Well, why don't we just go and let a Muslim be the mayor of New York instead of the black people that resided there? Since y'all voted them out of pocket. Why don't you hold on to that?
Who is
well,
y'all?
We got a Muslim mayor of New York.
Y'all?
Y'all. You making Georgia niggas. You Southern niggas. I'm talking about all the South. Because we gonna suffer next. Once New York fall, nigga, we next, nigga. Play with this shit if you want to. Play with this shit with no accountability. Holding on to these marks and values. This shit that don't mean nothing, that don't provide nothing for our community. Keep on, Stanley. Keep on. Keep on not telling the black people the truth when God gave you a megaphone. And you want to hold on to this victimhood mentality bullshit, blaming the white man. Let's blame the white man. Let's blame the white man. Why don't we encourage the black man?
Motherfucker, I blame the white man. I blame the white man for miseducating your dumbass. The only mistake the white man has done is not teaching you how to think critically.
Don't think critically. You think rationally. You think like the military taught you to think. You ain't thinking like your daddy taught you to think. Your daddy taught you to think to provide. And he don't talk about just no goddamn official zombie bullshit coming through the damn media. America need a black man that's stronger than that, Stanley. Why in the hell do you go and look to the white man for the answer every goddamn day? And you know it's sitting right around your own goddamn community. You can't solve problems.
This is the most interesting thing. Solid Snake, you don't solve problems, you create problems. Okay, you create problems for yourself mostly, just like a lot of anti-black blacks do. Number two, you don't know my daddy. How the fuck do you know how he taught me to think, you moron? What you need to do is stop trying to entertain the bottom feeding white shades, and you need to fix your own problems.
Hey, Stanley, do you know how to read a tape measure? Do you know how to read a tape measure?
Dude, it's not goddamn. Okay, what
you need to hammer a hammer.
This is what these goddamn low impact anti-blacks do. They ask a question and keep talking instead of letting you answer the question. It is their method. This is why I do not respect them. You know, the answer I'm going to give is going to blow your dumb bullshit logic, quote logic, out of the water. That's why you don't want me to answer, because my answer is going to make you look small.
Well, I'm waiting.
Yes, I know how to use a tape measure, asshole.
Prove it.
That is such a stupid response that it deserves me.
No, Stanley, prove it. Prove that you know
how the fuck
prove
to
me that you know how to build.
Build what?
Prove to me that you
motherfucker, build what, moron? Dude, you're out over your skis, and dude, what you need to do is go back to the ski lodge, sit down and drink your drinky drink, and relax. Enjoy the atmosphere. You're not going to win this argument. Why are you even trying? I'm moving on.
Yeah, play that video.
So this is Arami Ose Frimpong commenting, and I meant to play this yesterday actually. He's talking about Mamdani's New York win and Trump's bombing. So this is possibly a couple days old, but pretty decent takes. He brings up something about freedom, which is rather interesting. He's doing a PhD thesis on what freedom is, and good stuff here. And I want to listen to. He, as a matter of fact, Arami actually wants people to show his work.
America, my name is Ami Yosef Frimpong. Let's quickly talk about Mamdani's win. And he seems like a good kid, right? So he ran on 3 issues significantly. One, that he's pro-New York rather than knee-jerk pro-Israel, which apparently New Yorkers appreciate. But that comes in the form of rent control, free public transit, and childcare. Let's start with rent control. Rent control as an American issue is arguing for second-class citizenship, arguing for palliative care, right? By the time you care about rent control, you're already instituting a defensive measure because you're on the losing side of American freedom, right? So American freedom, it's a system built for property ownership, and property owners have massive virtues above and beyond those who rent and the vulnerabilities of those who rent. And it kind of figures into other aspects of our freedom in terms of properties are just not just money-making assets themselves. They're places where you can start businesses and you don't have to get special licenses in order. Like I'm doing this from my basement. The property ownership figures into American freedom. It's not some sort of good that exists independently of the system of freedom that it participates in, but it's more like the way an organ, a liver, exists within the human body and is necessary for the human body, but it's a function. It exists as a function of American freedom. And if you don't take property ownership seriously, then that's like not take in America. It's like not taking guns seriously in America as freedom. So property ownership isn't really the serious argument. We need to figure out how to democratize property ownership. Now, rent control isn't really the serious argument. The serious argument is we need to figure out a way to democratize property ownership. And figure out how that works. And, there are other countries that do it. There are other countries that are renter societies and they survive, but those aren't United States, and they don't, and those, that matters, right? So, I think a real winning socialist movement gets serious about ownership as a function of socialism, property ownership as a function of socialism. So it becomes the most common for all, for everyone to have their peace, and we can deal with each other as equals in that way, right? So, not in love with rent control as his issues, but I think it's important. But it's just not this big national issue. You're not going to build a party in the United States out of rent control, and you shouldn't. You should build a party in the United States out of democratizing property ownership and figuring out what that looks like. It's going to be a pretty extensive scheme, but that's what you want, right? Second thing is public transportation. All right, so for free public transportation to be a revolutionary issue, the public transportation needs to work. Right? You can't have free public transportation where buses are always locked in gridlock and that's not reliable and consistent, right? So you need the massive investment in public transportation. Maybe you need to get some other cars off the road, right? If you're serious about public transportation, you might need to be serious about getting other cars off the road, and having taxi lanes and bus lanes and maybe nothing else. And that's going to be a more muscular, imperative, but maybe that's what it takes. I suspect that that's what it takes if you're going to make this a real substantive issue. Because right now, once again, it's like palliative care. By the time you are hurting to have access to a system that's not itself particularly reliable or frequent, you're scraping the bottom. It's not a fight for power. It's just, like I said, it's palliative care.
Wow.
It's palliative care.
Okay.
And what I want to do is empower people, not just give them palliative care. Now, that's different from universal child care. Universal child care is infrastructure, as a form of infrastructure, and should be thought of as infrastructure. I think is actually a national issue. If he makes that work and makes New York a model for universal child care that works, even universal postpartum care, where someone comes into your place and helps you with your place, your little apartment.
Hey, Stanley, pause, Stanley.
Your baby's small. That could be fascinating.
Yes.
I want a serious conversation on this one, dog. Do you think child care should be handled by the government?
He didn't advocate for child care being handled by the government.
Yeah, he just said it.
Okay, he literally did not. Your ears your hearing is as slurred as your speech. I think government should provide the means for child care, whether it's through child tax credits or what have you. There's some companies that provide child care. So you're just way off.
Is it? No, Stanley, you way off. You're not even paying attention to the video.
Sin, why would you be afraid to ask me to pause or explain anything? I'm happy to do it. There are certain ways, polite ways you might ask versus, being an asshole about it. You get more flies with honey than vinegar, and I happen to be a bee, not a fly.
You goddamn right you do. But that sole provider speaks of the nigger.
Okay, basically, I don't have a problem with the government providing some means for childcare. for several reasons. And why would you be against that?
First of all, Stanley, I'm not against that. I'm
Well,
much
then
more
why are
against
you fussing?
loosening
Then why
of
are you
that.
fussing about it? Why
Because
are
I asked
you
you a question
fussing?
and you dodged it,
Why
and you
are
just want to
you
talk about
fussing?
something else.
Okay, dude, why are you fussing if you agree with childcare?
No, it's not. I asked you a question and you don't want to respond.
Motherfucker, I
And you gonna
answered
talk
it.
about something
I
else like
don't
I know.
have a problem with government providing the means. Child tax credits or what have you, I do not have a problem with it.
Okay, duly noted.
Motherfucker, you know what? If you are going to require welfare to work or workfare, whatever you want to call it, these people have kids, and you're not going to pay enough. If you're making minimum wage, that's not enough to do childcare and work. Okay. So no, I don't have a problem with if government wanted to set up Trump care for kids, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay, so here go my point, Stanley. So
So
your option is to vote for the party that would rather have
fuck all that.
immigrants.
Fuck all
Hold
that.
on, you
All
voted
I'm
for the party
saying
of
is I
illegal
don't have a
immigrants.
problem. See, you want to go back to this hack level Democrat and Republican bullshit. You don't seek solutions, sir. You seek fucking just Hatfield and McCoy level logic. Okay, your solution is to just go back and forth drunkenly instead of finding solutions. Your type of solution is not a solution.
My point is, how you gonna vote for the party that literally said the only way we can pay it is through illegal immigration?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, hell, that's what they did.
How do you pay for something with illegal immigration?
Well, that's what they did.
Who is they?
The Democratic Party. That's what they advocate
Dude,
for.
you have a fucking MAGA mind virus.
No. You
fuck all that. I want to play this goddamn video, dude.
So that's the most exciting aspect of
shut the fuck up while the video's playing, please, or
campaign promises the actual issues, the universal childcare. If New York becomes a model, not of free public transit, not of rent control, but of universal childcare, that could be fascinating for the nation and something that the National Democrats can actually run with, and in a very exciting way, because that would be like an advance in freedom, and I think in an important way. Right. So Mamdani, he survived. He won the primary because he got to be on stage with Cuomo. It was the debates. It was the debates that allowed him to be seen as viable. It was the debates that allowed him to allowed the New York media, which is rather saturated, to actually take up viral clips, right? And so anyone who was exposed to him was exposed to him through the debate. Sure, the door knocking was great, but they were really exposed to him through the media infrastructure, which is why he got the media literate. Those who have time to pay attention to the media voted for him. It was like Mamdani won by white guys over 100K. It was those who actually could pay attention to the media, and he got the media exposure. Even if it was hostile media exposure, he got the media exposure. He got the cameras in his face to create the moments to actually make his case to the media, to those whom the media reached. I never underestimate how few people actually have access to consistent media and political media. Right, you organize in the South, you realize that the party hacks control it because there's no communications infrastructure. But for those people for whom there is a communications infrastructure, the wealthy or the mid to wealthy, New Yorkers, those are the people who actually got to hear Mamdani's arguments. And that's what we need to take seriously. One, how to take seriously a political media that's actually saturates. Two, working class people. And two, to create those moments, to actually structure primaries so that you create the moments where people like Nancy Pelosi, people like a James Clyburn, people like a Hakeem Jeffries can actually have real contested elections.
Yeah.
Right. So that should be the lesson.
That's what you should be thinking, nigga.
That is taken. I don't think Mamdani won as much as Cuomo lost because he couldn't keep up with the arguments, and the fact that he's a sex pest and all these other things didn't help. But I think people are people in the know and people who have the bandwidth and the resources to be frustrated with company Democrats are exactly frustrated with company Democrats. Now, in a general election in a city that's not New York, this is good for Republicans because the company Democrat won't lose to the left. The company Democrat will lose to the Republicans. But I think the overall lesson should be how tired people are of company Democrats, right? And that the Democratic Party, the best thing the Democratic Party could do is actually do what David Hogue wants and have energetic priorities and build out their media communications infrastructure. Because I bet you the low-income Mamdani workers didn't vote for Cuomo out of some sort of like deep respect and belief. They voted for Cuomo.
Yes, Solid Snake.
I want to make a commentary. Why you don't want to make a commentary?
Motherfucker, you've been commentarying all over the video up to now. Why even pause it? You've been talking all along.
Well, why you don't want to do it?
Motherfucker, don't ask me what I wanted. Solid Snake, what I want to do is kick your ass off this panel. That's really what I want to do. So don't ask me what I want to do because I might do it.
Man, come on, Stanley.
Make your comment so we can move on, please.
Well, here go my point. See, if we didn't have such Marxist, liberal, female indoctrinated ass niggas speaking so much on public policy, advocating for other races in any sense of the word, that's what they doing. Like, I literally listened to a nigga last night make a case on CT's channel that black people, we don't deserve reparations. And I mean, like, and when I ask black people over this YouTube universe, what you think about Mamdani?
What the fuck does Mamdani have to? What does Mamdani have to do with reparations again? God damn it, dude!
Advocating for black people.
Motherfucker, you don't advocate for black people. Why should other people? You anti-black blacks actually think you're advocating for black people when you're the worst thing for black people, you self-hating motherfuckers.
The last damn thing. I'm the last damn thing they gonna come to. Who the hell you think you talking to, nigga? I'm a real
you motherfucker. I'm talking to you. Who else is on this? Who else is on this panel? I'm not talking to myself. And no, you're not a real American. You are the worst thing for legacy black America. We don't need self-hating motherfuckers who are anti-black. It's as simple as that.
First of all, my baby mama black and I can't stand
Motherfucker, you know what? Now we have to hear about your baby mama? Oh my God, really? And you want to talk about white people when you have your own problems?
but I still proud of my
I don't give a
son.
fuck about your baby mama.
But nah, see, you want to say that shit, Stanley. You know that shit ain't true.
Why are we talking about an anti-black black's baby mama? Why are we even talking about it? Now you want to talk policy? Should your anti-black black baby mama that you hate not have child care? Is that your point?
She should have had child care, Stanley. She needed child care.
Motherfucker, you should have married her.
She had
You
got
should have married.
Wait a minute. Let me tell you about my baby
No.
mama.
I'm not going to motherfucking wait a minute. Motherfucker, you keep talking about all this bullshit and now you want to talk about your baby mama? Fuck all that shit. You literally sit here and use the N-words and how policy and all these people and reparations. Motherfucker, you should have married your baby mama. Don't you ever bring that fucking bottom feeding bullshit to my panel. You want to do all this baby mama bullshit while criticizing shit you don't understand, and I'm supposed to fucking not put you in the back? Motherfucker, take that ghetto shit back to CT's channel or Ock Nation's channel or a John Galt show. We don't do ghetto here, motherfucker. We know black people are smart, and you should know it too and try and act like a smart black man. You're not right now, Mr. Baby Mama, I hate.
Well, since you sit up here and talk about
motherfucker, don't talk. No. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about you, motherfucker. You want to tell us about you and your baby mama? Let's stick to your topic since you want to change mine, which I don't appreciate. Let's talk about Solid Snake and his baby mama that he hates. Y'all want to fucking talk about, well, marrying a white woman is not pro-black. Motherfucker, having a black baby mama is not pro-black. It's anti-black. Why didn't you marry your baby mama, motherfucker?
Well, first of all, my baby
motherfucker,
mama,
don't you ever come up here and tell me that I'm sucking up to the white man, motherfucker. Dude, you are the worst thing for the black community because you didn't marry your baby goddamn mama and you want to come on my fucking panel and complain about her. That is not pro-black. That is anti-black. Dude, you need to do a self-assessment. Maybe Universal Jones can help your lame ass.
first of all, we all
motherfucker, don't tell me first of all. Don't tell me first of all, motherfucker. Don't come up here and try and justify your fucking bad behavior. You got a baby mama. You should have married her. So don't talk about the bad shit that black people do. You're part of the goddamn problem. You're sure as shit not a solution.
Ain't you a fucking Roman Catholic?
Motherfucker, I am a Roman Catholic who married before he had a child, bitch. What is Roman Catholic? Maybe if you had been a Roman Catholic, your ass would be married to your baby mama. Try it.
By slavery. Do you understand what slavery?
You are so fucking lame. I'm going back to this video. I'm not doing a fucking Tom and Jerry act with your ass.
Just because of name recognition. And yeah, and they didn't, like, the media doesn't reach them. So that's what I suspect. And now let's talk about Trump's bombing. of Iran, which I actually think the long-term GOP line for this is going to be like, look, I wiped out their nuclear capacities. Nobody's going to stop. Nobody in the United States is going to stop Israel from doing what they're going to do. And Israel, any ceasefire that Israel signs is just something in sand. They're going to break it whenever they feel like it. I know that. You know that. All the Americans know that. I would like Israel's ceasefire is not worth anything. As soon as they get uncomfortable, they're just going to start bombing things. But now we know that the retaliation, the Iranian retaliation's not going to include nukes, not just to Tel Aviv, but to any of Israel's
at least for
allies,
6 months.
Which is why, do you want to come say hi to the people? Come say hi to the people. This is my son. He wants some of a break right now. So, hey, say hi, people.
Hi, people.
Hi, people. This is my son, Bayard, and I love him. So, let me finish my show, and then I'll be right with you, okay? Upstairs.
See, that could have been you, Solid Snake.
Can you do typing?
All married and showing off your son and shit. Motherfucker, I don't give a shit about what you have to say. This could have been you. Showing off your son all married up and all.
Bye, people.
Bye. I say it in the microphone. Say.
Well, unfortunately, life don't allow that.
All right. Very good. So, the Iranian
watch me work.
The Iranian bombing.
Life
now Trump can say, like, look, nobody's going to stop Israel. What Israel's going to do because
no, I'm not pausing shit, motherfucker.
We don't have the political will
you
in
know
the
not
United
fuck
States.
With me, Solid Snake, and now you got me all pissed off. I will point out your flaws, Mr. Anti-Black.
Stop him.
Right.
To stop the Israelis.
You fucking right. That's how they love it.
Now is made it the case that the retaliation is not going to blow back. It's not going to turn into a nuclear strike against either Tel Aviv or the United States as an Israel ally. So that's going to be the GOP argument, and it's actually not the worst argument. So Trump looks like a 3D chess people. Yeah.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Fucking right. Trump know what he's doing.
So the GOP argument's going to be like, look, Israel's going to do what Israel's going to do, but now Iran can't fire back with nukes, and we have succeeded in
very dumb argument. There are countries already offering to sell Iran nukes.
I know, right?
It's a motherfucking Pandora's box. I'm not against. Well, actually, I wouldn't have done it had I been Trump, but I'm not president. He is, and he did it. But it's not that 3D chess thing is just going to be rhetoric. The reality is we're not even sure that the main part of those underground processing plants are completely destroyed. Collapsing a tunnel is not destroying the facility. You can dig through the tunnel. You can remove the debris. There are already preliminary intelligence reports saying that the program only got delayed by 6 months. The other thing is, what if they're playing 4D chess and the facilities actually weren't there? They were just decoys. Who knows? All I'm saying is that this, I go back to, and Republicans have a very bad history of this. If you remember way back, and some of you might even be too young, right after Saddam Hussein was caught and the statue of Saddam Hussein was toppled, George Bush Jr. Co-piloted I think it was an S3 Viking. And the only reason I know this is my cousin actually used to fly S3 Vikings. He landed on the carrier, and the carrier was decked out, and it was mission accomplished was the banner. And then fucking 18 years later, we pulled out of Iraq. The mission was not accomplished. American presidents have a fucking bad habit, especially the modern ones, for declaring victory and it's witchcraft. Everybody from like Kennedy to fucking Trump has declared mission accomplished, or we have reached the end point, and they are notoriously proven wrong. So I think, and I think if it's 6 months that he delayed the program, that is useful for negotiations, but people are like really declaring victory before the actual data or proof is there. So the jury is out as to if Donald Trump knows what he's doing. And don't come on my goddamn panel acting like you know what the fuck is going on, dude. You need to marry your baby mama.
Really? Hold on. But here go my point.
Dude, I am just going to go all moral on your ass. I don't want to hear from a non-married baby mama hating motherfucker. You have no credence on this panel. You're just a panelist. Don't get out over your skis.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I said what I said. I said what I said. I married my wife. My son was born to two married parents. How about your son?
I want to make another baby, man.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck what you want to make. What you want to do is make another mistake. Don't let life rule you, Solid Snake. You should have some control over your life. I'm going back to the video. I'm uninterested in what you had to say.
We have succeeded in
how you gonna say I made a mistake? My son is great.
Collateral damage from an Iranian nuke.
Does your son even have your last name?
I think that's not the worst.
Hold on, wait a minute. My son good, dog. What are you talking about?
Does your son even have your last name?
Hey, son, my son 30 years old.
Does your son have your last name is my question.
Another one. Now,
does your son have your last name is the question.
You motherfucking right.
Good. So let's get back to the video.
All of them, even if they ain't mine, they got my last name. What you talking about? Tell me.
Let's get on with this video.
I got my little sister.
Motherfucker, I don't care about all that. I just asked a question and you answered it. Let's move on.
Dude, I'm legendary.
Don't assume that anything that Israel says about a ceasefire is going to hold. Right. So I think that's actually kind of, it's going to be an argument that works. Anybody who's going to try to get Trump on the Iranian bombing is going to run into that argument, and they're not going to have a very good retort. I do not believe. Now, I do think it's very interesting that he did it all without costing American lives. So he can say that he has saved America from a nuclear holocaust without costing any American lives. You're welcome. Right. So if you go after Trump, you have to go after him in a different way. Right. And now that he's actually like, he might, if he stops one Israeli bomb from hitting Iran, enforcing this ceasefire in any way, he's already doing more than anyone would credibly believe that a Democrat would do. So there is that. So what do we learn from Mamdani's election? One, it's okay to fight company Democrats if you have there are a few things. If you have the media infrastructure to do it, you need to be on stage. Like, if we're serious about no kings and the conditions of self-determination in the United States, we need primaries. We need primaries with debates, right? And I actually think
he makes a very interesting point here, and he has been for years all over Nancy Pelosi about never doing debates. This is the funny thing about it. Is hard to describe Irony's politics. Sin 7 talks about him. He was allied with ADOS and Yvette Carnell. They're still friends. It's just that he caught a lot of shit for marrying his wife, who happens to be white, and he just wasn't having it. And it goes back to another question or statement that Sin made. I don't see how who you marry necessarily affects you being pro-black. I guess the argument is if you're so pro-black, you're gonna marry a black woman. Well, I think that's an argument. It's a good argument, but I don't think it's necessary. I think you could be
women are
motherfucker.
like,
Don't interrupt me
on.
when I'm talking. Don't do it. I don't happen to hold that opinion. Now I'm kind of biased because I married a white woman, but I'm very pro-black, and to be honest, I'm pro-American. I'm pro-Constitution. I think you can do many things. You can carry several buckets of water. I think it is people who voluntarily limit their thinking. Like, you can only be this if you do that. I find that is a form of mental slavery. We are, as human beings, capable of being many things. That's why I kind of find the point of intersectionality very compelling. You linear thinkers, you can only do this if you do that. Y'all are boring.
What an ally looks like. The difference between Ladner, who endorsed Mondami, and Elizabeth Warren, who was a piece of trash, I think is huge, right? I think it's huge. Ladner, it's arguable that Ladner swung the race as one of the confluence of factors that swung the race for Mamdani. And it's because he knew what being a good ally is. It's actually because he actually believed in the policies. He actually believed in the politics and not just like some nonsense. And that's the difference between Elizabeth Warren and Ladner. So I think that's an interesting show. Maybe I'd have to do some more research, but there was a moment where Elizabeth Warren could have won it both in 2016 and 2020 for Bernie, and instead chose herself and like some dicey. Yeah, and hopefully her legacy at the CFPD, CPFD, Consumer Federal Protection Bureau, CFPD, might actually pay the price.
Yes,
I mean, that
sir.
wouldn't be good for consumers, but it'd be good for.
What you think gonna happen with Mamdani when New York?
You mean if he's elected?
I'm pretty sure he's gonna be elected.
I think it'll be no worse than Eric Adams.
Wow. And you call me anti-black?
Okay, where are you getting anti-black from?
Well, I'm just saying, you call me anti-black.
You just say a lot of things, but you also manage to just say nothing.
Okay, so you call me an anti-black, but here you
are anti-black.
Okay, but you got the citizens of New York right now. They finna hire a Muslim mayor.
So?
Okay, that's not a problem for the black community?
Nope. Especially since
Ask,
he was
hey,
born
hey,
in
hey,
Africa.
hey, why don't
Okay,
you ask some
no,
of them?
motherfucker. I don't. Again, you ask a question and want to keep talking. Number one, he was born in Uganda. So he's more African than your dumbass. And he literally holds a degree in Africana studies. He knows more about black people than you do, probably. So you need to do your research before you speak to me, because I'm not going to say I've done deep research, but I don't say shit that I say without at least having some reason for saying it, unlike the anti-black blacks like yourself. You're so anti-black black that you take away from blackness every time you speak. I become less black every time you fucking say something and I answer a dumb question that you ask. I become less black every single time. You are anti-black because you make me less black.
So African studies mean he know much more about being
Yes,
an
he knows
American
more
than you.
about he knows
He know more
about,
about being an
okay,
American than you,
motherfucker.
Amelia.
Okay, motherfucker. I didn't say he knew more about America, dumbass. I said he knows more about black people. See, this is what you anti-black blacks do. You're not gonna quote exactly what I said. You're gonna say what you heard. This is why I become less and less black. Every time you talk, people who think black people can be smart are less sure. You make black people sound stupid. Therefore, all black people are in doubt as to intellectual ability and, frankly, sobriety. Do better, Solid Snake. And I'm kind of doing an anti-black thing where I'm saying that you represent all blacks. I don't believe that, but I'm just going to do it because I think it's funny.
So you believe just because he know more about African
I
studies,
believe that you
that
are,
means he know about black people
I
in
believe
America.
every time you ask me a question, I become less black.
Wait. I want to know, why do you think that Muslim
I'm
mayor
not even talking
believe
about it.
more?
All I'm saying
I want to know, why
is
do you
every time
believe?
you ask me a stupid question, there are people
I
out
want to
there.
know, Stanley. I want to know
I don't
why
give a
you believe
fuck
just
what you
because
want
he
to
know more
know.
about
I'm going to
African
tell
studies
you
than
what I am
Africa.
telling you what you need to know.
What does that
as we
equate to
speak.
black?
I am telling you what you need to know. What you need to know is every time you ask me a stupid question or tell us you hate your baby mama, I become less black.
Okay. Yeah, but I want to know, why do you feel like
I don't give a fuck what you want to know. I'm not interested in what you want to know. Can we
you
watch
want
this
to know
video,
about your
please?
propaganda and your
Can
talking
we
points?
watch this video,
I heard
please?
you the other day
I
talk about
don't
me
care
and say
what you
something
want to
about
know.
Solid Snake
I'm
only talk
almost
about
at a
talking
point
points,
I
but
don't
he don't
care
speak
if,
beyond it.
dude, what
But
you
I
need
have
to do,
never heard
what
you
you
speak
need to
beyond
do,
any
motherfucker.
talking.
Wait, motherfucker, you don't have to hear me do shit. Am I your child? Motherfucker, you better act your age. I'm not your motherfucking child, and I don't have to meet your motherfucking expectations. You better fucking stay in your lane. I told you this yesterday. Stay in your goddamn lane, black man.
You fucking right. I'm a black man. I'm more man than you.
Motherfucker, you are a black sponge. Every time you speak, I become less black. That's how anti-black you are, black man.
For us to talk about politics, because Warren could have had moments in 2016 and in 2020, but instead chose herself, and Ladner did the opposite. And you can call it, like, other people are going to make this argument, they're going to call it misogyny, but I'm just saying that that's what an ally looks like. What an ally looks like. Not So what do we learn from Mamdani? Nationally, I don't think it's that rent control is going to be necessarily the winning argument. We need to talk about how to democratize ownership. And the person who actually figures that out,
man, what
the
on
best,
earth is going on with this browser?
Is going to be great. I do think New York being a model for childcare is great. And that if he leans into that and does it, that would be great for the nation. Free transit, I think that has to have a lot of strings to it. Not necessarily the price, but you got to get other cars off the road. Transit has to be good. Free transit is still only like palliative care for the poor unless the transit is good. It's got to be great. It's got to be on time. Apparently, it's got to be safe. But it's not enough for it to be free. It's got to be good. And we need to talk about what it means to have good transportation and then make that free. And then you have good paying jobs. So you don't even have to you have good transportation, good paying jobs. Maybe it doesn't even need to be free. Maybe it's just not that big of a deal. So I don't know. I think it's not necessarily that transportation needs to be free for it to be considered infrastructure. It has to raise the quality of the transportation. And then, we can talk about lowering the price, the prices. All right. So rent control, not the fan of it. We're going to talk about America's housing crisis. I want to talk about democratizing ownership. For a few reasons, because I think it fits in both American culture and American systems of freedom better, and it offers a quality of security that no amount of rent control can match. Right. So, and then also Ladner, what an ally looks like. And the Ladner versus Warren debate is actually fascinating. I'm gonna have to do a show about how Brandon Johnson's just got a big old L in Chicago. Brandon Johnson, man. Hopefully, the best thing about Brandon Johnson's time in Chicago is that there's probably someone working for Brandon Johnson who's a little bit sharper, a little bit gets there a little bit faster, who might is now gaining experience in the practical nuts and bolts of government because of Brandon Johnson in Chicago. And now has a job in Brandon Johnson's administration is gonna, because Harold Washington did that for a lot of Black Chicago, and so maybe Brandon Johnson will do that also. So that's where we are. Oh, and with the once again reiterating the points on Trump's Iran gambit, which I think is a successful gambit. He can say that Israel is going to break the ceasefire, which we all know that Israel is going to break the ceasefire, and now the Iranian retaliation will not include nukes, which is not just good for Tel Aviv and Haifa. It's good for all of Israel's allies, which is us. And so he's bought.
Yeah, that's a weak argument. Iran was never going to respond with nukes in the first place because they didn't have nukes. Dude, this is one of those times where I'm not sure Irami thought this out, to his usual standard.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm so glad we finally agree on one thing. Iran did not have nukes.
Well, that's obvious. Why would we even need to agree?
If
they had a nuke, we wouldn't be bombing them.
Exactly, man.
If they had a functioning nuke, we would not be bombing them because they might respond with the nuke, dude. So these dumbass circular arguments, I'm surprised Irami hadn't thought that out, all the way. So anyway, it's time to move on. Mississippi executes the longest serving man on the state's death row for a 1976 killing. Mississippi executed Richard Gerald Jordan, its longest serving death row inmate, on Wednesday for a 1976 kidnapping and murder. Jordan's sentence followed his fating shooting of Edwina Martyr in a violent ransom scheme earlier that year amid his untreated PTSD from Vietnam War service. Jordan challenged Mississippi's lethal injection method involving 3 drugs, and a clemency appeal highlighted his severe PTSD and the absence of mental health support during his trial. He was pronounced dead at 6:16 p.m. Central Time, Mississippi State Penitentiary, after thanking his wife and lawyer and asking for forgiveness, saying, "I will see you on the other side, all of you." The execution, Mississippi's 3rd in 10 years and 1st since December 2022, highlights ongoing debates over capital punishment amid its abolition, a moratorium in nearly half the United States. So that is newsworthy. Any comment?
Nah, I'm trying to move some furniture. God dang.
Okay, so next, Schumer was hospitalized for dehydration after feeling lightheaded at gym. He is old. He needs to go. So let's see here. What is this? This is from the Washington Examiner, by the way. No friends of Joe Biden.
Wait, you paid for that subscription?
No, I get so many articles for free, and then they lock it up. And one of these days, I'll get around to getting a subscription. I'm not absolutely sure. I think they are a good paper, but I'm still a little bit on the fence whether I want to spend $50 a year even.
Yeah, what I be looking at, man. I ain't gonna lie, Stanley. I was looking at that what was that, the Washington Post? Man, I was looking like, God damn, whatever happened to the old day when we used to get that BMG subscription and get that shit for free? Man, I miss them good old days. God damn, they
Are
need
you
to bring it back.
Are you confusing newspapers with CDs?
Oh, no. See, when you used to get like BMG or Columbia House, and you get
I know what they were. I don't remember.
Yeah, see, you can flex. Yeah, you can get those magazines.
Okay,
on
magazines
the online
aren't
when you
news.
put the code in. They used to have a code, and you could go
I had
online.
I had no idea.
And that shit was free.
Yep.
But they ended it.
Yep. Oh well.
Yeah, I swear, man. I
So
missed them days,
anyway,
man. I could get all them
Senate
news articles for free.
Senate
Man,
Minority.
I'm a 20-year Columbia House BMG veteran. I used to
You're
get
probably
all
still
that.
paying. You're probably still getting a free CD every month, right?
Nah, them good old days, man. They don't do that no more. I don't even go to the website no more. They used to
Good.
have a website. I don't even know. I think they've been gone like 10, 20 years. Well, 10, 15 years now.
All right. Well, Chuck Schumer was treated for dehydration Wednesday at a hospital after a workout session in the Senate gym left him feeling lightheaded. His office revealed what appears to have been a relatively brief medical episode after it said the 74-year-old had already returned to work. Yeah, it's time for him to retire.
Hell yeah, but you know what, Stanley, man, it ain't easy to retire, man.
Sure it is.
Shit,
And it has
no.
Washington, D.C. and, the Northeast. They are going through a heat wave up there. We talked about it a couple days ago. Big old heat wave going through there. So he felt the heat, as it were.
Man,
So
I want to
let's
retire
listen
right
to.
now, and I can't.
Good.
I can't retire, Stanley.
I'm sorry to hear. So let's
serious,
play
Stanley.
this.
You don't know what it's
God damn
like.
it.
What?
No, I don't know what it's like. Wait, hold it. Do you want me to stop this so you can whine about it?
Hell yeah.
I thought MAGA didn't whine. Why are you whining? Are you blaming other people? What is this victim complex?
Stanley, you don't know what it's like, man. You at this
I
end of
don't
your
care
life,
what
man,
it's
you
like.
wanna-
Frankly, I don't care. That you're an adult, figure it out.
Stanley, it's tough, man. I got
Figure
all this
it out.
energy.
I feel for you. I sympathize. So you'll figure it out. Buck up. Stay strong. Stay strong. Keep your chin up.
Now, Brian, I got about 17 more years to go. Yep, 17 more years.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and play this video here.
Sources that work for James Comer, who is the House Oversight Committee chairman, and they sort of said, it's on the public record that Comer actually would have preferred AOC, and I think if that is the reason, then maybe they made the right choice with a Connolly.
Welcome to the Washington Examiner's Reporter Notebook. My name is Con Carroll. I'm here with Naomi Lim. Now, you've been working a new story about the Democratic Party and them needing new faces. So tell me a little about that.
Well, I think the Democrats are in this sort of soul-searching moment post the election, but I think we're going into the new year where I think a lot of people have New Year's resolutions, new starts, and that's essentially what some Democrats are calling for. They, I think, acknowledge that
How old is this video?
The things that they sort of campaigned on during the election didn't help them get over the line. In fact, it kind of backlashed, particularly some of the social issues that they have been particularly important to the party. And then just in terms of leadership, because you have President Joe Biden, who has been criticized since essentially stepping down as the 2024 presidential nominee for being sort of a little bit of an absent leader. And I think there's this idea that Democrats are trying to prepare of how to confront a Trump presidency, a Trump administration, and how best to do that. Some people are sort of saying that maybe, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi set a good example in the House by stepping down while still remaining in her position in the chamber to help, maybe show some leadership behind the scenes, but allowing the current sort of minority leader to Hakeem Jeffries to sort of, try his hand at leading and potentially become the first, Black speaker if the Democrats take power. What we're kind of hearing is that Democrats think maybe a Chuck Schumer, the current Senate Majority Leader, who soon will be the the Senate Minority Leader, to maybe do something similar.
So who would then come along to replace Chuck Schumer? Because I think that'd be a huge story if it happened. But who are the faces they're looking at to replace it?
So you'll find that the second Democrat, the second Democrat in the Senate is the same. It's still Dick Durbin from Illinois.
Who's even older than Schumer.
Exactly. But they have brought sort of newer faces onto the leadership team. They include the likes of Senator Cory Booker from New Jersey, as well as Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota. They are people that ran for the Democratic nomination in 2020, who I'm sure are sort of thinking about what happens in 2028, but allowing sort of that fresh blood to come into the leadership team, I think is maybe something that similar to Pelosi, that they might try and sort of nurture that leadership talent going forward.
And what about at the state house level? I'm sure nationally the Democrats want other office holders to step up. Who might that be?
So, and I think, again, we're sort of leaning into this 2028 argument, which, arguably can happen too soon. But I think Democrats are sort of looking at governors. So for example, you have Gavin Newsom in California, who has already sort of held special legislative sessions to make sure that they have funding in the bag so that they can confront Trump administration, at least legally. There are people like Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, the Wes Moores from Maryland, as well as the J.B. Pritzkers from Illinois again, or from Chicago, Illinois again. And so I think that is something that they will mindful of. I think the problem is that when you're trying to get a party together in terms of unity, if you have all of these sort of power players trying to jostle and position themselves for 2028, that's when you might get into a little bit of a lack of cohesion. Maybe Democrats in disarray rearing its head again.
I always love that headline. But in the House side, there was one race, I think, that did kind of turn out where the Democrats did not go with a new person. They went with an old face.
You're exactly right. So we saw this sort of, call for generational leadership. I mean, and some Democrats did succeed in getting the new sort of House posts. But something that, and maybe this is where the argument that Pelosi set a good example was countered, because she actually backed Jerry Connolly, a lawmaker from Virginia, to come on as the sort of the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee over sort of the firebrand of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
And much younger.
And much younger, I think there was this idea, and it was interesting to hear sort of all the reporting from the meeting and the vote, but essentially they sort of said, in an era where there's hyper-partisanship, someone like an AOC in that role actually might undermine the committee's work as opposed to really amplify it. But it's interesting, I was speaking to some sources that work for James Comer, who is the House Oversight Committee chairman, and they sort of said, it's on the public record that Comer actually would have preferred AOC. And I think if that is the reason, then maybe they made the right choice with the Connolly.
Possibly. Well, if Chuck Schumer does resign, you heard it here first. This has been Reporter's Notebook for the Washington Examiner, and you can read more at WashingtonExaminer.com.
All right. Well, that is that. Oh my goodness! Look at me. All right, well, we shall move on to this. We need more coal. So how Black Lung came roaring back to coal country. Dude. We brought back something that was more or less under control. Drill, baby, drill. And I'm not going to even read this travesty. Let's listen to it anyway.
Hi, I'm Kate Morgan, and I'm a contributor to the New York Times. I do a lot of reporting in and around Appalachia. That's West Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, and Southwestern Virginia. Something you learn pretty quickly here in Central Appalachia is that almost everything, in one way or another,
Appalachia
ties back to coal. There are only about 40,000 coal mining jobs left in the U.S. today. But here, coal is still part of life. It shapes communities, economies, families. You can't really separate it from the present. And that's what brought me to this story. I'd been hearing from people in the region that miners are getting sick again with black lung, a disease that most people assume belongs to the history books. Now it's showing up in younger miners and in numbers that surprise even the experts. 1 in 5 working miners in Central Appalachia now has black lung, and that is almost certainly an undercount. The more I heard about it, the more I kept thinking, why aren't we talking about this? Appalachia is often misunderstood, but in a lot of ways, I think it's a microcosm of what's happening in other parts of the country, especially in rural places. My first call was to a doctor named Drew Harris. Dr. Harris drives for hours each month through the backwoods of Virginia to get to black lung clinics in remote corners of the state. This work can be fraught, legally and medically, and he's one of the few doctors willing to do it. He told me I needed to see this for myself, and I had to come to a clinic. A few weeks later, I was in Pikeville, Kentucky. I drove for more than an hour on narrow, winding mountain roads. It was late spring, and the dormant kudzu vines climbed up the sycamore trees and hung across the road like dry brown curtains. From the clinic parking lot, I can hear roosters basically screaming at each other. Later, somebody on the clinic staff told me they thought it was cockfighting. All day long, miners in worn boots trickled in and out of the waiting room, some of them hunched over oxygen tanks that made a low sort of hum-hiss sound as they breathed. It really was like every person who came in was sicker than the one before him. One man on oxygen found it physically difficult to talk to me, and others had to stop every few words to catch their breath. Dr. Harris and his colleagues showed me scans of some of the worst cases they'd ever seen, with lungs so scarred that entire sections were no longer functional. And he explained what's changed. Today's miners aren't just breathing coal dust. They're cutting through more rock to reach the coal, and that rock dust contains silica. Breathing in coal dust is very bad, but breathing in silica dust is like inhaling millions of tiny pieces of glass. And when that dust settles in your lungs, the body sends immune cells to try to wall it off, which causes a kind of inflammation that never goes away. Over time, that inflammation hardens into scar tissue and obstruction that makes it almost impossible to fill your lungs with air. You don't need to spend 40 or 50 years underground anymore to get this kind of black lung. 15 or 20 years can be enough. The first patient I met at the clinic in St. Charles was Denver Brock, a 73-year-old former miner who now struggles to breathe. For Denver, mining wasn't just a job, it shaped his life. He told me that if he had the chance to live his life all over, he would be a coal miner. Denver's son Andre was a miner too. He agrees with his dad. He would still be mining today if he was physically able. I eventually met Andre at his house in a holler in rural Kentucky. He lives right across the road from his parents, and when I arrived, they were all out in a big garden, just finishing up planting the year's peas. Andre's in his 40s, but he's already sicker than his dad. His doctors want him to get a double lung transplant, but he's scared.
Jesus
A surgery
Christ.
like that is really risky, and long-term survival rates aren't good.
Oh my
Still,
Lord.
once his black lung progresses to a certain point, Andre won't have a lot of options. A transplant might buy him time, but not much. Even today, coal generates about 16% of U.S. electricity. In parts of Appalachia, it's more than half. Men who've watched their fathers and grandfathers suffer and die with black lung are still following them underground. Coal isn't dead, and in central Appalachia, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. One local doctor told me that it's a matter of generational pride. You couldn't put these coal seams in Maine or New York and find the guys to mine them,
Pride
he said.
goeth before
It
the
takes
fall,
a certain
folks.
breed of people who take a lot of pride in it and are exceptional at it. But Andre Brock's kids are in college. They won't be mining, he says. Still, the work is happening every day,
Good for him.
deep beneath the mountains. And the danger is there too. I'm Kate Morgan. Thanks for listening.
All right. Any comment there, Solid Snake? Well, Solid Snake is probably passed out. And sleep well, Solid Snake. Sleep well, my friend. So this is a local story to me. But the headline is so interesting. Georgia Supreme Court reverses woman's $1 million Walmart damages claim. So this is from Atlanta First, Atlanta News First. I don't watch local news. I don't watch TV at all. Though I do have access to it. I just don't. These days in my dotage, I pretty much just YouTube clips and newspapers, magazines, and podcasts. More because they're long form, and I just, sometimes like to get mid-range into the detail. But anyway, let's listen to this.
Court of Georgia reversed a Gwinnett County jury's $1 million award to a woman who sued Walmart. Betty Leverett sued the super chain after she was injured
Really,
while shopping
Sim?
because of
You
employee
wanna come up and
negligence.
talk about
She said
that?
that the injuries led to mild traumatic brain injury and post-concussion syndrome. Walmart said her symptoms were from pre-existing health conditions. The state's highest court's unanimous opinion said $1 million was too much for nominal damage, what the jury had awarded her. It also sent the case back to the lower courts to decide if the lawsuit must be vacated altogether.
Well, wait, this is a dog. We got to watch.
When it comes to having a pet, there are highs.
Give you a lot of unconditional love.
And lows.
Dogs, especially the male dogs, they want to pee on everything.
A longtime dog owner, Glenda, knew what she could handle.
I never wanted a bird because they're just too messy.
So she relies on Flash, her Pomeranian, for companionship and comfort. Much needed animal comfort.
Do you think Screech has been a good help with your grief?
Yeah.
Glenda lost her beloved daughter in February. A few months after, she found Screech.
Well, hi, buddy.
Screech is a pigeon.
Down. Down.
A very friendly and persistent one.
Ready for Screech. Show us where to go, buddy.
Glenda walked us through the way it all came together on a fall day in Gold Medal Park.
With everything you've been through and with losing your daughter, do you feel like this pigeon came at the right time?
Probably. I think it came at the right time because I got to see how deeply she fell in love with the pigeon.
A bird no one saw coming.
Had his nose down there and he was trying to do something. I'm like, what's going on? And I said, oh, there's a baby bird down there. And so then I had this cloth Target shopping bag and I didn't want to pick him up in my hand. So I put it over and picked him up and I just hung him on the back of the wheelchair.
For Flash, it was instant.
He constantly checked on that baby.
They had a bond.
Yep.
But Glenda was harder to convince.
How did he win you over?
Just coming and cuddling by me.
And he kept doing it and doing it. So she kept feeding him. And he fed her too.
Yes, it's your day today. Yes.
Do you love him now?
Oh, wow. Wait, Sin, hold the
Screech is
phone
at
here.
every...
Big Stone Gap, Virginia. Are you familiar? I can't remember her name. There's like a whole series of novels. I have to go back and find them about Big Stone Gap. That is fascinating. So, are you from Southwest Virginia? Obviously, you have roots there. That's totally fascinating. I love that part of Virginia. And believe it or not, I actually, that whole Appalachian Blue Ridge Mountain. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and I often say that Georgia's my mother, Virginia's my wife, because my wife was from Virginia, and I've lived in Norfolk. I love Virginia, and I love the Appalachians, the Blue Ridge Mountains, that mountain lifestyle. It's so different from what I grew up with. So, man, that is totally interesting, Sin. I don't know if I've never seen you on a panel, but if you ever want to talk about it, number one, are you from Southwest Virginia? Totally fascinating. Yes. Damn, I haven't thought about those novels. I actually read them when I lived in Virginia. I've been away from Virginia for like 10 years. But yeah, I love, those are kind of pulp, romance kind of type novels. But no, I loved those novels. So very cool, very cool. Good to know. You are a soul sister if you know that part of Virginia. So, by the way, I remember coming back. I can't remember if we were coming back from Atlanta. Because, we go down and visit my sister and her husband and, the nieces and nephews. Or we might have been coming back because for a while there, my parents and, all the kids and their wives and their all, the kids and their kids, the kids' kids and their wives and husbands would get together. We just do a, summer, spend a week in some cabin. We've been everywhere from Kill Devil Hills to Gatlinburg to Asheville, and we probably will do it one of these days again. But anyway, we were coming back, and I can't remember, somewhere up 81. We stopped for lunch in it was Southwest Virginia. Just, you know what? We needed gas. We just needed a rest and we needed lunch. And some small Appalachian town. And it was just totally cool. People just, me and my wife and my son, just stopped, and it was like actually way cool. There's a lot of miscegenation up in at least up around Winchester, Virginia. I remember going when I moved up there the first time. I went to the Walmart in Winchester, and I walked in, and it was just a sea of white people. Well, it was the first time I'd been, up there. I've been maybe a week or two, and just needed supplies for one reason or another. But once you kind of start looking with a more critical eye, a lot of the people you're looking at are mixed race. There's a whole lot of miscegenation in Appalachia, at least certain parts of it, which I found fascinating. People tend to get along more than they do on YouTube panels. So anyway, it is so interesting to know that you good, cool. It is so cool. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I lived up in Linden, Virginia. You probably don't know where it is, but you know where Front Royal is. Front Royal is in Warren County. I lived in Linden for like 15 years. So, yeah, it is very sad, but it is what it is. In the book Big Stone Cat, there's a character. Oh, really? Oh, wow. You know what? I may just go back and reread that series of novels, because they were, you never think that like these romance slash. As a matter of fact, they made a movie out of it, right? Yeah, as a matter of fact, they did make a movie out of one of those novels, or maybe it was the series. So I'm going to have to revisit that. I hadn't thought about it in years. Pebble Fig. Well, Sin, thank you for helping me walk down memory lane. I hadn't thought about it in years. So good job there, girl. Helping an old man remember stuff. Good for you. So let's move on. And a less positive story. This is totally fascinating, and I'm going to save this story for Juan when he comes back. A white nationalist wrote a law school paper promoting racist views. It won him an award. Where else but Florida? University of Florida student won an academic honor after he argued in a paper that the Constitution applies only to white people. From there, the situation spiraled. And you know what? I don't have a problem with him writing that paper. Sometimes you take contra views. Being able to argue the opposite side effectively, they do that in these debate like club classes. The only way to know your own argument better is to know the opposite argument as well. So might not be as big a deal, but let's listen to it. And look at these oak trees with Spanish moss. I miss Savannah right now.
A white nationalist wrote a law school paper promoting racist views. It won him an award. This article is by Richard Fawcett and read by an automated voice. Preston Damsky is a law student at the University of Florida. He is also a white nationalist and anti-Semite. Last fall, he took a seminar taught by a federal judge on originalism, the legal theory favored by many conservatives that seeks to interpret the Constitution based on its meaning when it was adopted. In his capstone paper for the class, Mr. Damski argued that the framers had intended for the phrase, "we the people," in the Constitution's preamble to refer exclusively to white people. From there, he argued for the removal of voting rights protections for non-whites and for the issuance of shoot-to-kill orders against, quote, criminal infiltrators at the border. Turning over the country to a non-white majority, Mr. Damski wrote, would constitute a terrible crime. White people, he warned, cannot be expected to meekly swallow this demographic assault on their sovereignty. At the end of the semester, Mr. Damski, 29, was given the Book Award, which designated him as the best student in the class. According to the syllabus, the capstone counted the most toward final grades. The Trump-nominated judge who taught the class, John L. Badalamenti, declined to comment for this article, and does not appear to have publicly discussed why he chose Mr. Damski for the award. That left some students and faculty members at the law school, considered Florida's most prestigious, to wonder and to worry. What merit could the judge have seen in it? The granting of the award set off months of turmoil on the law school campus. Its interim dean, Merritt McAllister, defended the decision earlier this year, citing Mr. Damski's free speech rights and arguing that professors must not engage in, quote, viewpoint discrimination. Ms. McAllister, in an email to the law school community, also invoked institutional neutrality, an increasingly popular policy among college administrators. It instructs schools not to take public positions on hot-button issues. But the question of how officials should respond to Mr. Damski, who, in an interview, said that referring to him as a Nazi would not be manifestly wrong, is not merely academic. Well beyond the classroom, bigoted and extremist views are on the rise and vying for mainstream acceptance, raising questions about whether principles of
See, this is the slippery slope I've been talking about. University of Florida, DeSantis governor, you know, people like Christopher Rufo are on the board of regents, etc. The odd thing is, while they want more acceptance, you cannot be objective about these sorts of things. There is a right and a wrong, and these folks want it is, you know, there's a term, right woke. Okay, right-wing relativism is no better than left-wing relativism. Pretending that these guys are literally adopting the policies they accuse the left of. There is no right or wrong. It's neutral. Dude, this is as bound to fail eventually as the left-wing stuff. Bottom line, there is a right and wrong, and these fucking Christian nationalists are ignoring wrong while doing a solid snake and pretending it's all about Republicans and Democrats. Right and wrong transcends politics.
of neutrality and free speech rights are proper and adequate responses to the threats. X, the social media platform owned by Elon Musk, recently allowed millions of people to view Kanye West's new song saluting Hitler when other platforms removed it. Vice President J.D. Vance criticized European governments' efforts to ostracize far-right political parties on the grounds that doing so violates principles of free speech. At the University of Florida, the story of the Book Award took a dramatic turn soon after Ms. McAllister defended the decision to honor Mr. Damski with it. It was then, in February, that Mr. Damski opened an account on X and began posting racist and anti-Semitic messages. After he wrote in late March that Jews must be, quote, abolished by any means necessary, the university suspended him, barred him from campus, and stepped up police patrols around the law school. He is now challenging the punishment, which could result in his expulsion. Mr. Damski's hateful posts drew shock and fear in some corners of the university. According to Hillel International, the university has the largest number of Jewish undergraduate students in the country. Its student body is 48% white, 22% Hispanic, 10% Asian, and 5% Black, according to school data. A spokesman for the university declined to answer questions related to this article or to make any administrators available for interviews. But in emails to Mr. Damski obtained by the New York Times, university officials wrote that his posts had made numerous students fear for their safety. The officials also cited another student's claim that Mr. Damski had described his paper as concluding, quote, on a call for extra-legal violence, which Mr. Damski denies. In an interview, Mr. Damski said that he belonged to no organization or group and that he did not pose a physical threat to anyone. He said he was being unfairly targeted for sharing his ideas and blithely shrugged off the criticism. The disciplinary measures he faces could result in expulsion. He said he planned to fight them vigorously. You know, he said, I'm not like a psychopathic axe murderer. Mr. Damski said his ideas were well formed before he started law school, shaped by reading authors like Sam Francis, a white nationalist, and Richard Lynn, who argued for white racial superiority and eugenics. He grew up around Los Angeles and studied history at the University of California, Santa Barbara. He wanted to become a prosecutor, he said, after watching progressive-minded California prosecutors adopt policies that he believed were soft on crime. Many law students learned about his extremism last fall, when a draft of a paper he wrote for a different class was passed among students and faculty members. Mr. Damski, who just completed his second year of law school, assumes that a fellow student shared it with others. Like his paper for the originalism seminar, it also argued the Constitution was written exclusively for white people. It went on to suggest that non-whites should be stripped of voting rights and given 10 years to move to another country. In January, Carlos Chapman, an associate law professor at Southern Methodist University, began a stint as a visiting scholar at the school. It was not long, she said, before a number of Black and Jewish students came to her with concerns about Mr. Damski. Ms. Chapman was struck, in part, by her own experiences at the school, in contrast to Mr. Damski's award. She had proposed teaching a class during her time there called Race, Entrepreneurship, and Inequality. But administrators at the law school changed the name to Entrepreneurship, she said, before listing it in the course catalog. She attributed the change to Florida lawmakers' crackdown on diversity-oriented language and themes in public education, a push that preceded the Trump administration's broader war on progressive ideology. I just find it fascinating that this student can write an article, a series of articles that are essentially manifestos, and that's free speech, Ms. Chapman said, referring to Mr. Damski. But my class can't be called Race, Entrepreneurship, and Inequality. As the spring semester got underway, word spread that Mr. Damski had won the book award in Judge Badalamenti's originalism seminar. Mr. Damski's paper includes arguments similar to those recently adopted by the Trump administration, including a call to reconsider birthright citizenship and an assertion that aliens remain second-class persons under the Constitution. It also argues that courts should challenge the constitutionality of the 14th Amendment, which ensures birthright citizenship, due process, and equal protection under the law, and the 15th Amendment, which protects the right to vote for non-white citizens. Mr. Damski concluded the paper by raising the specter of revolutionary action if the steps he recommended toward forging a white ethno-state were not taken. The people cannot be expected to meekly swallow this demographic assault on their sovereignty, he wrote, adding that if the courts did not act to ensure a white country, the matter would be decided not by the careful balance of Justitia's scales, but by the gruesome slashing of her sword. Miss Chapman called Mr. Damski's arguments anti-intellectual and absurd. We fought a whole civil war that freed slaves and said, "We the people" now means everyone. But it was the granting of the award that galled her the most. We should not be giving awards to things that advocate for white supremacy and white power, she said, adding that she believed the award had emboldened Mr. Damski to begin posting the racist and anti-Semitic comments on social media. Mr. Damski's argument that at least some of the framers meant for the Constitution to apply only to white people is by no means a new one. Evan D. Bernick, an associate law professor at Northern Illinois University, notes that the argument can be found in the Ku Klux Klan's founding organizational documents from the late 1860s. Among originalists, though, this interpretation has been widely rejected. Instead, conservatives have argued that much of the text of the Constitution tilts toward liberty for all, said Jonathan Gienap, an associate professor of history and law at Stanford. They also note that the post-Civil War amendments guaranteeing rights to non-white people washed away whatever racial taint there was in the original document. While Mr. Damski's papers were written in a formal style consistent with legal scholarship, his social media posts have been blunt, crass, and ugly. A critic of Israel's war in Gaza, he argued in one post that President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio were controlled by Jews, whom he called the common enemy of humanity.
Oh my God.
In posts about Guatemalan illegal immigrants, he said that invaders should be, quote, done away with by any means necessary. He lamented the self-flagellatory mindset of modern-day Germans, noting their failure to revere Hitler. Judge Badalamenti, who sits on the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Florida, was one of two instructors of the class in which Mr. Damski won the award. A member of the Conservative Federalist Society, he has earned praise from both liberals and conservatives over the course of his career. The class was co-taught by Ashley Grabowski, a lawyer and federal district court clerk who, like the judge, is an adjunct professor at the law school. Ms. Grabowski did not respond to a request for comment. Mr. Damski said he assumed that it was the judge who graded his paper. He also said that the judge is not a white nationalist. Don't get me wrong, he added, I would prefer it if he was. Students took their complaints to Ms. McAllister, the interim dean. She addressed the granting of the award to Mr. Damski in at least 2 town hall-style meetings, according to an email she wrote to students and an article in the Independent Florida Alligator, the student newspaper. In the February email, the dean wrote that the law school, as a public institution, was bound by the First and 14th Amendments, meaning that no faculty member may, quote, grade down a paper that is otherwise successful simply because he or she disagrees with the ideas the paper advances. Institutional neutrality, she wrote in her email, is not agreement or complicity with the ideas that any community member advances. It's just that neutrality, she added. The government, in this case, our public university, stays out of picking sides, so that through the marketplace of ideas, you can debate and arrive at truth for yourself and for the community. Some at the law school agree with her stance. In an interview, John F. Stiniford, a professor at the university, said that it would be academic misconduct for a law professor who opposed abortion to give a lower grade to a well-argued paper advocating abortion rights. If it were a good paper, he said, you should put aside your moral qualms and give it an A. A number of students disagree, but several declined to be interviewed on the record for fear that criticizing the school or a sitting federal judge would harm their future job prospects. One former student, who graduated in May, had his post-graduation job offer rescinded by a large law firm when he told them he had spoken to the New York Times for this article, criticizing Mr. Damski's paper and Judge Badalamenti for granting him the award. The student asked not to be identified for fear of jeopardizing other job offers. Before his suspension, Mr. Damski had been offered a summer internship in the local prosecutor's office. But in early April, the prosecutor, Brian Kramer, the state attorney for the 8th Judicial Circuit of Florida, rescinded the offer. You could imagine, Mr. Kramer said in an interview, that having someone in your office who espouses those kinds of beliefs would cause significant mistrust in the fairness of prosecutions.
Yeah, I would imagine. But we are moving in a direction sometimes that I remember this old song when I was in college called My Life is Like an Asteroid. And that's what the U.S. is reminding me of these days. This next video is, I haven't watched it, but it was recommended to me in a Discord. And it may apply to the Mamdani win against Cuomo. It may not. But it's always, interesting to hear what the woke right has to say or do. Uh-oh. Did I do that right? There we go.
I have often spoken about the strange alliance between the left and Islam. On paper, it should not make any sense, but here we are. When it came to the right, however, I think most people could generally identify a clearer line, a recognition that radical Islam is a threat, that Iran isn't just misunderstood, and that appeasement rarely ends well. But lately, something's changed. A new kind of right-wing voice has emerged. From Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens to Dave Smith, some of the same people who once condemned the naivety of the left are now echoing it. Part of the problem is they seem almost deliberately oblivious to the history of Islamic hostility toward the West, a history that predates Iraq, Afghanistan, or anything George W. Bush ever did. From the Barbary pirates to 9/11, to Iran's obsession with apocalypse and martyrdom, the threat was never only about borders or oil. It was ideological. But that's
What a
exactly
horrible
what many on the
point.
right seemingly
Okay, if anyone knows anything about the Barbary pirates, they weren't the only problem. Back when there were Barbary pirates, this is in the 18th century, but go back all the way to like the 14th century. Portugal, Southern Europe, parts of Africa, North Africa, everyone was enslaving everyone. The Barbary pirates were there were plenty of Europeans enslaving Europeans. These agendas are exhausting.
fail to understand. To them, the idea that someone might actually believe in holy war and act on it sounds absurd, especially when it comes to Islam.
There's something that people don't seem to understand about. We struggle in the West. I really do think we all struggle in the West to understand the fundamentalist mindset.
Many have obviously defined this side of the right as the woke right. Now, there's a lot of denial around such a segment even existing, but once you zoom out and see the patterns, the label starts to make uncomfortable sense. These are figures who posture as anti-establishment, anti-war, and pro-truth, but who increasingly sound like they're reading from press releases drafted in Tehran or Moscow. They'll tell you Iran is just a misunderstood nation reacting to decades of US bullying, that Hamas is fighting colonialism, that Ukraine isn't worth defending because Zelensky wears a hoodie and once got invited to the Grammys. But here's the twist. Many of these narratives aren't just born out of ignorance or ideological drift. They're also ironically being manufactured and amplified by foreign-funded disinformation campaigns. A recent New York Post report confirmed that Russia and Iran are running troll farms specifically targeting MAGA spaces, pushing false flag theories, anti-Ukraine sentiment, and sowing distrust in Western institutions, all under the guise of America First populism. I mean, take a look at this account, for example, on X, or how the Hodge twins post on 2 different platforms. Kremlin-linked operatives have even been caught flooding social platforms with content defending Iran's regime, undermining support for Israel, and framing every foreign policy challenge as a CIA plot. The goal? Simple. Confuse the public, divide the right, and make authoritarian regimes look like victims. And if you think that sounds far-fetched, just remember, Russian state media literally orders its editors to play Tucker Carlson clips as much as possible. But today's video isn't about dissecting this side of the right. For me, it's far more important to simply show you that what many of them are saying is wrong. Let's start with Iran, because many of these pundits fundamentally misunderstand this country. In 1979, Iran underwent one of the most radical transformations of the modern era. It replaced a secular, pro-Western monarchy with something unprecedented, a fundamentalist Islamic theocracy. Instead of a political ideology infused with religion, it was a religious mission wrapped in political power. At the center of this was Ayatollah Khomeini, who created the doctrine of guardianship of the Islamic jurist. This was a religious mandate, a regime whose entire existence was to enforce divine law and spread an Islamic revolution worldwide. But it goes even deeper. Iran's leaders genuinely are currently awaiting the return of the Mahdi, a prophesied Islamic messiah expected to appear after global chaos to establish an eternal, perfect Islamic order. And believe me when I say, Muslims do take their religion very seriously. Khomeini took this idea one step further. Rather than passively waiting, he taught his followers to actively prepare the world for the Mahdi's return by spreading revolution, by confronting enemies like the US and Israel, and by provoking the kind of conflict that fulfills prophecy. In fact, former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad famously spent millions building a highway specifically for the Mahdi so that upon his reappearance, the Mahdi could travel straight from Tehran's airport directly to a sacred mosque without encountering traffic. This is not the behavior of a rational geopolitical actor. It's a regime guided by an apocalyptic vision. Now imagine what happens if this ideology, this obsession with martyrdom and apocalypse ever gains the ultimate deterrent, a nuclear weapon. Iran's nuclear program is not new. For decades, Tehran has systematically concealed nuclear enrichment facilities from international inspectors. Sites like Natanz and Fordow were built underground and revealed only after whistleblower leaks. Despite signing the nuclear deal in 2015, Iran continued violating International Atomic Energy Agency rules. It enriched uranium far beyond peaceful needs, reaching 60% purity, just a short step from weapons grade, while blocking inspectors' access, disabling surveillance cameras, and sanitizing suspected nuclear sites. But why does this matter so much? Because Iran, on top of its own armies, manages a sophisticated, dangerous network of proxies. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and Houthis in Yemen, and militias across Iraq and Syria. Each of these groups acts as Iran's shadow army, conducting attacks that Tehran itself would rather not openly claim. If Iran acquires nuclear weapons, these proxies become instantly emboldened. Protected under a nuclear umbrella, they could escalate attacks against Israel, Gulf states, or even Western targets, knowing retaliation risks a nuclear escalation. It's no exaggeration to say a nuclear Iran means a Middle East more unstable, more violent, and far more dangerous than ever before. Now, some on the woke right inevitably say, but Israel has nukes too. Yes, it does. But here's the difference. Israel's nuclear doctrine is defensive, not messianic. It doesn't chant for anyone's annihilation, and it doesn't view...
Let me replay that.
Stu. Yes, it does. But here's the difference. Israel's nuclear doctrine is defensive, not messianic. It doesn't chant for anyone's annihilation, and it doesn't view nuclear war...
This dude, I literally just heard Israel talk about regime change, not the United States. We said it too. Well, you know, Trump basically addressed it and said, not yet. Israel does call for regime change. And when they don't say it, dude, they assassinate all kinds of people. This dude is problematic.
The war as a shortcut to salvation. Iran does. Israel's policy, often called nuclear ambiguity, is designed to deter existential threats, not to provoke them. It doesn't hand weapons to proxies. It doesn't test red lines to trigger divine intervention. And it certainly doesn't believe the end of the world would be a victory. Iran's regime, on the other hand, is built around the very opposite idea, that martyrdom is glorious, that chaos accelerates the return of the Mahdi, and that the West must fall for Islam to rise. It's a regime that made children walk through minefields and use the aftermath as propaganda. When people draw a moral equivalence between Israel and Iran, they miss the most important factor of all, intent. A nuclear weapon in the hands of a status quo power is a deterrent. A nuclear weapon in the hands of an apocalyptic regime is a threat, not just to the region, but to global stability, which is why Donald Trump was absolutely correct in destroying these nuclear sites. As far back as 2011, Trump was already warning about Iran's nuclear ambitions. In fact, take a look at these.
I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons.
Believe me, Iran will never have a nuclear.
Again, Obama had it under control, and because they don't want Obama to have a win, scrap the agreement, take it back to square one, and then we get to where we are today. Trump taking credit for stopping something that could have been done years ago with diplomacy. And you know what? We always have the bunker busters. Try diplomacy first. Moronic analysis. Really not objective. This is solid snake level analysis.
Nuclear weapon, that I can tell you. Most importantly, the United States and Israel can declare with one voice that Iran must never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Never, ever. Reaffirm that Iran must never be allowed to obtain, under any circumstances, a nuclear weapon. In order to ensure the other big move, the Iranian regime never obtains nuclear weapons. A regime with this track record must never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. I know where you stand. Show's great. I watch it a lot. But you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
I love seeing
and you can't
Tucker
let
Carlson
certain other
with his
countries have
dumb
nuclear
face
weapons.
on.
It's too devastating.
Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Nuclear weapons are the greatest single threat to our country, but to the entire world.
Quick note, making videos like this, the kind the mainstream avoids and that platforms don't exactly promote, isn't always easy. So if you found this valuable, consider subscribing, liking the video, and supporting the channel on Patreon. It's what helps keep this work independent without ever softening the message. Now, Trump translated this stance into withdrawing the US from Obama.
I am going to unsubscribe from this if I did, like I have unsubscribed from bottom feeding channels across the board. And by the way, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Is anti-black as it can be, but it's still a good channel. There's at least a little bit of pushback and not so much of an echo chamber. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. There will be a clip, at least one clip of this show, today's show, on the channel with the solid snake blacks don't deserve to vote argument. It was hilarious. Please also, in addition, subscribe to John Galt Clips. I think that's the name of it. It's a clip channel that Portia manages, and I think John does some work there too. So make sure you subscribe to it so you get all the clips as well. Support your host. After dealing with a hard day of dealing with the solid snakes of the world, I need a way to relax. And rightly or wrongly, sometimes I have to sit down and watch some English period piece movie with a couple Bud Lights just to get over the tragedy that victims like Solid Snake pretend they are. Victims blaming victims is essentially what the anti-black blacks are, and it can be disturbing. And I need to relax, so support your host. Support your host. I go through a lot to bring these news clips and all this content. A lot of it are subscriptions to different news sources and stuff. But I think on top of the money, I should be rewarded for having to put up with anti-black blacks who love being out over their skis, talking about shit they don't know. It is wearing and trying to the soul, folks. So please, if anyone is a victim, I am a victim of these anti-black blacks. They all need help. psychological help. So let's get back to this weird content.
Obama's nuclear deal, reimposing crippling sanctions, and cutting off the billions Iran funneled into terrorism. In stark contrast, Barack Obama's policy was to engage Iran diplomatically. The JCPOA didn't just ease sanctions. It freed up over $100 billion in Iranian assets previously frozen abroad, including literal pallets of cash delivered straight to Tehran in 2016. Even Obama's advisor, Susan Rice, admitted openly that some of this money inevitably funded Iran's military proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and Shia militias across the Middle East. And this approach echoed Jimmy Carter's earlier era, where an attempt at diplomatic outreach resulted only in humiliation, hostages, and Iran's revolutionaries sensing weakness. The consistent lesson: appeasement has always emboldened Iran's regime. Strength has always contained it. And yet, despite all this, many on the so-called woke right still argue that Iran's hostility is purely reactionary. But that's a shallow reading of history. America's confrontation with Islamic extremism didn't begin with George W. Bush or even Jimmy Carter. It began before America was even a century old. In 1786, the United States was still a young and fragile nation. Its merchant ships were being raided, and American sailors were captured and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates. These were North African corsairs who openly justified their actions through Islamic teachings. Thomas Jefferson, serving as U.S. envoy, asked the ambassador.
Again, he neglects to mention that the Americans sailing some of those same ships were capturing or buying slaves to bring back to America. Somehow or another, white people being enslaved apparently is more egregious than black people being enslaved. Horrible argument. I wish someone would bring that argument to my panel so I could shit on them.
From Tripoli a straightforward question: why were they attacking American ships? The United States had done nothing to provoke them. The ambassador's answer was blunt. It is written in the Quran that all nations who do not acknowledge Islam's authority are sinners. It is their right and duty to make war upon them wherever they can be found, and to make slaves of all they take as prisoners. This response revealed the truth. The issue was not politics or diplomacy. It was an ideological call to conquest. Jefferson realized appeasement would not work, so the United States built its navy, fought back in the Barbary Wars, and learned one of its earliest foreign policy lessons: strength deters, while weakness invites aggression. A founding father of the United States came face to face with the realities of Islam, a reality that America would face again in 2001 and change the entire world. That ideology is still alive. In the United Kingdom, authorities ignored widespread crimes committed by grooming gangs, often out of fear of appearing culturally insensitive. Meanwhile, Iranian agents have been caught plotting assassinations
Somehow
in
or
both
another,
London and New
this
York.
dude skipped over George Bush and the Iraq War. How did he miss that part? I wonder. Interesting.
Including a plan to kill Donald Trump. In 2024, US prosecutors charged an IRGC operative who was directed to surveil Trump and prepare for his assassination in retaliation for the killing of Qasem Soleimani. Historically, this lesson has been learned over and over again. In the late 1930s, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain famously sought peace with Nazi Germany through appeasement, believing diplomacy could pacify Adolf Hitler. Churchill later summarized Chamberlain's strategy bitterly: an appeaser is one who feeds a crocodile, hoping it will eat him last. History proved Churchill right. Weakness invited aggression, and appeasement paved the road to the most devastating war in history. Today, the United States faces a similar choice with Iran and Islamist extremism: ignoring ideology, pretending the threat isn't real, or retreating into isolationism would repeat Chamberlain's tragic mistake, whether it be enemies in the Middle East, Asia, or Europe. Already, an Islamic fifth column is growing within the United States, just like many countries in Europe. Rejecting
thoroughly
reckless
disagree that an
interventionism is
Islamic
wise, but it
colonist
cannot
of the
become
United
willful
States is
blindness.
probably going to be
Conservatives
the
who rightly
last
mock the
place.
left for their naivety about radical Islam cannot afford to now become equally naive. You need principled realism, a foreign policy clear-eyed enough to recognize threats, confident enough to set firm red lines, and strong enough to enforce them. Sometimes the hardest choices do, in fact, require the strongest wills. Hey, you made it to the end. As always, don't forget
Absolutely
to subscribe,
stupid
turn on
analysis.
notifications, and
By the way, a friend of mine on the political Discord that I've been on for like 5 years now recommended this, so I get to go back and tell him never recommend this motherfucker again. He'll understand. So I don't know. I do have one more news story that just came in, which I will save for tomorrow. Not important to my agenda. So we have done that. I have fixed my audio icon. We are getting rid of this. You know what? Let's do this. I have 2 gardening videos. One is 50 minutes, one is an hour. I'm going to do this kind of cooking sort of video. We'll see who comes up in the other video. I am going to drop the links in both chats. I see we have dwindled. Apparently, I have bored everyone onto other channels. And so we go. But I'll drop the links anyway if anyone wants to come up. I declare an open panel. Now let's see if my computer will work.
Get your dad to take magnesium, or your husband to drink a green smoothie without gagging, or your brother to even look at spirulina, you know where this is going. So no, I'm not out here trying to get them to sip sea moss or take 12 supplements before breakfast. We're done with that. That season has passed. I'm not fussing, I'm not fighting, and I'm not blending another thing. Instead, I'm cooking meals so good they taste like Sunday supper that secretly heal your brain, gut, and your
Is
blood
this the
sugar.
old woman version of Cooking with
night.
Kaya?
I call it self-help because they don't even see it coming, but their bodies will thank me later. So let's talk creamy, cheesy casseroles, smoky Southern style barbecue freezer meals, and nutrient-dense dinners that double as comfort food while also serving as a quiet rebellion against the standard American diet. So grab your apron, maybe some lab goggles. We're healing people. They just don't know it yet. Now, for those of you that are new around here, I'm Cassandra, your no-acre farm girl, canning, gardening, preserving, and figuring out how to eat well without a cow in the backyard. With barely a backyard, with no backyard, a deck, basically. Don't laugh, I'm kind of on to something. Anyways, a big part of my journey started with food. Real food. You know, food that can be traced back to a garden, a farmer, or even your own pantry shelf. And that's how I started canning and gardening and how I'm standing in this kitchen here today. But over the past year, things got really personal. My younger brother and only sibling had a stroke in his early 30s. His recovery has been a miracle in progress, but since then, I've only gotten more serious about what we eat. And not just for him, but also for my parents, for myself, and for what the next 10, 20, or 30 years might look like. And I shared very candidly about that in a video that I posted earlier this year. So today, I am going to make 6 freezer meals. And some of these are going to feel like your mama's broccoli casserole. So yeah, some are sweet and cozy, and some have spirulina, chlorella, lion's mane, CoQ10, and collagen. And you know what? You would never know because the sauces are flavorful and the texture is familiar. Look, taste is what brings them back to the table. And now if you don't want to add supplements, you don't have to. You can make every single one of these meals without them. But if you're supplement curious or thinking about ways to sneak in more nutrition for picky eaters, this video is for you. Okay, sorry for the awkward angle. We're in a tiny little space that doubles as my office and a guest bedroom. Now this is real talk because I like showing the messy middle where someone is striving towards something, but they're not there yet, but it is the process of how they're trying to figure it out. Now you're going to see supplements in this video, but I do not have a brand deal with any of these companies, and this video was not sponsored. I've never done a sponsored video. And so the affiliate links that you see are just going to be through Amazon. So yeah, nobody is paying me to say that I like a particular product. So just know that everything you see is solely based on what I could afford and my understanding of what makes a product, you know, better than others. But I wanted you to take a look at some of the books that I have read and collected so that you kind of know where the base of the information I share is coming from. And this is not the entire scope of books we have on this topic. I literally have a bookshelf in every room of our house. And when it comes to the people that I watch on YouTube, I don't even want to start naming people because it's a pretty big and eclectic group, but I'm kind of in the camp of like Barbara O'Neill, Sally Fallon, Dr. Berg, Casey Means, Dr. Mindy. So don't think that I blindly follow just anyone. I also am not a doctor. I'm just someone with Google Docs and spiral notebooks full of notes. And I have this burning desire to do better than what we've been sold in grocery store aisles. And honestly, it's why over the past couple of months, as I am cooking meals in my kitchen, I just like to stamp when I'm learning a little bit more with you, because you never know when you really need this information. And you know, going through still in some ways the medical system and now this new journey that we're on, you find yourself just as, you know, a lay person striving to educate yourself and understand, you know, a path when there's not a clear, you know, recovery plan in place. And then when you go on YouTube, you're getting excellent and great information. And a lot of it is polished and it's like the best of the best. And, you know, while there's a lot we can do, I can't implement everything with full fidelity, either because there's a time or a expense cap on things. And so this is just how I am translating what I'm learning. And some, you know, you just want to see on a day-to-day basis what regular folks, you know, are doing. And so please know that that is sincerely from my heart. That is all I hope to share with you. Oh, I'm not crying. Okay, let me give you the book tour. Now, those of y'all that know me know that I'm actually pretty frugal, but there are two things that I will buy without hesitation: dangly earrings and books. What? We all have our kryptonite. All right, so here is the shelf, and I'm not even sure. I'm going to have to do like a book tour one day, but there's things on just like every single topic. This is a really good book for when I was learning how to process chickens. This is a really good book too that talks about the distinctive foods that we're actually losing in the United States. I'm starting to get into medicinal mushrooms. And so this has been really interesting. Oh yeah, like this is a book that you may need. So there's Sally Fallon that's here, some canning books. This is another really good Sally Fallon book, Nourishing Fats as well. I feel like you always hear about this one, but she actually has, I think, 3 different books that are out. I also, here are some of my fertility books that are here. These two are by Dave Asprey. Let's see here, Wild Foods. This is a really good one too. Oh, I love Casey Means. Good energy, so good. Oh yeah, this is Sally's 3rd book here, Nourishing Diets. So you'll just have to like maybe pause this so you can kind of see what titles I have here. But oh, this is a really good one too. So this is by Dr. William Lee. I took off the jacket, but I am that person who has to like highlight, and I will mark up a text as a way that I engage with it. So, oh my goodness, this book is so good and easy to read too. Now, I haven't had a chance to get to this one yet, Deep Nutrition. I think this will likely be a fall read for me. I have 2 other books ahead of this one. I have the Glucose Goddess, Dr. Mindy's book. So no, actually this is her cookbook. She also has, I think it's a pink colored book, Fast Like a Girl. That's really good. Oh, This book is so encouraging. Love, love, love this book. This is another really good book, just talking about brain health. So hopefully I'm just showing you all of this so you can kind of see just like the full range of kind of where I am. So I share and say all this because if you're the one that's doing the grocery run and the meal planning and the freezing and the chopping and the praying over the pot, that I'm right here alongside you. Oh, and someone recommended that I get this book by Adele Davis in a video that I posted a couple of weeks back. Thank you so much. I am so excited to get to this rate. Again, if you recommend a book, I will likely just go ahead and grab it because that is something that I do set aside time to do several nights throughout the week. It's how I kind of ease myself off to sleep by reading a really good book. And so thank you for your book recommendations. Also know, I just feel like the Becoming a Farm Girl community, our comment section, you can learn so much. And it is becoming just an archive of wisdom. And so if there's something that I am sharing that has resonated with you or works for your family, please, if you feel comfortable, go ahead and share that. It's not just for me, but it's for our community. So with that, let's get to the meals. So this recipe is going to start with us slicing some onions that we're going to transfer to a pan. And hey, don't sleep on the onions. They're not just there for flavor, although that's reason enough. Did you know that onions are packed with quercetin? And that's an expensive supplement that you'll buy at the store. And quercetin is a natural antioxidant that is anti-inflammatory and it helps with heart health. And I think I've seen a couple other studies that say that it helps with regulating your blood sugar. They're also a prebiotic, which has become a buzzword nowadays, especially for supplements that, I don't know, the people that you see on YouTube. Yes, I'm one of them, but the people, you know what I mean? But yeah, so you're seeing all this talk about like prebiotics, but y'all, they're already like naturally occurring in food. I'm just saying all that because like, it's not some type of like newfangled supplement, you know, that you have to buy. Not saying, you know, not to like support yourself with those things, but I think always starting with a base of nutrition and then seeing from there with your diet what you need to supplement with probably makes the most sense. And don't forget that traditional cooks, like the ones in the early settlement cookbook or Adele Davis's crowd, they always start a lot of their recipes with butter and onions. And all you need to do is just saute them low and slow in butter, which also helps to unlock the fat-soluble compounds. And it just smells like someone's cooking something real, you know? All right, y'all. So now we're just going to go ahead and make a quick creamy sauce that is going to be so rich and decadent out of our cream cheese, our sour cream, and then our cheddar cheese. And all of those are essentially what I would also call pantry or fridge staples. Another thing about cream cheese, it freezes beautifully. So in addition to what I keep in the upstairs fridge, I always have a couple of packs that are tucked in the freezer in the basement. This is our second pack of cream cheese. Now we'll add our sour cream. Now dump in your cheese. And then what we're going to do to thin this out a bit is you're just going to want to add either some milk or some type of broth. It can be vegetable or chicken broth. I'm using some chicken broth. And you'll just thin it out to your desired consistency. Now we're going to fold in some nutritional yeast, which has what I would consider the flavor of like Parmesan cheese, but it's like a little bit nutty or a toasted kind of flavor. Really good, and it complements cheese dishes. And beyond that, nutritional yeast contains beta-glucans, which basically are these naturally occurring fibers that activate your immune cells. And what they do is detect, respond to, and clean out what shouldn't be there, whether it's inflammation, infection, or just junk that shouldn't be there. So beta-glucans are like trainers for your immune system, right? They're not going to overhype things or put your body into overdrive, but it does help your cells to stay sharp and responsive, especially as we age. And for someone like my brother who's in recovery and has a nervous system that's healing, that gentle immune support really matters. Oh, almost forgot to mention that nutritional yeast also contains selenium and zinc, which are also tied to immunity and brain function. Woo-wee! Y'all, you can't buy this from a jar. Look at that. And it comes together so quickly. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add a dash of pepper and then just a little seasonal salt. Now let's fold in the broccoli. Okay, friend, come in real close. Now, do you see how our sauce, because we added the broccoli, is starting to have these little like green specks that are in there? That's our cover to add the spirulina and the chlorella powder. Broccoli already has a green tint, so your family is none the wiser. So both chlorella and spirulina are rich in chlorophyll, iron, and protein. And they've also been studied for their detoxifying and anti-inflammatory benefits. Now, I know probably just a moment ago you were looking at that sauce thinking, girl, this is rich. Yes, it needs to be because it is going to mask this flavor so well. See, look at that. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and taste test this for you. It's so good. Let me tell you, you don't even taste the spirulina or chlorella like at all. And I probably added about 2 tablespoons of the chlorella and maybe 1 tablespoon of the spirulina powder. And because of where I'm at right now, I think I'm going to amp it up just a little bit more. And even if I were to taste something on the back end, it's more earthy. It doesn't come across like it does in a regular like shake or fruit smoothie blend where it can just be so overpowering for the amount that you want to go ahead and use, which is why I don't do all of those kind of shakes and whatever else. Well, I do them by myself, but the rest of my family's not going to do that. And so I love adding it to a dish that is typically a bit more rich because the flavors that I am tasting from this is the creaminess, right, from the cream cheese and the sour cream. And then I hit it with the chicken broth underneath, a little bit of that cheese flavor. Plus I'm getting more of that kind of robustness from the nutritional yeast. Then I hit it with a little bit of seasonings and I'm telling you, this sauce is delicious. Oh, I almost forgot we added those onions. This sauce is the bomb.com, okay? Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and up that. And yeah, we'll do 1 and 2. We're not done yet, sweetheart. We're also going to add a little bit of inulin powder, which is a prebiotic. It is tasteless, but as a prebiotic, it's going to feed the good gut bacteria and especially the ones that regulate your blood sugar and your mood. Okay, so I added about that much. All right, so here's another look. And I'm telling you, no one is looking at this sauce with any suspicion at all. So I've gone ahead and I've added the chicken thighs to the tins. That was a pack of 3 and each had 4 thighs in there. But because this sauce is just so creamy, I am deciding to go ahead and add some pasta. So this is keto friendly. It's basically no carbs. And y'all have heard me talk about this before. This is the Aldi brand. It's super affordable. It tastes delicious. And so these are just hearts of palm and they're so good. They are the best pasta substitute I think that is out there. It's gluten-free, 4 carbs, it's saying here. And so what I'm going to do, since all of this is just going in the oven, is I am going to add some noodles to this dish. Yeah. I mean, see what I'm talking about, y'all? Like, these are the noodles. They're going to have great texture and they're really going to soak up all of that sauce. And while these 2 are the linguine, this is the angel hair pasta, which I also enjoy. I mean, they taste exactly the same. It's just like the density, as you can tell. It's like side-by-side comparison. I almost forgot that I wanted to add some mushrooms to this dish. We just love mushrooms in my family. So I'm going to add a little layer there. Here. I mean, can you see how filling this meal is going to be without the carbs? All right, we're just going to ladle our sauce over top. I'm so excited about this dish for my family, especially for my brother and my dad, because whenever they get the chance to go out to eat, they're likely going to choose Maggiano's. But let me tell you, Maggiano's ain't got nothing on me when it comes to this recipe. Dad. So I wanted to show you something. Can you see me? Okay, camera, there we go.
There you go.
Okay. All right, Dad.
That looks like broccoli in there.
Yes. Did I add enough? This is like 3.5 bags of broccoli, Dad. Yeah. You said you like broccoli.
No. Robert likes broccoli and I like broccoli, so that'll work.
Exactly. So I made another homemade cheesy sauce. So you know my sauces are always like on point. And then underneath this, and these are like sauteed onions, underneath this is a layer of mushrooms. And then some hearts of palm pasta, the keto spaghetti that I have you guys on. Yeah. You like that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that should work.
And then I have chicken thighs underneath that. Just wanted to share that. That's coming down. All right, it's time to place these in the oven. Ooh, the moment of truth. And then, of course, we have this nice tender chicken thigh on the bottom. All right, so here's the rest of that thigh. Again, it is so tender. I'm going to leave it in here because I'm just doing a little taste test for y'all. This is for my folks. But wow, right? Oh my goodness. Like, this is a good meal. This is an excellent meal. You have the pasta, you have your chicken, you have this incredibly rich sauce. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot that we added the mushrooms. Mmm. Oh yeah, this is delicious. But you saw me put this together, so I think you already know that. Now this next meal is a freezer favorite because it tastes like something you would bring to a church picnic. And nobody would guess it's hiding half the supplement aisle inside. So these are barbecued chicken stuffed peppers, or zucchini boats if you're working with what's on sale. And this meal works because it's sweet, it's smoky, and it's got that sticky barbecue vibe. And underneath all that flavor, we've got magnesium, moringa powder, brewer's yeast, camu powder. You're going to want to start this recipe by chopping up some onions and allowing them to saute in a pan. And then after they start to bronze and become aromatic, you're going to add in some sliced cabbage. Let's go ahead and give this a rough chop. I don't know how you do it, but I just love pairing my cabbage with bacon fat. Gracious, hit this with a little bit of salt and pepper, and it is good enough to eat as is. So what we've created is a base of fiber. So let's go ahead now and make our glaze. Let's add in our tomato paste. So we're going to splash this with a little bit of vinegar to make our glaze. Next, I'm going to give this a good shake of smoked paprika, pepper. Next up, a little horseradish. And then I'm using an allulose blend maple syrup. All right, and the protein we're going to add is our canned chicken. So this was some of my canned chicken breasts. Y'all, look at this chicken breast. It is so tender.
You guys are so limited. Okay, Deacon Dave, have you ever had kimchi? Essentially, she's making kimchi with the stuff she's putting in the cabbage. I love kimchi, but I would try what she's making. It is a little edgy, but essentially what she's doing is kimchi. Expand your palate, son. Kelvin, Stilton, believe it or not, I can eat Stilton like a thimbleful at a time. I love cheese, always have, but I finally met my limit at Stilton. The shit is literally, it smells like a sock that has been through 8 football games, high school football games, and, you know, they lost the sock, it didn't get washed, therefore, you know, we throw those socks away. We do not wash them. Dude, I adore like homemade. I used to have a friend I've had Korean friends, and their mothers would make kimchi, and it is awesome. Grocery store kimchi, never buy it. Even if they give it away, don't take it. Homemade kimchi, super good. I like fermented stuff. And that's going to be the problem with this cabbage. It's not fermented. She's forcing the process. But you know what? I like her. And we'll watch your little anti-black princess next, Deacon Dave. I've already taken a look at it. There's going to be roasting plenty after we watch it.
Tender and juicy and flavorful. Wow, you talk about a meal shortcut. And I'm adding everything in here, including the juices, because that is flavor. Boom, meat is done. It's been done. So now that the sauce is done, it's time to sneak in the supplements. So first up, I'm going to be adding moringa powder, which is packed with iron, calcium, and antioxidants. It's pretty much like a leafy multivitamin. And we're also going to add some magnesium. It's a very calming mineral that most people are low on. Next up, I'm going to be adding some brewer's yeast. And brewer's yeast is rich in complex B vitamins, chromium, selenium, which helps support blood sugar balance and your energy. And it's great to supplement with anytime you're really managing high levels of stress or recovery. And then to this, I'm also going to be adding some camu powder, which is a vitamin C powerhouse. In fact, it is one of the highest natural concentrations just out there. So this is going to help support your immune health, your collagen production, and it's going to pair especially well with this dish because this powder has a little bit of a tang, but because this is a barbecue sauce with that kind of apple cider vinegar back end, which already has that innate tang taste, pairs perfectly. All right, let's add our peppers to the pan. Four fit in here very nicely. And actually, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to, after these cool, I'm going to put them right in the freezer. And then that way, all my mom has to do is after they thaw out, she can just go ahead and then put them in the oven. My goodness, this meal came together too fast. Oh, those are going to be so good. So good. All right, I need to grab another pan and I'm going to do the same thing with these peppers. If this is our first time meeting, hi, I'm Cassandra from the blog becomingafarmgirl.com, and I'm here to help you cook with what's in season, on sale, and better yet, already on your shelf. Now, this might be my favorite kitchen hack, the nutrient-dense meat mix your family will never see coming. I'm combining liver with ground beef, chicken, turkey, and sausage, but don't worry, no one's biting into a piece of organ meat here. Just stay tuned. So the liver is completely cooled, and what I'm going to do to have it mimic the crumble of the other meats is just go ahead and put it in our blender here. Ta-da! It's crumbled. I mean, doesn't that look like crumbled ground beef? Exactly. And now we can easily match this texture with this. Perfect. So let me go ahead and tell you why I love doing this. I, in this pan, have a mix of ground beef, turkey, chicken, sausage, and even blended liver into one big flavor-packed batch. So one, this is a really smart way to never stress about having a particular meat on hand. Two, blending your proteins actually gives you the best of everything. You've got your beef for the richness, and then your turkey and your chicken are going to lighten things up. Sausage is going to bring more of that flavor, and then you have the liver. So liver is going to bring the nutrients that your body is probably begging for but that your family is resisting purely on taste. Seriously, y'all, before you run out and get any of the supplements that I have mentioned here, you're going to get the absolute best bang for your buck by purchasing and eating liver. It is one of the most nutrient-dense foods on the planet. I mean, it is packed with iron, your B vitamins, vitamin A. And so I'm actually going to go ahead and add some mushrooms to this, more of the lion's mane, because again, it's just going to blend right in. And another reason, am I on reason number 3, 4? I don't know. But here's what I like doing with this. So what I will do is well, for this particular thing, I'm going to just sort it into different like freezer pans so that my mom can just pull this out and then she can fold it into whatever like she has going on based off of, you know, her kitchen and stuff. But what I like doing with this is I have a couple of silicone molds. You can use the cupcake liners for this, but I have some that are like slightly larger. And I will portion this meat into those little like cubes. They're like mini like bread loaf, you know, pans or whatever. And then when I need this ground beef, it's ready and it's nutritious. Because again, y'all, I'm always trying to like, the present me is always trying to think, how can I help the future Cassandra? And so not having to like do all of the pulling and like sprinkling and whatever else, and just to know like, boom, this meat is like hearty. My supplements are already in there. Like, it's just a no-brainer, you know, at that point. And so that's another reason why I really like doing this. So yeah. All right. So I do have a few more mushrooms left, so I'm going to toss them in here. But y'all, like, think about what I'm doing, because even with this meat that's fully cooked and ready to go, it's still going to be like covered and smothered underneath some type of like sauce, right? Or mixed in with something else. So when I tell you that this is your opportunity to fold in the supplements that your body needs just by doing this, to do like a healthy blend. And actually, I think earlier I only talked about like the difference in the taste profile. This is really good. I've added just a little bit of salt and pepper to this, and it's ready to go. So, and you know, by this time, like all the information that I'm reading is kind of like blending together, but this is also a really smart idea, not just for taste, because so ground beef is really rich in iron and zinc and B12, and that's going to support your energy and your red blood cell production. But then chicken and turkey are leaner and they're higher in niacin or your B3, and that's going to support your metabolism and your brain health. And then pork, especially the ground sausage, is going to bring in thiamine, which is vitamin B1. And that is what helps your body to convert food even into fuel. So by actually combining lean and rich, you can cover more of your micronutrient bases in one bite. I mean, think about it. I've actually cut my grocery budget by combining these different types of meats while also exposing myself to a fuller range of amino acids, vitamins, and minerals. I am so thankful. And I think Sally Fallon was saying this, or maybe it was her co-host, but she was talking about how if you're raised eating liver, then like you're just going to eat it, right? You actually like start to crave it and you're just used to the taste. Whereas if you're not, like your palate hasn't developed the taste like for liver. And that's really interesting because y'all know on this channel, I have shared how I do love the classic meal of liver and onions. We would eat that just a couple times a month, maybe at least 2 times a month growing up. And I remember the first time that my mom made it, and Trey had come home. This is when she was visiting. And when you walked through the door, he was like, oh my goodness, Mom, it smells so good. And Mom and I just like looked at each other like, okay. Because I knew Trey had never eaten liver. And so then when she like puts it on the plate, he was probably thinking that it was like a cut of steak. And he bites into it and he starts chewing. And he's like, what is this? And my mom was like, what do you think it is? He was like, what is this? And we were like, it's liver. And so he was like, oh, okay, this is different. And so he just doesn't have like the taste for it. And so folding these foods in, because he didn't grow up like eating it, but folding these tastes in early and often is really important. And so this is a way that I can still look out for my husband and make sure that he's getting the nutrition that he needs without, there's no fuss at all. There's nothing, y'all, right? And so particularly for me, one of the things that Trey will say, and he knows that I do this. Oh, I'm going to see if I can find that clip. Like, my husband just wants the food to like taste good, y'all, right? And it does. Like, he knows I do, you know, all these kind of things. But in particular, he knows this for himself because when he has to do like workups or, you know, he's deployed, he will often say like, babe, I am not feeling like my best here. My energy is low. I feel like I'm getting, you know, I'm more susceptible to like fog. He gets sick more frequently, and he's like, I'm still eating, but it's not the same way when I eat, you know, when I'm home. And so, yeah, y'all. Y'all, so this first meal is like a cheesy sausage southern grits casserole, except the grits are a little different. Look, I'm trying to cut back on the blood sugar spikes, not the flavor. So this is the kind of dish that you serve on a Sunday morning, where the smell of sausage is coming from the oven and everyone's still in their pajamas waiting for that first bite. So this dish is creamy, it's savory, and it's got that rich, eggy hug, but without a single grain of grits or heavy carbs in sight. And trust me, no one really notices, not even my Southern father who thinks grits are a food group. So here's what I'm using today. So to mimic the grits, we're going to use konjac rice. I know, I hadn't even heard about this stuff until recently too. But it's made from a plant called the konjac plant, and it's been used for thousands of years. It is full of fiber and remarkably low in carbs. This is also a prebiotic, and the type of fiber that it contains expands in your stomach to help you feel full. Now, what I can absolutely say is that this is great for mimicking rice. It does an excellent job at soaking up whatever flavors you're using. The only drawback is that this stuff is not cheap. So this is a 9.5 ounce bag. And when it's not on sale at my grocery stores, I see it for like $3.99. The lowest I've been able to catch this is about $2.50, but that's okay. I have a workaround. Darling, we're going to make our own cauliflower rice. It's cost effective, keto, and tastes just as delish. But if there's an ingredient that I'm trying to introduce to my family, I will do exactly what you see me doing here, which is to slowly like mix or fold that new ingredient into something that they're already familiar with. We're also going to use ground flaxseed, which is going to add fiber, texture, and that satisfying stick to your ribs feeling. Sausage, because Southern. But wait, I'm going to cut the ground pork with ground chicken. And that's because ground pork has more than enough flavor to lend to the ground chicken, which is often cheaper per pound than the pork. And what's great about that is that I can stretch the sausage flavor and make it a leaner dish. And that little trick is helpful, especially if you're cooking for someone who's trying to watch their cholesterol. So yeah, the ground chicken is going to lighten things up without losing any of that smoky, savory flavor. And so you won't feel as heavy after breakfast. Just hit this pan with a little bit of smoked paprika, fennel seed, garlic powder, and sage. Boom, it tastes like sausage. We've also got a mix of cream cheese, unsalted butter, eggs, and a little bit of cheese that we're going to cut with nutritional yeast. So what's happening is that the cheese is going to add that salty, creamy richness. And the nutritional yeast is going to add this nutty, almost Parmesan-like umami flavor. So you're not just doubling the flavor, you're sneaking in nutrition too. And nutritional yeast, y'all, this is a powerhouse of beef.
Now, here's one problem I have. Years ago, my son, like when he was first starting solid food, he would not eat anything green, which is hilarious. He would eat carrots, he would eat squash. He just had a thing against the color green, apparently. A racist in training. That's a joke. But you know, so I got the bright idea because there are cookbooks out there. Like there are cookbooks to teach parents how to, you know, cook for their kids. And I got the bright idea because I, unlike Dave, will cook. I think it's an art. And I think men should be able to do it because men are not born married. And if you're a dumbass who thinks that you're going to survive on McDonald's and fucking like bullshit grilling, you're a young fool. And by the way, if you have the right type of gas grill, it is an outdoor kitchen. So nothing against grilling, but most people don't know how to cook, let alone grill. Most of the fucking Fred Flintstones who go out there and want to grill their Bronto burgers probably cook them well done anyway. You know, a well done Bronco burger is not good food, but I digress. I don't like the way she's treating her husband like a child. She's got to sneak shit into it. That cookbook I was talking about, the kids' cookbook, how to hide vegetables and make fucking broccoli look like a lollipop and all that sort of stuff. Fuck it. It is the equivalent of I've never been one to I never did baby talk with my son. And oddly enough, neither did my wife. You know, look, treat them like they have a brain. If they don't understand you, then, you know, they are your child. You can meet them where they are. You can lower yourself to their level because they're your child. Don't do it with adults. I don't lower myself to a Be Brave or a John Galt or an Ock Nation level. They need to come up to my level. And if they can't, fuck them. They'll be okay. They're adults. However, exceptions should be made for your children. They will grow up one day, but don't baby talk them. My point is, I fucking got tired of like hiding fucking broccoli in a pizza. Fuck it. You either eat the shit or you don't. And if you don't, you will go to bed hungry. I had to go back to kind of an old-fashioned method. And, you know, in the end, kids will, you know, you have to be able to prepare that broccoli, even if you have to put cheese on it. They will eat broccoli. They will eat what you want them to eat. You just need to make it taste good. And I honestly think half the problems kids have with eating vegetables and stuff like that is that parents don't know how to fucking cook. They eat awful food, don't know how to prepare it, do not know how to season it, and the kids, you know, they want to eat good shit. And if your parent is a fucking lousy cook, don't blame the kid for not eating it. I honestly think that kids will eat your food if you learn how to cook it, care about cooking it, and prepare it well. Stop blaming the kids, you moronic parents. You don't know how to cook. That is the actual problem. So don't hide. Let your man know what he's eating, and he'll eat it. You don't have to hide it, ma'am. And that's the only criticism I have. She's a cute girl. I like her hair. I like that she talks on a video instead of being a sultry moron. The best time for a person to talk, Deacon Dave, is when they're making a fucking YouTube video. You don't know how she is with her husband? God damn, what a dumb comment.
Vitamins, especially
What's up,
B12.
12 man?
So this is really good for things like your nervous system, your energy, and brain health. And your B vitamins are especially important if you're dealing with things like stress, fatigue, or recovering from something like a stroke. And this stuff has beta-glucans, which helps to support the immune system. So like, yeah, it's actually doing a little bit of work in the background.
Of course you would. You know what? I like her the way she is, Kelvin. Stop. Look, she's not fucking in her 20s. Damn it. Why would you want someone her age to be twerking? And by the way, Kaya can cook. You know, she might not be the fanciest cook, but the first time I saw a cooking with Kaya video, it was actually on this channel. Might have been me and Portia and HB and maybe John. You know, the gang was watching it. She won me over when she knew enough after you cut up your chicken, you season it and you put it into the refrigerator to dry marinade. She knows what she's doing. Now, she's not a cordon bleu trained chef, but she knows enough how to treat her chicken. You dry marinate it. She knows how to cook. And if the little girl wants to twerk to get some views and some money, I just don't have a problem with it. So this woman, I don't expect to twerk, Kelvin. Kelvin, how old are you? Are you under 30, Kelvin? Look, you will appreciate a woman like her when you're ready to meet her where she is, or a woman like her where she is. You want to marry a woman, not a girl. That's half the problem, too.
All right, let's crack these eggs. We'll add a splash of milk, 2 hearty scoops of nutritional yeast.
Yeast is for baking,
1 scoop of
not
cheese,
for
and
fucking
then add
nutrition.
slightly less flax meal than you did the nutritional yeast. And then go ahead and give this a good whisk.
Mississippi mud.
And to this, we're going to
That's
fold
funny, Deacon
in
Dave.
our meat.
She's making a mess. No, I do have a problem with all this
cauliflower
nutritional
rice. Now, you may have noticed
yeast
that I'm not going
type
to use all
cooking,
of this
but you know
cauliflower
what?
rice because
It'll be
y'all,
all right.
I'm setting some of this aside for meals for later on this week. All right. This batter is going to be thick, so it's really
Dave,
good
you're
to
being
just,
much too hard.
eyeball it. But let's go ahead and make sure that we have our egg mixture coating everything. So now we're going to go ahead and add some
Nutritional
cream
gruel.
cheese, which, texture speaking, is a lifesaver. So this is going to add
That's got to be a
richness
goddamn
without
show
needing
title.
flour or starches, which is a win if you're keeping
Nutritional
things
gruel.
keto or grain free. Now we're going to add in some butter, and for recipes that count like this one, I mostly cook
Deacon
with
Dave, you will
unsalted,
be funny
grass-fed,
at times,
organic
that's for
butter.
sure.
And a good quality butter, especially if it is grass-fed, is actually very
Nutritional
rich
gruel.
in butyrate, which is a short-chain fatty acid that actually helps to reduce inflammation and support gut health. And that is something that I learned from Dr. William Davis, who is the
Now, I
author
have to
of a book
say, if
called
you have to
Supergut.
know
And in that
every
book, he does a really
benefit
great
of
job of
eating your
explaining how
food,
the
that's
gut
going
is
to take
connected
the
to the
taste out of
brain,
your
your
mouth a
mood,
bit.
and your immune system.
I
And
have
as
to
Sally
admit
Fallon
that.
reminds us in Nourishing Traditions, our ancestors didn't fear butter. They thrived on it. And it is truly the modern food system that has made us scared of traditional
Let's see
fats.
here.
But when you cook with the real stuff, you are not only getting flavor, but you're getting satiety, so that true feeling of fullness and nourishment. All right, let's scoop this into pans to bake.
All righty.
So before we go ahead and layer this with cheese, let me tell you why this recipe works. The supplements that we used are in incognito mode. So for example, we use the nutritional yeast, which is yellow, and that is completely hidden by the eggs and the cheese. And then the flaxseed, actually, you and I, since we know about this stuff, we would maybe pick up on some of the little specks, but you know what? It's not that big of a deal because your family's just going to be like, oh yeah, it's ground sausage. And it's like that. You just got to outsmart them, which is truly what this layer of cheese is for. So it doesn't need to be too thick. All right, let's pop these in the oven to bake.
Stupid.
All right, so I think it's cooled down enough for us to take a little taste test. And y'all, just remember that I change this up a little bit each time I make it, depending on what's in my fridge, because the key is mimicking the texture and the flavor memory. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that looks so good. I'm telling y'all. And that is what keeps people coming back for seconds, even when you've completely taken grits out of the equation. And y'all, this dish freezes wonderfully. Yeah, this is not lacking in flavor at all. It is creamy and savory. And I really like nothing in this dish is screaming cauliflower. You're not getting that. Again, just because cauliflower does an excellent job at just soaking up and blending into whatever textures you're cooking with. It's there as a background texture, but it's so easy to sneak into this dish. The addition of the cream cheese to the sausage and the chicken. Another thing I want to tell you is that for as little cheese as we used on the top, this dish is just
Well, I'm going to say
flavored
this.
throughout.
She is cooking for people who don't know good food. I would know the difference between grits and cauliflower, the consistencies, and occasionally I've made like cauliflower mash. It's nothing like grits. So apparently she's cooking for a bunch of fucking like Deacon Daves. They only grill and everything must taste like meat. meat and charcoal. Even my grits, even my vegetables have to taste like meat.
You're going to want to give this one a try.
Now, for this next recipe, you want to start with a mix of ground turkey and sausage. Meanwhile, in a separate bowl, I've got some hand-mashed sweet potatoes waiting. And into that,
That's funny.
I am
It
going to
ain't
fold
lacking
in some
flavor.
butter,
Therefore,
mix
it's
that
lacking
in,
flavor.
And I'm also tossing in some
I don't
petite
know
carrots
that
that
I
I found on
disagree with
clearance
that.
for $1.24. Never skip clearance veggies, especially carrots.
Clearance
They stretch
veggies?
the dish, boost the
Oh, my
nutrients, and
Lord.
color-wise,
Grow
no
the
one knows
fucking
what's what.
vegetables yourself.
Then we're adding a touch of Ceylon cinnamon. I'll be honest, I don't exactly
God.
know why it's better, but I keep hearing that it's the cinnamon with less stuff that you don't want and more of what you do. So I
Just
keep it
get
stocked. You're
fucking
gonna see me
cinnamon
refilling the bottle
sticks and
here. I go through
grind
this
them
stuff like
yourself.
crazy. I also added just a little swerve brown sugar, which is an allulose-based sweetener, just a touch because it's already sweet from the potatoes and the carrots. It's not meant to be dessert, but it should feel cozy.
Dude, you
By now, the
probably
meat on the stove
grill
is
your
ready, so we're
warm
gonna
milk
fold that
before
cooked meat
bedtime.
right into the sweet potato mash, and this is
I'm
where
gonna
it starts
sit
to
and
get
I'm
fun.
gonna have a bourbon
In a
on
separate bowl, I'm
ice, but
cracking a
it's
few
gotta have a
eggs and then
smoky
building my
flavor,
supplement
so I'm gonna
boost.
put it on
So
the
first up,
grill.
I'm going to use lion's mane, which is amazing for cognition, memory, and mental clarity. And then after that, I'm going to add some CoQ10, which supports cellular energy and heart health, which is especially important as we get older, or if
Oh
you're
my
just
Lord.
running nonstop like I
You know
am.
what? I'm gonna
After
stop
that,
this
I'm
here
going to
because I this is getting a little bit too alternative food, like food substitutes. Cauliflower. Hey, it's how I pronounce it, sir. What's up? What is up, easy? So let's watch Deacon Dave's anti-black. Looks like she's got nice eyes, though. I'm not going to complain about her makeup job. So Deacon Dave, tell us why you recommend this this bow-headed woman. She's got a big-ass black bow on the top of her head. Is this little black Bo Peep or what? Yeah. Silly.
We have a problem race.
She has a volume problem.
Mike, can you?
Why is
We
that?
don't have a race problem.
Let's see if I can't get her volume up. Oops.
This country, we have a problem race, and this has nothing to do with skin color. This has something to do with the behavior that is coming from a certain group of people, Black people, that is not okay. Let me be the one to break it to you. They're calling you the N-word and they're treating you like the N-word because you're acting like the N-word, okay? This is how you're acting, and even your own ancestor will be repulsed by your behavior. The disgusting behavior that is coming from you guys is absolutely repulsive, and I am so tired of seeing you guys come across my screen doing the most absolutely animalistic things possible. It is disgusting. And you don't want to talk about the facts. You don't want to talk about how we need to fix the households and how we need to pay attention to the children and how we need to do better for ourselves. You want to blame white people. Go figure. You guys are completely disgusting. And I promise I would die on my feet talking about this before I die on my knees serving the
Silly
degenerate
bitch.
behavior that is coming out of the Black community. We don't have.
This is literally hilarious. I think this is fake. I think she's just doing an act here. No person over 20 can be this stupid. In that silly fucking bow on her head. What is up with that, Dave? Do you know this woman? Why is she wearing a bow on top of her head? Is it Becky's bow that she borrowed? What kind of fucking bullshit, silliness. Is she the Black Jessica Rabbit or what? Dude, don't send me this sort of silliness. You know what? Send me a Carol Swain. At least she has arguments. They're bad arguments, but send me a Carol Swain, not some silly little fucking like she's still. I bet she can't cook either. I bet she is fucking eating instant grits, feeding her man every morning. She breaks out a couple pouches of cheese grits that are instant and calls it breakfast. Don't do this again, Dave. Put her on your grill and roast her. So anyway, you know what? This show is getting long in the tooth and might need to be ended. Dave, I can't believe you did this. Tell me why even roasting Be Brave is not like that's not fair, man. Even Be Brave isn't that bad. All right, so this is some show that I found which looked interesting.
Oh my gosh. Cucumbers.
When's the last time you saw me watch Pop the Balloon? It's a lot more difficult these days. Cue up Arlette. Arlette will sue me if I cue her up. Haven't you heard? They've hit the what is it? They've moved on up
Today is
to a
May
deluxe apartment in the
23rd,
sky,
and I
Kelvin.
just wanted to give y'all an update. I'm out here early. I've been told that it is time to harvest. So
Now, let me also point out something. This looks very south. This looks like a nice backyard. This is a young black couple, and they are gardening. Look, all this fucking this is like the anti Be Brave video. This ain't the inner city, folks.
I'm gonna cut some spinach, some lettuce, some basil, all of that. Y'all look at this tomato plant. It has,
Believe it or not, it looks like my sister's backyard, but she's not my sister.
yeah, I don't even know what to say about it right now, but I need to fix it. And then also the cucumber plant, like I said, I had to completely take the net off because it was the net's too small now at this point. Like the net is too small. So that
All
thing is
blacks are good
growing
blacks,
so
sir.
much. A lot of our crops are just about the same. I am planning in this video, you guys, to redo this area because we made a big mistake in this
That's
round.
that good
But I
blacks
do
term you're
see a
using, Kelvin,
few
is very like
irregularly
only
shaped
whites
strawberries right here.
call
One
blacks
there,
the good blacks and
and
make
then
those
one
sort
there,
of
one there. So
there's sort of
strawberries seem to be
differences.
doing okay.
And it's
I
usually
actually
the bottom
one of
feeder
the
whites
zinnias out from
who
over there,
determine good
and
blacks
I
or bad
replanted it
blacks.
over here
Very,
to
very
kind of see
white
how it would
centric
do.
point.
So here she is right here.
And here's
One of the
the link.
zinnias. I want to
Someone
say
hit it.
that her roots
I'm
is
in a
looking
roasty mood,
less pink.
especially you, Deacon Dave.
This part is less pink. Let's go ahead and harvest. All right, about to cut the first piece, you guys.
You are, Kelvin. You graduated from London School of Economics.
Spinach leaves are.
Isn't that the nickname? Their football team is called the Whites.
Next thing I'm gonna get is the basil. Right now, it's been completely
Oh, the
covered,
London
y'all,
School
by
Economics
this
Whites are taking
what's this
on
stuff called?
The Georgia
Cucumbers.
Bulldog.
Oh my gosh, these are so cute. Let me get these ones.
Now, see, this is the kind of wife that Deacon Dave needs and
Guys,
loves
this is what it
and
looks
would
like now after I
recommend to
cut a few pieces.
little
All
Dave.
right, all done, you
He's
guys.
out in a bonnet in the garden making some basil for that home cooked dinner.
I'm out here in the garden and I wanted to give y'all a little update. This is a little jalapeno bush that we got, and it already produced its first jalapeno. Look how cute this is. It
Jesus.
fell off on its own. I didn't
Don't
think
fail
I just
me,
noticed it was
daughter.
down there.
Don't
I was
fail
like,
me.
oh my gosh.
Look how cute a
Update
fucking
also,
pepper
the zinnia
is.
my grandmother gave me. Y'all, look how big she's gotten. And then this is the banana pepper. The pepper has gotten quite large already. It might be time
You know
for
what,
this
Tropes? I
baby
do too.
to come
I
up as
talked
well.
about it yesterday, I guess. We gardened for years. My son, when he was little, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know, yep, we'd all get out there, and half the time it would just be me and my wife doing shit. And my son he had this thing for building roads in the garden. He would take his Hot Wheel cars and tracks, and he just build these elaborate roads, and the cars could do all these things, and it was kind of nice. I thought he was going to be a civil engineer because he certainly had a thing for building roads. But alas.
I've been picking and harvesting lettuce and spinach, as you guys saw, and
Ooh,
I've also been
butterleaf.
doing an
Or is it
experiment
butter
because all of
leaf?
this down here,
Butter
this is where
something or
we've
another.
made our big mistake with our crops. As you guys can see, everything else in the garden is flourishing except for what's in
God
this
damn.
area. So in this
That
video,
is
we are going
my
to
sort
completely
of
redo
existence.
this, the
Big
crop.
backyard,
But I did an experiment where I took one of the
trees.
zinnias from over there
Blacks live like
and
this,
I put
folks.
it over
I
here, and you
kind
can
of live
see
like
she's
this.
like
My backyard is
thriving
not
here.
big,
None of them that are
but
in
I
the
got
crops
trees.
look as good as she does. She even has new leaves coming up there, so I think these might have
And
a
this,
chance to survive.
and
I
I'm
think
going to
it's
make a
really good soil. So
very, well,
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to let
purchase
this
more of
play.
this
I'll be right
soil.
back. I have a
I get it
very
from a
dangerous
sod
reaction to this
company,
video.
and this soil, you guys know,
I
I
hope
got
will
all
piss some people
from
off.
Home Depot. I
Sorry about that.
would not recommend this soil, you guys, and I'm gonna get into more like why we made a mistake with this area, but I just want to say soil matters. It matters more than I thought it would. This right here, these are wildflowers in here, and this is the same soil that all the crops were planted in as well. And this is a pretty deep pot, you guys, like, and it's full of soil, and this is the growth that we've had. And a lot of the roots are turning red in here. And this is the wildflower that was planted in the actual crops. They look the same. So I say that to say, I think it's the soil that's really hindering the growth of a lot of our crops out here. And also the method that we use, which was using cardboard, the no dig method. We used cardboard and then we put soil and mulch on top. So yeah, I think it's both of those in play.
Well, the tide goes in, the tide goes out. But
all right, guys, today's like June 3rd, and here is the garden.
And once again, these are the types of videos, the types of people, the types of young people that the John Galt, Ock Nation, CT, Be Brave, and other types of anti-blacks, anti-black blacks, and Be Brave is a white shade. This is what they so conveniently ignore. They will go, well, look at all these YouTube videos. I watch YouTube videos. Look at all the crime. And they never watch shit like this. I guarantee you there are as many black people doing videos like this as there are body cam videos, and the motherfuckers who want to ignore this and think all black people live in the inner city and they're crack hoes stealing from Walmart. This is why they don't come to my panel, because I will fucking eviscerate their brains. They don't like talking to Stanley Cross because I will show them this video and go, now what? Be Brave coming into my chat going, can we be buddies? Can we be buddies? Are you going to miss me? Motherfucker, no, I'm not going to miss you. That's why I unsubscribe for your fucking racist channel. What the fuck would you ask me if I'm going to miss you? Oh my Lord, these silly men.
Garden update. Y'all, everything is out of control, but I came out here and I have my little basket because it's time to do another harvest. I also want to show y'all the zinnia that my grandma gave me. She is alive and well. Y'all, all my watermelons over there, they died. This still looks the same. And then I took one of the zinnias from over there. You know, all this stuff in this section isn't really growing, and I put it in this soil. And when I tell you, she is thriving now. Look at her. She's gotten so big. So I went and did the same thing with the watermelon. These two right here are watermelon. I think I did it too late. These two right here. Because they still look a little sad. So I may have to redo my watermelon from seed. I think the pumpkin, we replant it, it's gonna do well because it's like the tallest thing out here within the crop area. But anyways, I came here to get some more spinach. Yeah, because we're gonna eat some of this for lunch. And also, y'all already see me harvest spinach, so I'm just gonna take y'all
Oh,
over
look,
here to the tomatoes.
they're going to
y'all.
eat spinach for
tomatoes
lunch
down
instead of going to McDonald's. Hear that, Be Brave?
Here, they're finally red. Can you guys see that? Like little bugs crawling around it though. I'm not sure what those little buggies are, but I'm gonna go ahead and try to pick this. Let's see. Let me get my scissors and I'm just gonna cut right there. So that is one tomato. And then I'm gonna get the other one, which is right here. I believe this is it right here. I see a lot of these little like bugs. What are these, you guys? I might need to spray something out here. Okay.
You may need to spray something.
Okay. Wow. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Y'all, 2 tomatoes. What on earth? I can't see anything else in here, but I do see some right here that are super green. I see these, and I don't really see anything else besides these little bugs down here, y'all.
Oh, that must
What
be
are these little
Portia.
buggies?
Portia, I can
all,
end
like,
it
right
now. It's not like a whole lot of people are
I don't know. I'm about to go
loving
ahead right
this
now and also
spinach
pick my
gardening.
strawberries. Harvest those.
And I am, oh shit, I'm at 6 hours. I'm getting long in the tooth here. Ooh,
Here they go,
rhubarb.
right here,
Is that
y'all.
rhubarb? Oh, the strawberry. Really, Kelvin? That's surprising.
They're so tiny,
You
but I don't
young
want them
folks
to go
like
bad.
gardening?
So.
Those do not look like garden shears. Maybe, you know what? Maybe they are, though. Good for her. And I like that netting. It'll keep the deer and stuff off. I have to look and see where they're living, but it looks American South. Oh, do you really, Kelvin? Interesting. Are you married, Kelvin? Who is we? Nice. Well, I am very proud to hear that, Kelvin. Good for you.
My sister actually told me not to harvest my spinach when it's hot out, like the sun is fully out. She said do it in the morning and the evening.
That's interesting.
But we need some of this to eat with the chicken wings I just bought. So I am going to
I love this woman. Look at
a few
her.
bunches so Marcus and I could eat some spinach real quick. Oh, we should also do some lettuce too.
Oh, you help your mother.
Like, it feels good.
Good
We
for
have
you,
nothing.
Kelvin.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna
You're,
do lettuce.
and
I
I'm
have never
not kidding when I
harvested
say
the
this.
lettuce.
You
let's
sound
do
like
that
a great
instead.
young man, and your
cut
mother should be proud of you.
A bunch.
I am not kidding. I'm not being facetious. I love hearing young
Ooh, I probably shouldn't
people
pull it
who
out
are
of the
responsible
root, huh?
and just on the right
I did
track,
that wrong.
doing good
I think I should
things.
just cut.
We are not all Solid Snake.
Ooh, look at that. I think that's gonna be enough. Okay, y'all. So this is the harvest for today.
Yeah,
Spinach,
you had
lettuce,
to ruin a good
tomatoes,
thing now,
strawberries
didn't you?
are in here. And then
You're
I
gonna
also
grow
have
weed, huh?
some blueberries over here that we could pick that are like super ripe. Oh my gosh.
Now, the one thing I do not like is
And
fucking
I have
stop
to
wearing
pick them
false nails or fake
because I
nails
thought I
if
could
you're
wait for
gonna
them to
be
get
in the
bigger,
garden.
but
Just collect some
because
dirt under
so
there.
I had one
Not
down
good for your
here.
cuticles,
I
I'd
was like, oh, I'll
imagine.
get it tomorrow. It was so blue and pretty, just like these. Next day I came, it was gone. So I don't know if something ate it or it just fell off. So that's why I'm just picking the ones that are ready right now instead of waiting. I think maybe you're not supposed to wait that long. As soon as you see it ready, you're supposed to get it, I guess. So I might wait on this. Well, now I'll take it. Okay. This is our blueberry harvest for the day. Okay, guys, I thought it would be fun if we did a little taste test together. So I just washed off all of our strawberries and blueberries right here. So let's try a strawberry. Okay, not all the way sweet, a little sour on the end.
You know
but
what?
good.
I don't think she's that hot. She's cute, but I wouldn't call her hot. But you know what? I have she's not age appropriate. That might be my problem. Those glasses make her look like a fucking cartoon. Somebody needs to
It's
tell
sour.
her those glasses do
Closer
not
to
fit her face.
stem. Okay, now let's try blueberry.
You know what? I have a theory about foreheads. I think a lot of the shit that women
Oh
are
my gosh,
doing
I'm
to
trying to
their
put blueberry in
hair
your
are
hair.
just like
Oh, look who's here.
eroding their
Marshy.
oh
Marshy,
man,
do you want to try blueberry?
she is built. I will give her that.
You liked it, good girl. Marshy approves.
Damn. She puts them right in the camera, doesn't she?
This one isn't as sweet as the last one.
I predict
This is
they
fun little
will hit
harvest, indoor harvest
1,000
basket.
viewers. Let's see, how many viewers do they have?
Outdoor harvest basket.
Oh,
So what
oh
I'm gonna
shit,
do
they have
is I'm gonna dry off my
165,000
tomatoes
viewers.
first. Let's dry them off.
No doubt they do. Damn, this is not a small
These bad boys
channel.
off. I actually put
Video
a little
from 3 days ago.
just
And
soak
let's
on
subscribe.
them. I didn't
See
do
what
that
they're
with
doing.
anything else, but with
And
these,
this
you know,
is
there's blood
one
of
thing I
lot.
do like. They've got kind of an older house. I love mature neighborhoods with the trees and the work. The house will be a little bit high maintenance, but kind of trees, big backyards, older house. Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Eyes and whatnot over there, so I just wanted to make sure these were good.
And not the hood.
What does it say? Where'd it go?
Admiral, how you doing? Hit the link, Admiral.
Okay.
If you got time, you're probably at work, but hit the link if you want.
Oh gosh, I'm excited for the carrots. I can't wait to see those. Not sure when they'll be ready. I need to look at the back of the seed packet to see how many more days we have until I can pick them and set an alarm on my phone. Okay.
Well, Kelvin, it's almost kind of like a English countryside sort of thing. Not the same thing, but I just like that older kind of established kind of, the house has character.
Here she is right here.
Great place to raise kids. I don't know, I like her. I like her.
I think I got it all off.
Her setup
I hope
here.
I did. Y'all let me know what's the best way to wash this stuff.
Motherfucker, just
I'm
wash it in
putting
cold
soap on
water.
these.
Just be done with it. Put it in a bowl of cold water.
I got quite a bit of lettuce
Stick
today.
it in a strainer.
Okay, let's try the lettuce.
Let it dry. Or a salad spinner. Depends on how you're going to eat it too, by the way.
Make sure ain't nothing on it.
You're going to make a salad.
Okay.
You're going to saute it. You're going to eat it raw with chicken wings. Just figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, Tropes. Tropes. When my wife and I were looking for a house, it took us a year to find a house because we had a friend of her family was a realtor, a friend of her father's actually. And I think this woman, we would go out every Saturday, not for a whole year, but most Saturdays for a whole year. And I swear this realtor, she just took me, my son, and my wife out just for the comedy. It's like we would pull up. I remember pulling up to some cookie cutter house in a cookie cutter neighborhood. And my wife was interested in it. And I'm like, I'm not even getting out of the car because it's an automatic no. If I can spit on my neighbor's house from a side window, it's not my kind of neighborhood. So my wife and my son and the realtor, who happened to be an older woman, a great woman, by the way. Yeah, they went in and looked at the house, but I didn't fucking get out of the minivan because I'm not fucking buying that house. Y'all look at it and dream. Now the opposite happened as well. There was a place up on the other side of the mountain that I first met my wife on, and my brother-in-law had said, "Oh, hey, this place is up for sale." Now, here was the fun part. It is summer, and my realtor's minivan could not make the last leg up that road. It was summer with front wheel drive, and the fucking road was so steep she couldn't make it up. So we had to walk the last part of the way. And my wife was like, "Nope, I'm not even getting out of the car. You go up and look at it." I'm like, "We're buying this goddamn place." It's like it is hanging off the side of the ridge of a mountain, like the backyard. If my son, for instance, was playing with a ball or something and the ball went over the side, the ball is gone. You'd have to rappel down to get the fucking ball. Some kid down in the Shenandoah Valley is going to have a free ball because once it goes over the edge. So we spent a whole fucking year, and we did move up to a mountain, but it was like kind of like a neighborhood with acre plots, and we had neighbors, much to my chagrin, but we did wind up compromising. But oh my Lord, I swear, I haven't talked to Donna, was the realtor's name. I haven't talked to her in a couple years, but I know she would pack a lunch and we would just make a day of it. But she used to laugh her ass off because my wife and I were just, nope, not getting out of the car. You go look at it. We're not doing it. I fucking miss those days. I am doing a reminiscing on YouTube. Yeah, you know what? Whatever. But I just, the acre shit. I wanted 5 acres. And we almost bought a place like that. It was just too far from my work out in Culpeper, Virginia. There was 5 fucking acres and it was gorgeous. The house was awesome and it was just too far. It's like an hour and a half to work and it just didn't make sense. But it's if you can find an acre, but hopefully you can find an acre with some trees and stuff. Here's the thing, the newer houses, I think it's an insurance thing. They don't want trees around the house because it's a risk, of trees falling on houses. Back in the day, trees were kind of a feature, not a bug. And I have to have trees. So anyway, I am not watching this video. We need to be watching this video so we can see this young lady. She is endowed and she is cute. I wouldn't say she's hot. She's just extremely attractive.
Okay. I might need to wash it off one more time. It tastes. I don't really eat lettuce a lot, to be honest. So I guess it tastes like how it's supposed to. Now I eat a lot of spinach, so I know how this is supposed to taste. So let's try the spinach. Hola!
This is a short motherfucker. He is Mickey Mouse. How tall is he?
It all has a little aftertaste to it. It's like an outdoor aftertaste, but it's supposed to taste like that.
And that fucking tattoo on her left wrist, just not doing it. I don't give a fuck if it's even a small tattoo.
I gotta get used to that.
Oh my Lord. No, do not do baby carrots like that unless they're cooked. They are raw. Do not do it.
So Marcus wants tomato on his salad. I didn't think we were gonna use this right now. But
That's not a motherfucking salad with baby
So we're
carrots.
gonna go ahead and cut into it. Let's see, y'all. First of all, let me cut this off.
No.
Cut into it.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
It's a tomato.
What the fuck is she doing? Lay it over. No. Lay it over and like julienne it somewhat.
All right, y'all. Lunch is served.
And that's Deacon Dave coming over to teach his woman how to cut. She needs to split those carrots. She needs to quarter those carrots.
I just want to
Steam
show you
it.
guys that
That's
I
a good
also
point.
picked this cute little banana pepper. She looks so good.
Don't get in love with that banana pepper.
Okay, that's all for now. Oh, and then y'all saw the grape tomato. We have to eat this, but
Just eat it.
yeah.
You don't need
That's
to cut it.
today's
Just eat it.
All right, everybody. I'm in the carport because it's raining. It's constantly raining on and
Now
off.
that's
Yours
Deacon
is how it
Dave.
is.
This is
I'm gonna
Deacon
make
Dave when he
these
was young.
garden beds, some smaller, shorter ones, to really be an extension of the ground. So
Yes, you're absolutely right. See, I can tell
The
you
plan
know
is to
your way
do
around vegetables, but they were eating
garden
it as a
bed
salad,
2
so it's
by
not
3
going to
feet,
shrink.
and the garden is flourishing. It's a lot of stuff back there. Thanks to all the extra
You know
water,
what,
rain, sunshine.
Tropes, actually,
And then,
now
God
I'm
blessing the
kind
crop.
of craving
No
spinach.
famine over here. Cup and run us over. You know what I'm saying? Cornucopia. So yeah, let's get to work.
I'm guessing this is North Carolina. And why the fuck why isn't that up on a table? It's crazy.
So These boards, they're 3 inches short. I guess that would make them, they're like 116, 117. So I'm gonna just do
Oh, apparently he's
cut,
making a table to put that saw on.
2 pieces of 2x4 out. That'll give me 4, and then I'll just cut the rest in half, and then I'll just start duplicating that. Same concept, different measurements.
You mean Deacon Dave? Yes, I have, but not on my own. Like the last time I can remember, it's usually my father-in-law. When I was a boy, my father is into all this sort of stuff. I've just never been. If I have to do it, I'm sure I could. I've done the occasional cut a board to replace something, a door jamb or something. But no, it's not something I like doing. However, if someone comes and says, I'm going to charge you $50, to replace some molding, I'll do the shit myself. I'm not crazy. It's just not something I like doing. I'll build a computer, but like building a bookshelf. Now, the good thing is if I asked my father-in-law to build a bookshelf, yeah, he'd be happy to do it, or probably he'd do it and probably go, well, motherfucker, why can't you? But nope, carpentry's not my thing. Building a computer is not hard these days. My son did it at like 15 or something like that. 15, 16, 17, somewhere in there. I've done it back when it was hard. Today, you can go online and match all these components. Back when I used to build them, you had to either know it or just like trial and error.
All right, guys, it's time to harvest. I got my ladies here.
Building a keyboard. Oh, that's some stuff I would never. Can you build a keyboard?
My goodness.
Oh, it is.
Should I pick
You know what? Let me find a picture here.
cut it right here.
Somewhere around here, I have a picture. It is actually progressing. Now, this is it's funny. The guys that are building it, I've known since I was like a young teenager. Friends of my father, but they're younger than my father. Let me see, can I find a picture of it? Because it would be nice to show it.
Hi, you guys. Welcome to the garden. Y'all, we are out here trying our absolute best to cut back this cucumber tomato bed, y'all. It's out of control in the best way. So my mom said that we're gonna cut a lot of the leaves that are like this, like on the floor. And this is what we've harvested so far. Y'all, I didn't know whether or not these were ready. They're like, girl, you need to cut these. So, because they're not as big as the ones at the store, right? So, but they said they're ready. And I'm so happy. We have like a lot. I'm gonna show y'all everything at the end, but But yeah, I'm gonna try to get as much footage, but this is just so exciting in the moment to see everything. And yeah, let me give y'all an overview of what the garden looks like right now. So this is our tomato, cucumber, basil, and marigold box, y'all. It is completely out of control. You can't see anything unless you dig. But yeah, and then this is how all the other things are doing. That's corn, zinnias, wildflowers, cantaloupe. The pumpkin, y'all see how crazy that pumpkin is going? Another one. We have okra right here in the middle, wildflower. All of this is green bean. Sweet potatoes going crazy. And the spinach and lettuce, I think I'm gonna get rid of because it's trying to go out of style. And then we have bell peppers and zinnias over there. Let me give you guys a up close look. You see our spinach just looks so sad now ever since we started picking it, because y'all saw how pretty it looked at the beginning, right? It's starting to look so sad, but the temperatures have been increasing here in Georgia. It's getting up to like 86 most days. So I think it's just
Oh,
trying to go
wow.
out
They're in
south.
Georgia. I wonder where.
But speaking of bell pepper, we have a lot of bell pepper plants coming. Oh my gosh, these are so cute. And yeah, the sweet potatoes are vining. They're going. They're basically about to connect. Oh my gosh, they are connecting with the pumpkin. So yeah.
Heavy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
We're already having a good harvest.
Oh wow. Beautiful. Thanks, Mommy. Y'all look at these tomatoes. Oh, you got some green beans?
Yep.
Yeah. Let me get this one. Here goes my mommy.
Oh, nice.
Oh, for God's sake.
That's crazy. Now that's like the ones at the store.
Wow.
That is insane. So tell me how you clip them. Where you cut it at? Just like.
Yeah, we go.
Oh, you just pull it? Oh, okay.
It's just that. I'm gonna cut it.
Okay, here it comes. Oh my gosh! Wow, yeah, that when we cut it. Get it. Oh. Ooh, I can't wait
Really?
today.
People build keyboards? Tropes?
So I'm gonna wait until they
God
get
damn
like
it.
this big, right?
Let's see. It's called what now? Higher Types. Interesting.
Yeah. It is a whole lot. I like the red. I love a red one. Mama, look. Here go the red one. Aroma tomato.
Yeah, that's everything. I want to make sure I got everything from down here.
On the floor.
Wow. Oh, it hurt a little bit. Yeah,
Cucumbers? Oh my gosh, I'm about to make pickles today.
it's a good pickle size, too. They okay because you're going to pickle it.
Oh my
Look at all
gosh.
these cucumbers. Girl, you
Oh my goodness, this is such a harvest. Oh. So good. Oh, they up in there. See, I didn't know they were far in that way. Wow. See, this would have got lost in the sauce. Hope it's okay. So much sun, I can't hardly see good. But the little ones you see, they're gonna be giant. Also, y'all, I wanted to give you an update on our lime tree. She looks so good, y'all. We have lime fruit coming. Can y'all see these little baby limes? Like, what? And there was one more right here. Like, we got to get these out the pots ASAP. The blueberries are still doing so good. We've been picking these off every other day and just eating them. They are the sweetest things ever. Ooh, that one just came up. And then the lemon tree and the cherry tree still aren't doing too much. We just got to get those out of their pots. But my grandma and mom are still down there picking green beans. Y'all, I got to go inside to get another bowl.
Here, let me pause this right quick. Tropes, if you're still there, here's a picture of the Volkswagen. If God damn it, did this thing freeze again? Let's see here. Somewhere here. Here, this is a picture, and it's like still in process, but this is a 1973 Super Beetle that my father bought new back in 1973, and I drove it to high school, and my brother did when he was in high school, and he wrecked it somehow or another, and it literally was in pieces on a garage floor for like decades. And my father decided, hey, let's rebuild it. And there's some folks who used to work on, I mean, these people have worked on VWs and other types of autos for probably 40 years. I knew them when I was like 12, 13. My father one summer we rebuilt this Volkswagen's engine, believe it or not. So I guess I've got a nephew who's starting high school. My brother's son is starting high school this year. My son is 19. My sister's kids are somewhere between 17 and 20. And my father, who's 81, said, hey, let's do it. He'd been talking about it for years. So if you notice, I think there's only one windshield wiper. It was literally in pieces, and it is being put back together. Believe this. You know what? Believe it or not, you know what? I guarantee you, motherfucker, this thing is like what? 40 years old. Believe me, they're not gonna look at you askance if you're driving this thing. And I was down there, down in Savannah, what is it, 2 weeks ago? The interior is going to be, I think the original seats, because we had the seats, well, my father had the seats reupholstered, fucking 30 years ago or something like that. We still have the original seats. This is going to cost probably 10 times what my father paid for it. But it's there. The windshield, it may be more new parts than old parts, but it's the original chassis. And so that's it. There's a back picture too. The back starboard quarter, the back right quarter is not painted yet. By the way, it's the original color. That's what the original color was. So there'll be some improvements and stuff like that. The engine is air cooled. It didn't have an air conditioner. Original equipment. It had an trying to think of it even. I know it had an AM radio. I think it was AM FM. We don't have the original. I when I was in high school, I had a cassette tape deck AM FM thing put in there. So this was back when Circuit City used to do like stereo like upgrades to cars. So the side panels had like speakers cut into them and wired, all that teenage shit kids do. But I love that car, and everyone loved that car. And that's why we're doing it. Stick shift, 4-cylinder, of course. So that is my father's project. And he's not doing any of the work himself. He's 82. So, other than this is how I want it, he's taking, he is directing the project. He's not doing the project, but we might have ourselves 1973 Super Beetle. In that, now we're not going to put it like on the interstate or anything, but you know what? Fuck it. It's just something to do. It is literally a museum piece, and we all, my sister, me, my brother, learned to drive. Like, we learned to drive stick shift. We didn't learn on automatic, on an automatic transmission. My sister knew how to drive a stick shift as well as I did. So that's what the Cross family does. We do shit, even if it's silly shit. But that paint job looks pretty goddamn good. So anyway, let's get back to gardening, shall we? Oops. Let's see here. Take this down, put that up. And I you know what? Looks like Portia is champing at the bit to do a show. So this is only halfway done. Maybe what I'll do is speed this up so I don't impede on the Portia time. She has not been on, and she has a lot to say, and I will not stand in the way of a young lady's progress or ambitions. But I am enjoying this.
Jungle in here, y'all.
That's actually a good point. Hold on one sec here. Tropes, you make an excellent point. Cuba, especially Savannah, where this car is. Actually, it's might be in a county over from Savannah, but it's a Savannah car. Bottom line is you have to constantly keep those things washed. Rust will be a problem because of the saltwater air. These classic cars parts are constantly replaced. Like that windshield is not the original windshield. It's a new windshield. A lot of aftermarket parts and stuff. I would be willing to bet by the time that car is done, probably the only original parts will be some of the engine, and I'm not even sure of that. The chassis will be pretty much the only original parts. So it's not, it's like I said, it's a museum piece. But it's a lot of maintenance. You got to keep the cars clean. Luckily in Savannah, it never snows, so the roads don't get salted or anything like that. So you don't have to worry too much about the undercarriage. As long as you keep it washed, um, cars in the north where they salt the roads and there's a lot of snow, you wouldn't have this car. As a matter of fact, somewhere like Cuba is probably a perfect place. The roads are like salting the road so it gets all up in the undercarriage. Probably the worst thing you can for maintaining cars. So let me take this back a bit. Look at that dress. I am not mad at this woman.
See these little baby limes? Like what? And there was one more right here. Like, we got to get these out the pots ASAP. The blueberries are still doing so good. We've been picking these off every other day and just eating them. They are the sweetest things ever. Ooh, that one just came up. And then the lemon the lemon tree and the cherry tree still aren't doing too much. We just got to get those out of their pots. But my grandma and mom are still down there picking green beans. I got to go inside to get another bowl.
God damn, look at that backyard. That is awesome. Shit, I want to live there. Don't be wearing those shoes out. Put on some shoes, girl.
Jungle in here, y'all.
I want to make one point here. Dumb fucks like John Galt and Be Brave and Ock Nation and CT, they want y'all to ignore this shit. They want you to think that all blacks, black life in America centers around the inner city and the blight and the crime and stuff. This video is, in my experience, normal black life. This is how black people live. Maybe not as opulent, maybe not in the huge backyard and the time to garden. This is how I grew up, literally. My grandmother, my father's mother down in Adel, Georgia, we used to pick vegetables. We'd go pick melons. There were home cooked, fresh cut meals. My grandmother hands me an axe and I go, "What is this axe for?" And she says, "We're having chicken for dinner." So, so I'm like 6 years old. And that chicken on the stump, she expects me to chop the neck off because we're having chicken. And you know what? As brutal as that is, I ate the chicken because the shit was delicious. This is the black life I know. Snap beans, sitting on the porch, snapping the beans. That ghetto bullshit that Be Brave and John Galt and all the other anti-black blacks, the bullshit that they want to push is the bullshit. This is as much of the black experience in America as that ghetto bullshit and nonsense that they want to pretend. It's real. It happens. The statistics are the statistics, but most black people don't live in the inner city. That's what they can't seem to be able to understand, or they have a fucking race grift, John Galt and Be Brave. It's a race grift. I don't give a fuck whether you believe it or not. I live this. This is my life. This is me growing up. Believe it or not, not all black people are dodging bullets when they go out to look at their blackberry plants. Y'all need to motherfucking grow up and stop believing that everything about black life is toxic. Deacon Dave, SKC. Well, I know SKC knows better. But y'all need to motherfucking stop watching the crack hose on body cam footage and start watching shit like this. This is real. This is black life as well. And I would venture to say that, you know, this is maybe one extreme. You know, these are not, you know, these are very, these people can afford their lifestyle, and I'm sure they work hard. This is an inherited wealth that you're seeing. This is young people working hard to earn their keep, earn their land, earn their vegetables, earn the pots that the vegetables are cooked in. I choose to concentrate on, you know, the healthier, more wholesome parts of black life in America. Those who choose not to, that's fine too. But don't fucking come here, Solid Snake, and tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, because I motherfucking do. And I will treat you like shit every time you come up to my panel and want to bullshit. It doesn't matter whether it's John Galt or Solid Snake or Deacon Dave or SKC. You come to my panel and you pretend this doesn't exist, and I will shit on you and roast your ass, laugh, mock, ad hominem, or whatever it takes, whatever I feel like doing. Y'all better motherfucking stop being so toxic and pretending that everything black is bad. Fuck with me on this, and I will fuck with you back.
All right, now I'm gonna make
Oh,
pickles, you
nothing,
guys. So I
Deacon
have my six
Dave.
pickles.
You're
I
just
have
in the
my
line of
pickling
fire.
spice right here. And then in here, I'm making my brine, which is vinegar, water, and sugar. That's all I put into
I have
here.
no
Oh, and
clue what that
salt.
means. 50
I've
Cent
already went
meme?
ahead
I have
and
no idea what that
blanched
means.
these a little bit, so that way when I cook them, I can either choose to steam them because they're still pretty like crispy, but they're
I
softer
have
texture now.
literally,
So
I've
I'm gonna
never
process these
bought
and
a
put these in the
50,
freezer bag.
50
They'll go into
Cent
the freezer.
album or anything
And
like that.
like I
So
said, these are the
if there's
6
an
pickles that
intersection,
cucumbers that I'm gonna be
good.
using to make
That
pickles.
means I'm
But
hood.
these are all the extra pickles that I have that I'm just going to eat normally, or make some pickle slices, which I think might be really good. And then over here, making bacon. But these are actually the jars that I'm going to put my pickles in, and I have a few more if I decide to do some more pickling today. But yeah, I'm really, really excited about these. And then for these, I'm going to be making fried green tomatoes with all the ones here. And
Yeah,
then
don't
the
be
ones
so
in the
cliche
window,
with them fried green
these I'm waiting to
tomatoes.
get red so we can eat them, you know, like
They're
regular
not going to
cinnamon
turn red.
toast.
Don't wait
Okay,
for
so
them
the
to
first
do
thing
it.
I'm going to do is cut
She
all
does
of
have a
these
big
into little
forehead.
spheres so that they can go into the jars. So, let's see. You say what?
Yeah, she's doing a cold pack.
Okay, so this looks
Um,
like all we can fit in here. So, and I have some
yeah,
of this
she's
two-spirit
not
zest.
doing like
I don't want to jam them
canning.
in because
She's
I still
doing a
have to put
cold
in
pack like
fresh
refrigerator
garlic
pickles,
and my two-fillet
which
spice.
work.
So I'm just gonna set these off to the
As a
side.
matter of fact, I like them better because they're crunchier. And yes, I actually have done canning and pickling cold pack cucumbers myself.
Now I have to cut up some garlic.
My mother-in-law taught me how.
All right, guys. So I've just come out right now to get some fresh dill for
Yeah, I'm
our
not
cucumbers.
cool.
Now,
You know, don't pretend to be.
this looks like dill. It's not a lot of it though. I don't know why I thought we would have a lot more. But also, look, some of our cute little wildflowers are starting to come. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. One right here.
And by the way,
Right here.
young folks,
These are gonna be something eventually.
life will be tough. This is like a dream life. This is when I was young. This is the kind of life, and I've had it actually. Not so much these days, because you know, I'm a lonely old man with an empty nest. But I've lived this life. It is motherfucking wonderful. Look, I used to take out the lawnmower, and you know, pretty much 3/4 of the acre of the place we lived on was behind the house. Motherfucker, I would pull out the riding mower and just fucking go out and mow the lawn. Mowing on your riding lawnmower is motherfucking about as peaceful as you can get on a Saturday morning. I don't have to hear my wife. I don't have to hear my son. I don't have to hear shit. I'm just mowing the lawn. And my wife, shit, sometimes my wife would like, no, I want to mow the lawn. So this couple here, they're living the life, in my opinion. And knowing that it's in Georgia is even better. Maybe I'll figure out where they live. Not that I'm going to go there. I just want to know. But this is so cool. This soothes my soul, folks. Not every motherfucking body is Johnny Boy in the hood.
Oh, I'm so excited to see these actually come to fruition. But anyways, let's stay on task. I have my handy dandy basket here. We're gonna cut some of this dill.
Yeah, well, you know, that gluten-free bullshit, that's for people who like to cook gluten-free. I just cook what I like to eat and don't eat like 3 tons of it per night.
I feel like this should be enough dill. So I think I'm just gonna
So
stop
what
right
if they
here.
are?
But I do see we have some.
I wouldn't think they're barely above the poverty line. Who knows? They might be.
Oh, the
Gardening
vines.
is
I can't even get
expensive,
over
though,
there.
believe it or not.
Okay, let me go around. See if I come this way. I can maybe get some of this dill that looks like it's limping anyway. Oh, all right. Okay, perfect. This is more than enough. Let's head back inside.
No, I'm serious. This is the life I wish upon every young person.
Dill is in. Now we are going to add our garlic. Just gonna add that right down top. Add that right down top like that.
Now,
When
I
tell
don't
you, this
like those
smells
glass top
so
stoves.
good. Like, oh my gosh, the smell is
That's
divine.
not poverty. Come on, Kelvin. I don't know that they're above the poverty line. This gardening, the way they're doing it, is not cheap.
Like so.
So, and they're young. All young people
And I buy my
are above the
pickle spice
poverty
from
line, to be
Goldberg.
honest.
This is what it looks like. Mixed pickle and spice, and y'all.
That's why y'all hate boomers. Look at there, hot vinegar, hot liquid.
Basically run out of brine to cover the top of these.
Look at that. Is that a
And this
gourd?
one too. You could use a little bit more juice. I'm going to put the lid on here though and see if I can get away with this one, but this one definitely needs more. But what I like to do is just shake
Those
it up.
jars are above the poverty
And all
line.
that stuff to like come throughout the container. The stuff is at the top, like at the garlic. Once I see garlic at the bottom, then I know.
See, the nice thing is you
it's
don't
gotten in here
necessarily
pretty
have to
good.
seal those.
Yep, starting to see garlic at the bottom. All right, but this is what the pickles look like, you guys. This is them in all of their glory. And I'm just gonna go ahead now and make more brine.
Right, let's see what these are measuring out to. So this is about half a pound. I think that's good for each little baggie. Half a pound. Half a pound.
Now, one thing that is awesome to have if you do this type of dealing with vegetables is a chest freezer, like a big stand.
And I still have a lot more
They're
outside
called
the
chest
closet, but I think
freezers.
these are great because
I have a stand-up
we use
freezer,
things
by
in
the
my
way.
cheese fresh
I have a
food,
refrigerator
and
freezer, and I have
having them
a
in smaller little
stand-up
bags is
freezer
helpful. What I usually buy
because
from Aldi's are these
I
little
like
bean bags,
having
really
two
organic,
refrigerators.
10 ounces in here, which is half a pound. So, and these are like maybe
Look at that
$1.99 a
old-fashioned
bag.
scale.
So I'm
Wow.
just so happy. Or it's a little bit over half a pound, a little bit over, but still, we use one of
It's
these
not a
bags to
little
go
bit
inside of
over.
Marcy's food. So the fact that we now have essentially 3 of these that we just got out of the garden and more coming is amazing. We'll be able to save on buying these because I usually buy a whole bunch. So yeah.
Now, Kelvin, here's another thing that could happen. This could be a house she got, or her husband got from inherited from a family member. That does happen in Georgia occasionally. Like my grandmother's house. It was, it reverted to my mother, and my mother died last year. So when I go to Savannah, my son and I stay at my grandmother's old house. So it's there. I have no idea who pays the bills, like the electric bill. I guess my father does. But bottom line is this could be an inherited house, which is even sweeter. Black people don't all live in the hood and live a hood life, folks.
Here's the
Be
aftermath,
brave
y'all, but I just
is
went ahead and made little
totally
slices
clueless
because I had some minis,
about
and this
this,
one was half
what
of
he's
it was
talking
bad,
about,
so
and
as
this
you can
is
see
why
here.
we were
And after, I
bound to
still even
part
have a little bit
company.
more brine
The
left.
motherfucker is a
That
racist.
I used this little mini jar that once had jelly in it, and I made some slices. And I didn't put any garlic in this one. It's just the brine and the rest of my mixed pickling spice. So I'm officially out of all of it. But I hope these turn out really good. So now these are all the cucumbers that I have left. Thinking cucumber refreshing drinks. I'm also gonna look up what else I can do with cucumbers. But yeah, I'm thinking cucumber water.
Yeah, cucumber water.
Drinks. Maybe we can muddle
It's
these and add
actually
strawberries
pretty
in
good.
it. That would be really good. And cucumber salad.
You know what? Let's look up.
These are just
Let's
so
see
cute.
if we can
Also
figure out
be like
where
a
in
really cute
Georgia
gift.
she lives.
Add a ribbon to it, and it would be so fun. Oh my gosh. So our fridge is kind of empty, but I'm gonna add things here with our cucumbers.
Refrigerator pickles, folks. That's a nice, clean refrigerator. I like that.
Good morning, you guys. Out here in the garden. I just did my morning water.
I
and
wonder,
I went ahead and picked
to
off
be
all of
honest,
these cute little.
the name of this channel is Young Lady Business. I wonder if this is some sort of like trad wife attempt. She has 165,000 viewers. She earns commission on tag products, which is good. Shop with us at sweetmasonry.com. Huh. She's got a whole little business going on here. She's 29. She is an ex-teacher and entrepreneur. She's in Riverdale, Georgia. Riverdale is outside of Atlanta, if I recall. Let's see here. Good for them. Clayton County, yeah, that's in the Atlanta metro. 10 miles south. God damn. She's actually not too far from where I live, to be honest. Interesting. This is awesome. This makes me happy, folks. Good for her. So wow, this is nice. Now this is right outside Atlanta. This makes me extremely happy. Good for them.
I think these are Roma
I
sodas.
hope my son
Some
can
of them
marry
do have like
someone like her
educational
one day.
stuff, and then something
Probably
got
got
to
an
before I
OnlyFans.
could,
Stop
but
being so
I still have a
negative.
few
Stop
that
being
look
so
really,
John
really
Galtish,
good. We're
Kelvin.
gonna be spending a lot of time out here in the garden today, so
Hey,
I
wait,
just wanted to
hold it.
come and
There's
show y'all
nothing
this
wrong
before
with
things get
trad
too
wife if you
crazy.
can afford to
So
be
yeah,
one.
you said okay, yeah, this one. Y'all, what is eating? What is eating? Is it a worm?
CKJ3,
Like, I don't know.
you
But
ain't
anyways,
kidding, man.
this is what the
You
garden
are
looks like
not
this morning.
kidding.
So I just cut like a
These
little
motherfuckers,
oval
look
around the
at this
garden, and I
shit.
kind of like it,
Look
y'all.
at this
It
shit.
looks better.
That ain't the hood, motherfucking folks. Does that look like the hood? Look, these are black people living their best life. And you know what? Let's have a look at this. This is what disappoints me. I'm down to 9 viewers because I'm not doing Johnny Boy content. And motherfuckers, fuck it. I will do what I'm gonna do. This is awesome. They have a business. There's nothing wrong with being a black trad wife. They are married. She is cooking. They're doing what the fuck they want to do. And I hope my son gets to do this himself. I hope he has a wife like her. I hope he has a backyard like this. I hope he has a house like this. Motherfucker, black people are doing shit. And if you choose to ignore and listen to the Be Braves and the Solid Snakes, motherfucker, you are fucking poisoning yourself. Listen to CKJ3. Listen to Here for the Tea. Listen to Roz. They know what's going on. Stop listening to that negative bullshit, folks. It will poison you. Oh, wait, CK, you saw the outhouse video I did yesterday? You know what? I'm sure it wasn't that funny, but that motherfucker spent 3 weeks building an outhouse-sized building. And the worst thing he could have done is like, motherfucker, this I don't even know where to go with this bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck? Deacon Dave, you know, you need some attitude adjustment. You need some attitude adjustment, Deacon Dave. You need to come over to the right side of being black. Your side is not the right side. So and I love you, Dave. I think you are smart, but you'll mature.
The other day, 'cause now,
SKC will help.
the grass we cut kicked off into the other grass, so it kind of looks like
You're
my skirts are
cure me
dying a
for
little
my
bit.
inequities.
But I kind of
Motherfucker, I'm
like
old.
having
I'm too
this little
old to
oval
be
shape. But anyways,
cured.
today we're gonna be putting the new boxes that he made for me. We're gonna be putting those out here, setting them all up.
You
filling
know
them
what
with
this
leaves,
reminds me
dirt,
of?
and hopefully
CK,
planting.
my mother-in-law had like this free-form garden, and I think that's what they're going to do. I'm not sure. My father-in-law created a garden like this. It wasn't like a square garden. It was like really kind of artsy. And yeah, these young people got it going on. I know y'all think I'm weird, but I'm a 60-year-old man, retired, got a 19-year-old son who is making his way into adulthood. He's an adult, but he's at the early stages. This is what I want for my son, and a wife to boot. And one of these days, there's going to be a dog and kids out in that backyard. And motherfucker, I want to be there, in a place like this with my grandkids running free. There's an Annette Brissette song that I wish I could play right now. She's a Jamaican woman, reggae. She's older now, but she has a song called, I think it's called Running Free. She wants to see all her children running free. That's what I think of when I look at this backyard. Motherfucker, I am old and relatively drunk, and fuck it if I am. I love this.
Y'all, let me zoom in real quick. The pumpkin is going crazy. It's taking over my strawberries. And at this point, I think I'm just going to kind of let it go out, and I'll explain more about that in a second.
Yeah, dude, I will be the first subscriber
And
there,
there's so much
CK.
more cucumbers
Fuck it.
and
I'm
tomatoes
old,
coming. You guys
Calvin.
can see, like, all the little
Who's
yellow leaves
gonna
and whatnot.
calling me weird? I can't be weirder
We'll be back
than be
very
brave.
soon.
Nope, not putting the Bud Light down. Look at that big old ghetto. It's ghetto. They're dodging bullets, be brave. They're dodging bullets, be brave. What's going on? Be brave. They're the 70% making excuses for butchering their backyard. Oh shit, look at that hood, motherfuckers. Look at that hood. It's a riding lawnmower. They're gonna do a drive-by with that lawnmower. Drive-by mowing. Oh, pick it up, motherfucker. I'm gonna pick it up and drink one more. I wish he would stop wearing those house slippers. Hawaiian garden. Good one, CK.
Hi, you guys. I feel like I haven't spoken on camera in a minute, but anyway, so we did finish scalping the earth right here in this area, and this is going to be for our 4 new boxes that we're
They were
adding.
mule
We're gonna
skinners.
continue the mulch and whatnot, and these are going to be in-ground crops, which is why we didn't do the
Nice.
no dig method over here, which was adding the cardboard. We just went ahead and got rid of all the weeds, majority of them at least. We need to go through and clean this up a bit more. But
Damn.
right now, we're actually about to work on adding some lighting over the whole garden. We got some lights from Costco. I'll show you guys in a second. We're about to use those poles right there to string the lights from. Just got to attach
Oh,
them to the
shit.
beds first. But
It's
I
a
think
meth
it's going to
lab.
be super
They're
cute.
building
But
a
yeah,
meth
because at night, you
lab.
guys, it is just so dark out here. We took a little break, and I made tacos, y'all. I used the
Oh,
tomatoes
that's a
that we picked
sad.
the
Oh,
garden.
no,
The Roma tomatoes,
ma'am.
and Marcus came out
No,
and picked
ma'am.
lettuce. I made homemade flowers
Those
for tortillas.
tortillas
I
are
had some ground
fucking
turkey.
sad.
Yeah, it was
so good.
I
And
can
we
do
did all that
better
while it was
than
raining.
that.
Hence why we have all the beds and materials covered up. It's literally still the same day.
Kelvin, whatever. They're not going to be like that if you fucking keep calling them
Is this the way you do it? You just twist it?
409s or whatever y'all call them. Georgia State. Nice.
Yeah. Oh.
409s, 904s, 409s. That's
All right,
that's
y'all.
a
So
spray
basically, we're
cleaner.
gonna attach
So
the
that
pole
can't be right.
to the existing bed that Marcus already built, and so there's gonna be a hole going in on this side, and then a hole going in on the.
No, meth labs
Going
have
in
to
on
be
this
bigger
side,
than
so that will be
outhouses.
secured.
Tropes.
2 screws
304. My
on
bad.
those sides.
My bad. Now I'm okay with these young folks, and I subscribe to their channel. This is fucking awesome.
Ooh,
I'm
it's staying up
dude.
on
Y'all don't know how
This
this is
looks so
making me
cute.
happy.
Still have to pressure treat this wood, but or seal it, whatever you want to call it.
Look at this motherfucker using a power tool. Who knew black people could do that? I'm not gooning. I am instructing, sir. I am instructing. I want to be the anti-John Galt. What would a Be Brave see? What would a Be Brave say to this if he had to critique it? I guarantee you he couldn't be happy for these black kids. He would be going, well, you know, in 10 years, they're going to lose the property and they're going to be drug addicts in the middle of Atlanta. John Galt would fucking find fault. Oh, well, at least he didn't marry a white woman. Motherfuckers are, these motherfuckers, these anti-black blacks, if Eeyore was a racist, like Winnie the Pooh, if Eeyore was a racist, he would be John Galt. Well, those niggers are gonna fail. Them niggers can never do anything right.
And these cute little lights right here, they remind me of like little hair bows. So
Yeah, you know what?
these are in fact solar. I'll have them linked down below. These are from Amazon.
Yeah, Dave, you kept asking me, what did you do? Well, this is what you do. A 70%er in the forest is still a 70%er. You are so fucking brainwashed by that motherfucking dwarfish outhouse building white failure of a man that you can't let it motherfucking go. You actually believe the 70% stuff after you saw the outhouse this superior white statistician slash street psychologist slash sociologist slash African American history expert slash statistician took 3 weeks to motherfucking build an outhouse, and you're still believing in his bullshit theories? You're the one who needs help, Deacon Dave. This is why I say the anti-black blacks are the biggest single destructive force in the legacy black community. White racists like Be Brave, they're not a threat. The Deacon Daves, the SKCs, the John Galts, the Ock Nations, y'all are a problem, and you are self-destructing the same shit you think you're saving. Solid Snake is a great example of a motherfucking waste case. The motherfucker will get up here and talk some fucking babble about Democrats and all kinds of stuff that I can't follow. But yet, this motherfucker will get 300 people in an audience if he ever starts a show because they like that kind of fucking toxicity. It is disgusting. Black people are going to fail because of the Solid Snakes. And it's not a political, like Democrat or Republican thing. It is literally like this motherfucker is drowning in his own sorrows and wants to blame the Democrats for his baby mama failure bullshit. He blames Solid Snake blames Democrats for his fucking tragic life. And I'm sorry, he's not going to do it on my panel. I will shit on him and mock him. And I don't care whether it hurts his feelings or not. I don't give a fuck if I have 7 people in the audience. They're motherfucking failures. Go watch John Galt and be brave. Be racist. I will live my life and watch these young children make their own life. And fuck it. There are obviously some black kids who know that Wicked is full of shit. John Galt is full of shit. I just hope they find out before it's too late.
So we're about to string these on up on the cute little post we just put in. It's already given what I wanted to give, and this is just going to make it even more charming.
Oh, you're moving to the bad side, Kelvin. Don't count yourself out yet. This is interesting. Why is he doing that instead of using a tiller? Now that's the other thing. You gotta stop watering your garden. You gotta harden your garden. This year it's been fairly
Hello,
rainy.
you guys from the garden.
You might
I
not
just wanted to
need
come
to
on
even
here before I
bother
close out today's video
watering your
and talk
garden.
about why I feel like we made a really big mistake out here in the garden, and that involves our in-ground crop area right here. So y'all know we did the no dig method, which involves putting down cardboard. You put 3 inches of soil on top, you water it like crazy, and eventually that cardboard that you put underneath is supposed to go
Well,
away
no.
so that the roots can get down to the soil.
Basically, you
But
gotta
that whole
train
breaking
your
down process
garden,
didn't
Kelvin. You can get your garden dependent on the daily watering. You kind of want your garden to, especially if it's raining regularly, you don't need to water your garden. You know, a day of hot, if you know it's going to rain in the next day or two, get your garden used to nature. It makes the garden less prone to fungus and stuff. All that watering, you can actually harm your garden by like watering it like every day at at evening or every morning. Makes it more prone to fungus. If it's raining regularly, you don't have to water your garden every day. It'll survive. You kind of, if you get in harmony with your garden, you'll know when it needs water.
happen as quick as I thought it would. And that prevented a lot of our crops that are here on the floor from growing as fast and as bountiful as the ones that are in the boxes. So just now, you guys, just recently, have we started to get a lot of growth with some of our in-ground crops, not all. The pumpkin right now is the biggest thing out here, but things like our corn over there and like all of our flower seeds, the zinnias are just now starting to like break free. And I dug underneath the dirt right here, and the cardboard in some areas is still remaining, and in others there's no cardboard. So why there's a difference, I don't know, but the cardboard definitely, the no dig method definitely hindered the amount of growth and progress that we could have had in our garden at this point. This is our 2
And
month
by
update,
the way,
basically,
Dave, now that I think
because we
about it,
planted on Easter.
what in this video makes you think there are 70%ers? The proverbial 70%er. I must know this. What in this video fits a Be Brave 70% narrative? I'll wait.
And it's like June 24th today, the same day that I'm posting this. But I just wanted to come out here and explain that I wouldn't recommend this method if you are going to turn around and plant right on top of it. I feel like the cardboard method is something that you do maybe 6 months, maybe 8 months before you plant anything on top of that cardboard. We only had our cardboard down for a few days, maybe a week, if that, before we put seeds in it and expected, growth. But we're learning from our mistakes. So cardboard method and definitely the dirt is the reason why our crop area isn't looking the best. So that's why we created these boxes right here. And as you can see, and as I told you guys, we went ahead and we cleared off this area with the weeds and the grass that was here. And so we're gonna put leaves and dirt and sticks inside of here. And we think the plants will do way better because it's a way easier access to the dirt because there's no cardboard there. And so we went ahead yesterday. I mentioned that I get my dirt from a sod place. We went ahead yesterday and we got more dirt. This is the same dirt that's in the garden beds. It's really good dirt. And then way back there, we have a whole bunch of leaves that we can use to go inside of these boxes. And then we sometimes use our compost, that thing right there. Sometimes we don't, but it's pretty much full of dirt. So I'm gonna pour some of that compost in these boxes as well. I'm sorry that we did not get to do that in this video. We were planning to, but the garden protectant stuff that we had, we've left it outside and it actually solidified really hard. So it was no longer able to be used. So I had to overnight some garden box sealant. This is really good. It protects the boxes and it doesn't hinder your plants and your seeds and stuff. So we have to put
Now,
this all
I'm
over
going
the
to make a
boxes.
very odd
And
comment here. There are ways you don't have to go to Home Depot every time you need like something. Most of the stuff, like, stuff you spray the garden with or fertilizers or stuff, those are more or less for newbies. You train yourself out of needing, like, you can actually do like organic sprays, like with hot oil and stuff like that. Again, this is my mother-in-law who taught me some of this stuff. You can actually make your own repellents. Now, they're not going to be perfect. And, the stuff you make, every time it rains, you have to go back out and respray it. But that's a good thing. You don't want shit that will stick to your plants after a rain. Now, I still get the idea that these two are still kind of new at this. In 10 years, they'll never go to Home Depot because they will have figured it out. And that's also the fun part. One of these days they'll sit down, in the back garden going, remember, when we used to go to Home Depot all the time? So that's the other thing that I'm kind of jealous of with these two. They're going to learn shit together. And that is cool.
And I also want to show you guys what I did use to get rid of those bugs that I showed y'all on my tomato plants. I got this product right here from Walmart. It's called Maggie's Farm Vegetable Garden Insect and Disease Control. It doesn't have any harsh chemicals or anything like that in it, which I love.
Deacon Dave, that's an
And
interesting comment.
it was able to be used
Stop
around
trying
family
to
and pets. So
please
that's why I went ahead and used this.
Hoodservative
And
and
y'all, this took care of the bug
SKC
issue.
and all
I'm
these
having
hosts. Just
an
be
issue
yourself.
still, even though I've
You're
sprayed.
clever enough.
Might need something a little
You'll be
stronger
okay.
for whatever is eating up
my sweet potato leaves. Like, look at these, y'all. Is it flies? Because there's a lot of flies out here. Is it worms?
Oh,
Is it bees?
goddamn.
I don't
Those
know.
are
So
flies. Spray the leaves,
you guys
damn
let
it.
me know. And then last thing I wanted to share, because I didn't mention
There
this
is
either,
a
was
solution.
what we're going to be
Spray it with hot
planting
oil.
in these boxes. So let me sit down so I can share that with you guys. All right, so I have my handy dandy notebook.
I don't know
here.
what y'all are
That's where I
saying
keep
that you have to
all
put
of
a
our gardening
like a
plants.
hood on her head or
So,
scarf or something.
it's hot.
I don't like the
All right, so
artificial
boxes
hair,
A, B, C,
but
and D. In the
she's not
first
ugly.
new box, it's just going to be
And
corn and
Kelvin,
sunflower.
you
I'm going to try to
know
salvage the corn
you'd
that's
be
there,
okay
even though the
with her.
growth has been
If she
stunted for like
if she
2 weeks.
tapped you on the
I'm
shoulder
going to
and
see if it'll
said,
grow
"Come to my
in
garden,
some new
Kelvin,"
good dirt in a new location.
she
The
she'd
same way that zinnia did. Remember I
she's
told y'all I
on
took
a
zinnia from over here
motherfucking
in the in-ground
YouTube
pots and put
video,
it in the good
Kelvin.
soil, and
What
it
should
took
she
off. So
do?
I'm hoping that'll happen with
Stand
the
there and
corn.
look
I also have new
sultry
corn
and
seeds
go,
that
"Oh,
I'm going to plant in there, and
Kelvin,
sunflower seeds as
you
well.
fill in
The
the
next
words."
box
Come
B,
on now,
is going to be
it's a
strawberries and
YouTube
zinnias.
video, damn it.
The pumpkin has
She's got to
completely
say
taken over. It's
something.
on top of my strawberries right now. So I need to get that moved ASAP. And I'm going to take some of my zinnia flowers that are also in that same crop the pumpkin's about to take over and put those in there as well. All of that will be transplanted. So no seeds in box B. Box C is going to be watermelon and cantaloupe. My cantaloupe has actually started to do pretty good within the in-ground location. It has a flower on it, which is really nice. So I'm going to move that into box C. And I'm also going to add some watermelon seeds. I know all my watermelons, I really want watermelon, y'all. My grandma was saying it might actually be too late to plant watermelon. It's officially summer as of June 20th.
Dave, if you
So
haven't
I'm gonna
noticed,
try it and
most young
see.
women
Watermelon
these
loves heat and
days
sun,
have big
and it has plenty of
foreheads.
room to
Have you
grow. So
noticed? I
we'll
have.
see.
And
And
I
then
think
finally,
it's
in
a
our last
lot of
box,
this
it's just going to
weird
be
shit
flowers.
they
Y'all know
do
I
to
really,
their
really want
hair
flowers out here. And the
that
crop,
just
that
isn't
one right there, is
helping.
completely dedicated for flowers.
Name
There's
me a woman these
basically
days who
nothing in
does
it. So
not
if I can get
have
some
a
flowers
lot
growing in this
of
last box, I will be so happy. And
foreheadscape.
then the last couple
These
of things that I want to
we are
do, like in the
creating
next
big
upload,
foreheads.
is really fix up and cut back the tomato and cucumber plants. I didn't want to disturb it too much.
Oops.
But it really does need to be cut back a bit, as well as cut back the sweet potato plant, which is going crazy, and train my pumpkin plant, because that's about to go insane. We also still have to put our cherry tree, our lemon tree, and our lime tree, and our blueberry bush in the ground. That has yet to be done. But I showed y'all the limes that are coming on there, which is really exciting. And yeah, y'all, that's pretty much it. Another thing that y'all didn't see me do was fertilize my garden. I use this stuff right here. Miracle Grow all
No,
plant food.
no,
I put
no.
this on just about
Don't
everything,
use any of
especially
that.
my in-ground crops. Once I
They're
put this
gonna
on the pumpkin,
learn
y'all, I think that's
that
why I got
shit
a
is
lot of the growth. Because
expensive.
when I tell you,
You don't
everything
need
that's on the floor was so
fertilizer.
stagnant, that's when the zinnias popped up.
That's
That's when the
what
cantaloupe
the
popped up after I
compost.
added this
They're
fertilizer.
new
So
gardeners.
I
They'll
guess
figure
this
it
is
out.
a really good product, or it's
I'd
just
be
my
a
plants are missing
horrible
those nutrients that
father-in-law
they
to
really
her.
needed. I also put this on my green beans after we harvested because they start to look really sad. And I put this, I'm not sure where else I put it, but I didn't put it everywhere in the garden, just on areas that I felt like needed some extra TLC. But I probably will go ahead and add this to everything because it's about to get really hot here. This week in Georgia, the temperatures are going to be like in the 96s, 92s for the whole week. So I really need to make sure my garden is getting everything it
92
needs.
degrees.
And yeah, y'all, that is the whole entire update. I hope you guys enjoyed, seeing me harvest and do some homemaking.
Well, we
and,
did, young lady. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
tending to the garden,
Good
seeing
for
the
you.
boxes we built. It's still a journey for sure, and I'm learning so much. So if you guys have any questions, or
White
anything,
women
leave
have
it down
big
below,
foreheads
and I will
too,
catch you guys in my
Deacon
next
Dave.
video.
Of
Bye,
course,
guys.
white women are perfect to your ilk. Look at the white women's foreheads. Theirs are growing too, sir.
Spending the days on my own, then repeat.
All right, folks. Uh-oh. What are we doing here? Oh, this is actually an interesting video that I am going to save. This woman is totally interesting.
I'm Elvira Barry. I grew up in Soviet Russia.
She grew up in Soviet Russia, but we will have to wait to meet her. And yes, Dave, because I actually am a man, find women fascinating occasionally captivating. So, yes, women kinda are my thing. I know that oh, look at this motherfucker. Look at look at John Galt. Who does he have on there? He's got Be Brave, his only friend. His little friend. Be Brave.
Are you having fun? We can have mercy.
And some
You feel like you've been exploited.
redneck
Hold on,
chick.
John, let me say something. John, let me say something here.
Listen
John,
to
let me say
these.
something.
Oh, this is
You hear
funny.
me? Are you hearing me? John.
You should have the headphones on. I can hear you.
John.
For the young lady that says she's being exploited. No, she's being admired.
Listen to this motherfucker.
Admired.
This
That's
is
not
so
exploited.
sad.
Look at that pretty hair. Woo,
Look at
that,
pretty
boy. That's
hair.
pretty.
Listen to this motherfucker. Oh,
Brave, you know I am
Jesus
that nigga.
God.
I
Dave,
gotta bring this shit
what do you
home,
think
Brave.
about
I gotta
this,
bring it home.
Dave? Look
I
at
gotta
this
bring it home,
shit.
Brave. I gotta bring it home.
Oh,
Can I
this
bring
is
it home?
funny.
That's beautiful hair you have.
Scotch Irish look. Yeah,
Holy fuck.
She got that red in her head. And she got, look, I got niggas in my houses.
Listen,
fucking dying to
what
goddamn
kind
hair
of
red.
fucking
Yeah,
shit is
yeah.
this?
I got niggas in my house dying to hair red, Brave. Brave, I got niggas in the house dying their hair red right now.
I'm not a damn fool. What the fuck is this?
Brave,
That
I
heat,
got a question for her, Brave.
that
Brave,
heat,
you ready
if
for
you're
this
not
question,
used
Brave?
to it, will
We
lead
gotta
you
get
to
down to
this.
goddamn Brad's motherfucking tax.
Oh
You're the
my
homeless shelter in Northeast. Is that correct?
Southeast.
Motherfucker, there's a T at the end of the word east.
Wait a minute. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh,
Goddamn,
this
what
is some.
person motherfucking
Oh
tax?
my
Hey,
God,
person-
what the fuck?
Somebody else said that to me, and I got it wrong.
On the mail, I have a mail piece in my pocket.
All right. I don't give a fuck. What's the address?
So the
I
white
don't
girl
need to tell
sounds
you
like
what's
a
the-
black
What's the address?
girl
What's the street name?
19
in the hood.
Massachusetts Avenue, South
05.
She behind jail 1901, bro. 19.
Oh, you about to jail.
You know, I wonder what it smells like in that room. Anybody want to guess? Anybody want to guess what it smells like in that small little space that John Galt is kind of acting up in? This is fucking ridiculous. Jesus God. I want my garden. I'd much if I had a choice to hang out in B. Bray's outhouse or John Galt's trap house or that young lady's backyard, I think I'd rather garden. But this is fascinating. This is motherfucking fascinating. What hath we got here?
This motherfucker love it right there. But then, like, do a lot of men hit on you?
Now wait, this is the motherfucker who like he's got a white girl in his place smoking.
Hit on you.
Jesus
I only
God.
notice if I think they're handsome. So I don't know.
Do a lot of handsome black men hit on you?
No, not really. No, I really don't get hit on very much.
Okay,
I really don't.
Is that lovely lady Lisa?
Get him, Johnny boy. Tell him. God damn it.
Get him, Johnny boy. Get him, Johnny
Set him
boy.
straight, Johnny boy. She
Oh,
gets
this
hit
is
on all the time at a
motherfucking
homeless shelter.
hee-haw.
With that pretty
This is
hair
a
and everything like
hee-haw.
that.
Oh shit.
Hold on, goddamn.
This is Pop the Balloon hee-haw edition, right?
Got pretty hair. She's a white girl in a homeless shelter. Tell him, Johnny boy, set him straight. You know damn well she gets hit on. She just, I don't know why. Jasmine, why aren't you telling us the truth about this?
Johnny boy? What the fuck is this goddamn racist redneck doing to John? Look at John acting all animated and shit. Oh, this is a motherfucking minstrel show.
Listen, Brave, I've been on this side of town, Brave. I used to live over there, Brave. A motherfucking white woman like that going through there is gold. Understand? I'm just being
Hell
honest.
yeah, I understand.
Fucking gold. If
Yeah.
gold. You understand? Right? And she might not even fucking know how much gold she is, and that is probably is the white privilege. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
That might be the white privilege. She don't even fucking know. She don't even fucking know. But hey, let me ask you the question. Like, you don't find that a lot of black men find you attractive?
Not necessarily particularly from anybody else.
She's not that exploited.
All I know is if I think you're handsome and if you seem like you're attracted to me. That's it.
Oh, this is fucking.
That's it.
And
That's all I need to
these
know. If I
men,
like you and you like
these
me,
motherfuckers
that's
will
all I need to
swear
know.
they're manly men.
I date anybody. It just,
Jesus God.
It just depends on how you know.
So if you date black men now,
if I like you or not. I don't care. I don't care if but do I like you?
So
yeah, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Brady. Hold on. Hold on. Brady want to talk here. Go ahead, Brady. Anybody want to hop on the panel?
Let the white man talk. Let the white man talk.
Jasmine. Okay. I'm 70, so don't try to fool me on this stuff, okay? My little dear, my little cutie. Listen, Jasmine.
This motherfucker.
Okay.
You know what? I'm not gonna be able to watch too much of this because this
you got a lot of
is
black,
just like
you got a lot.
fucking.
Hold on, let me finish.
This is what
Let me
happens
finish.
when you are an anti-black. Y'all motherfuckers revert to little
I grew up
boys.
around black folks myself, and I have a lot of fun.
I
talking
grew
like
up around black
Can you
folk
talk? Can you really slow
myself.
it down and talk
Look
white
at this
if you wish
shit.
to?
I am looking at the chat, motherfucker.
Professional, like. You mean like
Dave,
proper,
I wrote,
proper, yes,
I wrote
I'm very
what the coon
Yeah, that
show is
sounded pretty
going
good
on
right
here.
there. Can you
Hey,
say this?
Stanley.
Say this, Jasmine.
what
Say
Deacon
in a
Dave
white
wrote?
voice. Say this. Say
white voice.
You didn't
yes,
have to
in
say,
your white
hey,
voice, because
Stanley.
you know you have
You know
one.
I'm
You grew
here.
up white. You have a white voice. Say this in your white voice.
He said I grew up white. I grew up white, motherfucker. I grew up white. Okay.
Didn't you?
Apparently. Go ahead.
Okay. What I want you to do in your white voice is say this.
In my white voice.
Say this. Say hello, my dear. How was your day at work?
Hello, my dear. How?
Oh, come on. Say it, mean it.
Come on.
That's your lovey-dovey husband coming home.
Just say it. Just say it. Then answer. No. Just say it. Then answer the question.
Okay, tell me again. What was it?
Say hello, my dear. How was your day at work?
Hello, my dear. How was your day at work? Oh, hello, my dear. How was your day at work?
Now put a little whisper to it.
Put a what?
A little bit of a whisper to it.
No, I'm good. That just sounds like.
Oh, come on.
Come on, try it. Give me some dollars for that.
Come on, just try it.
It's okay. Get the whisper. Put a little more. Look, put a little tenderness to it. I know you got it, Jasmine. I can see it in you.
What, you gonna ask for some music next? You want to take my clothes off too?
Come on. Yeah, just try it. Can you make it a little more tender than what you got?
What'd you say? Hello, my dear. Hello, my dear. I'm gonna have to have. I need a whole situation to get into. You gotta give me a whole perspective. Like, hold on, I'm looking at this dude right here. I'm telling this fine black man right here. This fine black man right here, outstanding, tall, dark skinned, handsome.
Here we go.
Good voice, sexy. You might want to think about it, but you ain't gonna say nothing.
Jasmine, you know what makes a black man happier than anything in the world when it comes to you? Jasmine.
Go ahead, Brady, talk to me. Go ahead, listen. Go ahead, Brady.
You're sitting there admiring a big, strong black man. You know what would just really set his world on fire? If you used your sweetest, whitest voice, you would knock his socks off.
My sweetest voice.
Your sweetest, whitest voice.
Yeah, we want to hear.
I know you got it.
Hello, my dear.
Oh!
Shut the fuck up.
Hello, my dear. What was the other two? I forgot.
How was your day at work?
I'm not sweet unless I really feel sweet.
I know it. That's what I'm trying to find, the sweet side, because I know it's in there.
Oh, you know it's in there.
I know it's in there. I can see it. I can see the way you fuss with your hair. You got some sweet in you.
Okay, all right. You think I'm sweet? That's sweet. That's really
Yes,
nice.
I do.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
You're
that's sweet. Oh.
Yeah, my Cash App person.
He said, "Hello, my dear. How was your day at work? Is that what you said?"
Yes.
Yeah. Now wait a minute. Hold on, Brave. She's not being totally
Hello.
transparent with you. How long were you married?
I don't know. You know what? I was because so I was married. I was actually legally married for about 6 years, but I was only with the dude for not for very long at all because because after we got married, he immediately started being abusive, and I told him, I said, "Look, now,
White man or black man?
Or you
White
gonna
man.
go somewhere because I ain't fixing to deal with your motherfucking ass." Right.
White man, Brave.
I said, I'm gonna leave, and you're gonna be sitting here and doing whatever the fuck you're still doing. I'm not fixing to sit here and deal with your motherfucking ass. I don't know why you think you can control me. I'm gonna get up and walk. I don't give a fuck what the fuck I got to do. You. Who the fuck are you? So anyway, it was only
Now let me ask you this.
As soon as that
Hold on. I got it. Let me ask you this. Hold on. What does the white man do today for a living?
I don't know what's a white man.
No. What does the white man that you had a baby by do for a living? You meant beer, by the way.
I don't know.
You meant beer.
You know what? I don't even fucking
What does he do? Does he work?
No, I literally don't know. I really don't talk to him that much. I don't fucking know.
Does he call by his son?
Yeah, he knows that's his son.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But I told him too, I said, you ain't about to be in and out. You better either choose to be a father or you're not gonna be a father. You're not gonna do that to my son. You better choose which one you're gonna be and be a man. You're gonna do it and you ain't gonna do it. But you better choose one. You ain't gonna pull my son back and forth.
Right.
My son has a whole heart right there, and you ain't gonna pull him back and forth. I told him, I said, now if you're gonna work it out, I'll work it out with you. If you're not gonna work it out, I'm not gonna do it by myself. Also, second of all, either you're gonna be in his life or you're not gonna be in it. You better pick one.
Hey, all right. Hey, I got something I want you to hear, Brady. Sade. We're gonna go to Sade for a minute.
Okay.
So I'm pointing the mic to you. Sade, if you want to put the headphones on, Be Brave won't want to talk to you. Right? Be Brave, put the headphones on there.
What's up?
This is Johnny Boy's girlfriend. Can y'all switch seats if you don't mind?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Guys, while we're in here, right? While they're switching seats, please subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clip. Nigga, I'm jumping on. I think there's raw shit on the internet.
How you make me
Raw
feel
shit.
important all of a
Two
sudden?
homeless women and a homeless guy in the motherfucking shelter.
Okay. Oh, y'all are so sweet.
All right, so
Now, who is this?
I got tequila.
What you say, Brady?
Who is this?
This is Johnny Boy's girlfriend right here.
Hey, Johnny Boy's
Sade.
girlfriend. What's her name?
Hold your hand up, Sade. Her name's Sade. She can hear you, Brady. So she's waving at you, Brady, by the way.
Hey, Brady.
Okay, let me ask you this question. And we're gonna get down to Brad's hats here now. Fuck this shit. Like, we ain't got time to be
Get it down.
dilly and dally. I'm gonna lower the mic.
Brady over there with his hat and his sunglasses on and his beard and everything.
Yeah, then my nigga be brave. My nigga brave. My nigga Johnny Boy love
Wait,
brave.
what is his name?
Hey, look at this. Listen, hold on, goddamn. Listen, like when I was growing up,
What kind of white is he?
Brave said, "What kind of white are you, Brave? They wonder what kind of white are you, Brave?
What kind of white?
Yeah, what kind of white are you, Brave?
Well, let me answer it. Can you hear me? I'm kind of red-faced in my old age, but I'm Hungarian.
You Hungarian, Brave?
Yeah.
He's Hungarian.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eastern Europe.
Oh, you the Hungarian white people. I'm the Irish white people.
She said she the Irish white. Now she embracing that white, Brave. You want that Brave? You work wonders, Brave. White, like in Alabama. I'm a country nigga, a southern nigga, jungle, motherfucker, urban landlord nigga. I house these niggas. Anyway, Brave. What I want to, and Brave, we getting down to brass tacks and these motherfuckers because you love to talk about these black women, they fat and shit, and they motherfucking, they weigh or you this and that. But it ain't just that, Brave. It ain't the weight.
Yeah, John, y'all can all go over to John Galt show. I've just had enough of this fucking coonery. I need to go cleanse my brain of what I'm looking at. And I think Portia wants to do a show in half an hour or so. I highly encourage y'all watching. Well, you know what? Portia's shit is going to be anti-black too, so you have your choice of anti-black format on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Hit the like button. You should subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. The anti-black stuff can be amusing, and bon appetit. So I will be back tomorrow, hopefully on time, around 5, maybe even into 6, but I'll try and be on at 5 in the morning. It'll be news and, not all negative stuff about black people. This is just stuff I can't stomach for super long. John Galt, do better. Be brave. Can't help you, but y'all don't have to be anti-black. It is a choice. You know what? No, CK, be brave. He will figure out how to make an excuse for black depravity. I mean, this motherfucker is a bottom feeder, and he has made himself a bottom feeding hero. So he's real good at, sophistry and stuff like that. Bottom line is, if you got 2 homeless women and a homeless man, a motherfucker building an outhouse, and this dude who is so anti-black, he doesn't realize that he is one of the nightshades too. He is literally doing nightshade content while shitting on black nightshades. He is the nightshade who doesn't realize he's a nightshade. And so we go. But you know where to find John Galt and his content, and we go from there. Deacon Dave, I you know what languages do you speak? I would love to know. So anyway, I will actually, I don't know. I'll just wait for Portia's show. I'm sure it'll be anti-black content too, but maybe it just won't be depraved anti-black content. We shall see. And happy gardening, folks. Talk to y'all later.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.